Hey everyone, tonight we're looking at the ordinary and uncovering the extraordinary roots hiding just beneath the surface. We're exploring the unexpected origins of everyday objects, the things you use without a second thought, but that started with strange, surprising or downright bizarre beginnings. From forks that were once considered scandalous, to alarm clocks powered by candles. The objects around you have stories, and many of them are older and weirder than you'd expect. So before you get warm and cozy, take a moment to like the video and let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is. It's always fun to see this quiet little corner of the world come together for something simple and a little surprising. Now, dim the lights, maybe glance around your room and wonder where it all came from. You know that time when you wake up and stumble into the kitchen still half asleep and go for your coffee cup like it's a life preserver? So get comfortable with that nice cup of tea or coffee, because we're going to take a slow walk through some of history's most surprising and fun turns. We will delve into the origins of everyday items, and I assure you their tales are far from ordinary. Your toothbrush is probably the first item you touch today, so let's start there. You would imagine that someone sat down one day and carefully planned out this useful gadget, right? Not really. The toothbrush has a history that includes some great ideas, some happy accidents, and some, well, that escalated quickly moments. Imagine this. It's 1498 in China, and someone is having a terrible day because of wild boar bristles. Not for hunting, but for brushing teeth. Yes, the earliest toothbrush was simply a little broom made from the neck hair of wild boars linked to a bamboo handle. Think about how hard it would be to convey it to your dentist today. Yes, doctor, I've been using high-quality boar bristles on my molars. Just thinking about it makes you appreciate your modern drugstore toothbrush with its gentle bristles and ergonomic grip. But this is where it gets fascinating. It took almost 300 years for that Chinese invention to reach Europe, where it was quickly given the royal treatment. In a literal sense, European nobles thought that boar bristles were too abrasive for their delicate mouths. It seems that even brushing your teeth was a class issue back then. They decided to use horsehair instead. Yes, toothbrushes made of horsehair. Your great-great-great-grandmother might have used what was basically a little horsetail to wash her teeth, the bit that was very funny. In the 1930s, when mass production finally started, the first synthetic bristles were created from nylon. The business that started this revolution, DuPont, named their new product Dr. West's Miracle Tuft Toothbrush. Dr. West must have been delighted that his name would forever be associated with oral hygiene. But did he ever imagine that millions of people would wake up every day with toothpaste froth in their mouths and chant his name? Now that you have envisioned that scenario, let us proceed to examine the mirror in your bathroom. You look at that mirror every morning and sometimes avoid it at night. It has a story that sounds like a medieval thriller combined with a chemistry disaster. For thousands of years, people used polished metals, motionless water, or very polished obsidian to see their reflections. Think about how hard it would be to pluck your eyebrows with a piece of polished bronze. There was a lot of room for error, to put it mildly. Then, in Venice, in the 13th century, someone had a hold my wine moment with silver and molten glass. Venetian glassmakers found that if you covered the back of glass with a thin layer of silver and mercury, yes, mercury, the thing we now know is really poisonous, you could acquire a clear reflection. Venice kept this secret like it was the key to living forever. They enacted regulations that made it illegal for glassmakers to leave the island of Murano. This was the first program in the world to protect businesses from industrial espionage. If you break this law, you could be killed. It appears that Venetians in the Middle Ages were particularly serious about their mirror monopoly. The funny thing, these gorgeous, innovative mirrors were slowly killing everyone who manufactured them. That's what mercury vapor does. It took hundreds of years for someone to find out how to build mirrors without making the workers go crazy. That term isn't just for show. Hatmakers really did go crazy from mercury poisoning. But that's a story for another enjoyable evening. But maybe the best thing about mirror history is how they become more accessible to everyone. In the past, only the very rich could see their own faces clearly. Everyone else saw their reflection in water, or had only a faint concept of what they looked like. When mirrors became cheap, they changed everything from how people dressed to how they saw themselves. Everyone could now see how the new haircut looked, for better or worse. Now that we've put your morning routine in order on our historical timeline, let's head to the kitchen, which is the heart of any home. We're going to start with something so basic that you probably never thought about it before. The fork. Yes, the fork. That four-pronged tool that looks so innocent in your drawer has a very interesting history. For most of history, humans used their hands, knives, and sometimes spoons to eat. People thought that not only was the fork not needed, but it was also disrespectful to God. This isn't a lie. When forks first showed up in the 11th century Byzantine, people were suspicious of them, like they were evil sorcery or really awful poetry. The Catholic Church said they were against God's will since God gave people fingers for a reason, didn't he? Using a fork was like informing God that his plan needed work. The nerve. A Byzantine princess married a Venetian doge and carried her golden forks with her. That was the genuine turning moment. Imagine the wedding reception. The bride is beautifully bringing food to her mouth with these bizarre little pitchforks, and the whole Italian bridal party is staring at her in terror and curiosity. When the princess died young, church leaders smugly said it was God's punishment for her using forks. The Middle Ages best exemplified victim blaming. It took another 600 years, 6 centuries, for forks to be safe to use in Europe. Even then, men fought them off longer than women since forks were thought to be feminine. Think about how insecure you are about your manhood if a small piece of silverware makes you feel bad about yourself. Real men eat with their hands was evidently a popular belief in the 16th century. Let's speak about the simple can opener, now that we've talked about kitchen revolutions. The way this story goes against common sense is so human that it seems like a comic sketch. Imagine this. A British inventor gets a patent for the tin can in 1810. Food preservation is no longer a problem. Families can stock up on food, armies can march farther, and ships can sail longer. What a great idea, right? But no one made a can opener, which is where it becomes really good. People used hammers, chisels, bayonets, and probably a lot of colourful language to open cans for 48 years. The directions on early cans said, cut around the top near the outer edge with a chisel and hammer. You know how you have to be inventive when you can't find a bottle opener? Consider how this method was the official way to open cans for 50 years. The can opener that finally came in 1858 looked like a mix between a bayonet and a torture tool from the Middle Ages. You stabbed the can and sawed around the edge, praying not to cut off a finger in the process. The smooth rotary can opener that really makes the job easier didn't come out until 1870. That's 60 years of fighting about something that should have been fixed a long time ago. But here's what makes this story so human. No one thought to stop making cans for 48 years while they worked out how to open them quickly. They just kept going with hammers and willpower. It's like making the car before you know how to fill it up with gas. Let's discuss the microwave oven now that we're in the kitchen. Its narrative starts with chocolate, radar, and a fortunate accident that makes you believe in serendipity. While working on radar technology for Raytheon in 1945, Percy Spencer saw something strange. While he was standing near a magnetron, the tube that produces microwaves for radar, the chocolate bar in his pocket had melted. A lot of people would have cursed the ruined chocolate and gone on. Hey, what else can this invisible energy cook, Percy Spencer thought. He sampled some popcorn. They went off. He had an egg. It blew up, which undoubtedly gave his co-workers something to talk about at dinner for weeks. Instead of cleaning up the egg mess and acting like nothing happened, Spencer got his company to allow him to build a metal enclosure around a magnetron. The first microwave oven was as big as a fridge, weighed 750 pounds, and cost nearly $70,000 in today's money. It was called the Radar Range, which sounds more like a superhero with a cape than a kitchen appliance. What's funny? No one knew what to do with it. Restaurants tested it, but chefs were not sure about this radiation cooking. When housewives saw the price tag, they chuckled. Microwaves didn't really find their purpose until the 1970s, when countertop models came out. That's when they were useful for reheating pizza and making undesirable food choices at 3 a.m. Let's leave the kitchen and explore your wardrobe, where even the simplest clothes have histories that weave through time. Talking about thread, the button changed how people dress despite its simplicity. Your closet probably has dozens of buttons holding your shirts tight, embellishing your jackets, and occasionally disappearing into the mysterious hole where lost socks and spare coins depart. Buttons weren't always feasible. For their first 3,000 years they were decorative, like wearing circular-holed jewellery. Ancient cultures fastened their clothes using pins, ties and belts. Buttons were status insignia, made from precious materials and presented like miniature paintings. Imagine wearing a blouse with buttons worth more than most people's wardrobes. The rich literally wore their fortunes on their sleeves, or fronts. Unfortunately, no one remembers who invented making a slit in fabric and inserting a button through it in 13th century Germany. With the buttonhole, those beautiful discs became useful. Humans connected these links after 3 millennia, which appears clear now. The cultural upheaval that followed made you realise how much we take simple advances for granted. Opportunities exploded in clothing design. Garments may be tighter, more sophisticated fashion. The wealthy might show off their wealth with extravagant button arrangements while remaining useful. Like finding out your decorative candles might light up. The story gets delightfully convoluted when societies were so concerned with buttons that they made laws concerning them. Buttons were covered by sumptuary regulations. In some regions, only nobles could wear gold buttons. Silver was the merchant's limit. Commoners got brass or wood. Your button material determined your social status. Police stopped people on the street and checked their buttons for overdressing. The zipper revolutionised half the population's wardrobe. Like many great innovations, it began as a solution to a different need. Whitcomb Judson watched his back-injured friend struggle to lace up boots in the 1890s. Seeing a problem and thinking, "I can fix that," Judson devised the clasp locker, a system of hooks and eyes that could be fastened in one move. He solved the footwear problem, not clothing. Early zippers were mechanical failures. It constantly clogged, broke at inappropriate times and caught neighbouring fabric. A prototype like Judson's took 15 iterations before working. He kept improving it because he was sure he was right. The 1913 mechanism redesign by Gideon Sunback, yes, that was his real name, was the breakthrough. He made a reliable seal that opened effortlessly. However, nobody knew what to do with it. Manufacturers of clothes were unsure. This artificial button and tie replacement sparked popular suspicion. The zipper finds its home in boots. B.F. Goodrich called them zipper because they created a sound on rubber galoshes. Zip. The moniker stuck, the boots sold, and everyone wanted this miraculous fastening technique on everything. The fashion industry first rejected zippers for proper apparel, which is funny. They seem too nonchalant, mechanical, and American. Fashion houses in Europe sniffed. Zippers were good for labour and sportswear, but not stylish. Everything changed in the 1930s. Fashion designers found that invisible zippers could create smooth, crisp lines that buttons couldn't. Elsa Schiaparelli made practical fasteners fashionable by decorating them. Zippers became fashionable and functional. The transition was so dramatic that by the 1960s, a zipper on a dress or jacket was considered trendy and sophisticated. Formerly impolite, the latching system became fashionable. That kind of total reversal makes you question what's unpopular today will be trendy tomorrow. Paper is so ubiquitous we hardly notice it. You likely have dozens of paper products, books, notes, Kleenex, and even a supermarket bill from last week. But paper's rise to popularity is full of accidents, breakthroughs, and human stubbornness that make history fascinating. Before paper, humans wrote on clay tablets and animal skins. Imagine carrying clay tablets for everyday notes. Ancient students undoubtedly developed bodybuilder arms from hauling schoolwork. Egyptian papyrus was an excellent material for writing, but it was also expensive and prone to crumbling unexpectedly. Animal-skinned parchment was sturdy but expensive and time-consuming to make. In 2nd century China, court official Kai Lun struggled with record-keeping. Like a modern government office, the imperial court produced innumerable reports, decrees, and administrative records to record, file, and keep. Clay tablets were unworkable, and parchment was too expensive for daily usage. In a brilliantly practical answer, Kai Lun mashed mulberry bark, hemp, old rags, and fishing nets, mixed the pulp with water, thinned it, and dried it. It was smooth, lightweight, and cheap to make. While solving storage, he devised recycling. This clever approach makes you wonder why nobody thought of it sooner. But here's where the story becomes a study of innovation spread, or not. China kept paper a secret for 500 years. Slowly, trade channels brought the expertise to the Islamic world around 750 CE, when Chinese papermakers were captured in combat and compelled to reveal their methods. It took Europe 400 years to discover paper. Like most new inventions, paper initially met with mistrust, elitism, and dread of change in medieval Europe. European scribes considered paper inferior after a lifetime of parchment preparation and writing. Religious leaders feared this foreign material would degrade crucial papers. Paper contracts were disputed as legally binding. The reaction was so intense that some regions outlawed official documents on paper. It seemed too fragile, unfamiliar, and new. While Europe relied on expensive, time-consuming parchment, the Islamic East and China had been printing and making books on paper for generations. The printing press was the tipping point. Gutenberg's breakthrough printing machine requires quantities of cheap, consistent paper. Parchment was too expensive and unpredictable for mass manufacture. Paper was smooth, consistent, and economical enough for most people to buy books. The sticky note is a paper innovation that revolutionized office work. This story is so human in its unintended brilliance that anyone who thinks invention is logical should read it. Spencer Silver worked for 3M in 1968 to create a super strong glue. He invented a solution without a problem, a weak adhesive that could be removed and reused. No doubt it failed. It did not provide sufficient adhesion for permanent applications, nor did it peel off evenly like tape. It was sticky limbo. Silver roamed 3M for 5 years like a puppy evangelist. He showed his weak adhesive to everybody who would listen, confident it was valuable. His co-workers nodded pleasantly and returned to their sticky adhesives. Silver's glue was its most famous solution for looking for a problem. After battling with hymnal bookmarks that kept falling out, 3M co-worker and church choir member Art Fry had the eureka moment in 1974. He wondered, what if I put this on paper bookmarks? During a boring business lecture. Fry's original sticky notes were simple, Silver's adhesive on paper, but they stuck and could be withdrawn without destroying pages. His notes encouraged his co-workers to create their own. Employees at 3M quickly identified new applications, disseminating the concept like a contagious virus. Even at that time, 3M's marketing department failed to grasp the concept. The 1977 sticky note tests in 4 cities were lackluster. People couldn't figure out how to reposition paper squares. Ignorance appeared inevitable for the product. 3M solved the problem by giving away sticky notes instead of explaining them. No explanation was needed as they bombarded Boise offices with free samples. Within weeks, people were addicted. They wrote phone calls, grocery lists, and passive-aggressive professional communications on sticky notes. The rest is office supply history. Sticky notes are so essential to office work that it is difficult to imagine without them. A product used billions of times a day was built on that poor adhesive nobody wanted. Let's explore transportation, starting with the wheel, which is so essential to modern life we hardly notice it. The wheel wasn't invented for transportation, which may surprise you. It was created for pottery. In 3500 BCE Mesopotamia, a potter was bored of hand-turning clay containers and had a brilliant idea. Let the pot turn automatically. The potter's wheel revolutionized ceramics and made perfectly round containers. 3 centuries later, an observer of this spinning disc proposed, what if we placed a heavy object on it and rolled it? This line of thought exemplifies a fundamental aspect of human creativity. We initially designed the wheel for crafting elegant bowls before adapting it for the movement of substantial stones. Thinking about it, this is really human. We designed the wheel for beautiful bowls before applying it to hefty stones. It's akin to inventing a smartphone for gaming and then discovering its ability to make calls. After wheels met transportation, the early results were less triumph of human innovation and more comedy of errors. Wheeled vehicles began as solid hardwood discs that weighed almost as much as their cargo. Imagine being the ox pushing a cart with 200-pound wheels. Oxen undoubtedly daydreamed of the days when humans carried their own stuff. Spoked wheels did not appear for another 1,000 years. Someone discovered that solid wood was only needed to connect the rim to the hub. These facts may sound apparent, but engineering insight can change civilizations. Wheels became light, sturdy and efficient enough to change trade. The unequal spread of wheels may be the most humorous part of wheel history. Mesopotamia had wheeled carts, yet the Americas had advanced civilizations without them. While carrying everything on their backs or in canoes, the Aztecs and Mayans built wonderful buildings, devised intricate astrological systems, and created magnificent art. They understood wheels. Aztec kids played with wheels. They looked at wheels for mobility and said, Nah, we're good. It was a decision, not ignorance. Their terrain was mountainous, their main animal was the llama, which can't pull much, and their roads were for foot transportation. Wheels didn't fit their reality. Change gears, literally, to discuss the bicycle, a creation that illustrates how the most elegant solutions may emerge from the most ludicrous origins. In 1817, German inventor Baron Karl von Drais invented the running machine. Imagine moving your feet to propel a wooden horse with two wheels. If asked to build a car, a child might draw it. The running machine was practically useless. You were quicker than walking, but slower than running, and you arrived fatigued from pushing yourself. It temporarily became fashionable among young European men who had nothing better to do than ride wooden contraptions. The two-wheeled vehicle seemed destined for the seemed like a good idea at the time category for 50 years after the fad fizzled out. French carriage makers had a new idea in the 1860s, add pedals. The original pedal-powered bicycles were called bone shakers, which describes their ride characteristics. Wooden wheels with iron tyres jarred on cobblestones. Riders developed shock-absorbing tactics, creating a unique riding style that resembled interpretative dance and cycling. The revolutionary 1880s safety bicycle, with two equal-sized wheels and a chain drive to the back wheel, changed everything. Bikes stopped being novelty goods and medieval torture devices and became utilitarian transportation. It's wonderful that bicycle history democratized mobility. Without horses or carriages, humans could travel long distances rapidly for the first time. Bikes allowed individuals mobility previously reserved for the wealthy or the walking distance crowd. The societal impact was enormous, especially for women. Bicycles gave women independence and mobility that challenged gender norms. Victorian fashion began to crack with the bicycle suit, which allowed women to ride securely. Anthony called the bicycle the freedom machine, and she wasn't exaggerating. The excitement of early bicycle culture was possibly its most attractive aspect. All around, bicycle clubs arose with matching outfits and elaborate group rides. They penned poetry, sang about bikes, and created a culture around them. They bear a resemblance to the online community, albeit with an abundance of fresh air and a higher risk of collapse. Let's explore communication history's snug corner and discover that your smartphone has some odd forefathers. Start with the pencil, which seems basic now but was once a technological marvel. Pencil history reads like a geological thriller and international espionage. In the 1500s, Cumberland shepherds found a curious black material after a storm uprooted a tree. Pure graphite created marks unlike any other charcoal. The English, ever understated, called it black lead, even though it wasn't lead. They instantly understood they'd found something precious. This graphite was ideal for sheep marking, mapping and writing. Even better, the Cumberland deposit was the sole known source of high-quality graphite. The following scene is so English it could be a Monty Python skit. The government sent armed guards to the graphite mine as a strategic material. They limited mining to 6 weeks each year to control supply. Smugglers sought to steal gold-like graphite. There existed a pencil-lead black market. People were sneaking around at night, risking incarceration to write with better graphite. When they sawed graphite sticks into thin rods and wrapped them in wood to make the first pencils, each one was precious due to tight security. Pencils were heirlooms and luxury items. Your great-great-great-grandfather may have valued pencils over boots. French chemist Nicolas Jacques Conté discovered how to produce graphite from powdered graphite and clay in the late 1700s, ending the pencil monopoly. The English lost their grip on the writing utensil business when anyone could create pencils. On one of the rare occasions, breaking a monopoly improved writing. But here's the charming part. Pencils still confused people once they became widespread. Making erasable marks was innovative. Writing with quill pens and ink meant mistakes were irreversible for centuries. The pencil invented the rough draft, sketch, and let me think about this in writing process we take for granted. Time for another communication revolution. The telephone. Many people have recounted Alexander Graham Bell's invention story, yet the fact that no one initially understood it remains timeless. Bell aimed to improve the telegraph by sending numerous messages over one wire. The defective telegraph transmitter accidentally carried Bell's voice, leading to the invention of the telephone. When he showed the phone, folks thought it was magic. They spoke into one end and rushed to the other to see whether their words had crossed the wire. Early telephone demonstrations combined science and vaudeville. Bell's assistants were in other rooms, and audiences gasped when the talking box spoke. People believed that small beings or spirits communicating from the afterlife were inside the phone. Sound travelling over cables seemed mystical, not scientific. The early telephone use was hilarious. Phone talks were awkward in the beginning since there was no etiquette. People would shout into the mouthpiece to communicate over long distances. Some murmured, fearful that the party line could hear their private chats, which it could. The early phone operators were teenage males picked for their speed and energy. The mistake was wonderful. The boys used the switchboard as a playground, pranking callers, connecting them to erroneous numbers, and causing telephone pandemonium. Phone firms shifted to young ladies who were more polite and professional. The telephone operator voice, friendly, accommodating, and efficient, was one of the earliest standardized customer service methods. The way early telephone culture affected social interaction was possibly its most appealing characteristic. You might suddenly talk to someone miles away. Phone calls were scheduled like appointments. Families gathered to listen to phone calls like radio shows. The telephone created unprecedented intimacy over distance. Amazingly, the telephone went from astonishing novelty to critical utility so swiftly. Within a generation, not having a phone signified poverty or traditionalism. The futuristic equipment grew so essential that people couldn't envision existence without it. Every major communication advance that followed adhered to this transformation pattern. Revolutionary technology becomes an everyday necessity, which then evolves into invisible infrastructure. Radio, television, computers, the internet, smartphones, all went from impossible magic to, how did we ever live without this? To early telephone users, your smartphone's potential to connect you to anyone, anywhere, and carry the sum of human knowledge in your pocket appeared like magic. You likely utilize it numerous times each day without recognizing the marvel it represents in your hand. As we finish this leisurely tour of history's most delightfully surprising breakthroughs, let's talk about artificial lighting, which makes nighttime possible. Unbelievably, one of humanity's greatest technological achievements is the ability to read this article at night instead of going to bed. Darkness halted production for most of human history. After sunset, folks retired to bed because they had nothing else to do. Firelight was precious, candles were expensive, and oil lamps were smoky, dull, and disturbingly flammable. Unexpectedly, whale hunting started the revolution. Someone found in the 18th century that sperm whales contained a waxy material called spermaceti that burned brightly and cleanly. Wealthy people could now stay up late. This cost a lot, financially and environmentally. The need for whale oil prompted excessive hunting, destroying whale populations. This historical event exemplifies how solutions can often lead to complications. Whale oil successfully fixed the illumination problem, nearly solving the whale problem forever. Luckily, Scottish shale oil developer James Young discovered how to extract kerosene from petroleum, making it brighter, cleaner and cheaper than whale oil. Young invented paraffin oil, which changed nighttime life. For the first time in history, ordinary folks could afford excellent lighting. After dusk, kids could do homework. Evening activities for adults include reading, sewing and project work. The 8-hour workday was achievable because people could be productive outside of daylight. The incandescent bulb was possibly the most transformative lighting breakthrough, and its origin story shows something beautiful about ingenuity. Thomas Edison is credited with the light bulb, while dozens of other inventors worked on it simultaneously. Edison's skill was in making the concept practical and commercial, rather than simply inventing it. Light from electricity wasn't the big challenge, that had been done previously. Creating a bulb that lasted long enough and cost less than a home was difficult. Before choosing carbonized bamboo, Edison's team tested over 3,000 filament materials. Bamboo! They used the entire periodic table to obtain grass. Edison's stubbornness and method make him endearing. Edison used each bulb failure as data. Unlike other innovators who gave up after minutes, he meticulously documents what didn't work and why in his notebooks. He added, "I haven't failed 1,000 times. I've found 1,000 ways that don't work." Early commercial light bulbs were engineering wonders that lasted 14 hours. That's pitiful today. A bulb that burned steadily for 14 hours without smoke, smell or fire risk was magic to candle and kerosene lamp users. Early electric light users gathered around them like campfires to admire the constant clear light. The societal impact was enormous and immediate. Electric lights lengthened the day. changed entertainment and altered time perception. Restaurants may stay later, theatres could host evening shows, students could study after dinner. The daytime schedule loosened. Artificial lighting transformed how we sleep, which is astounding. Humans had performed segmented sleep for millennia, going to bed after sunset, waking up for a few hours of quiet activity, then sleeping until dawn. Sleeplessness is not normal. Artificial lighting eventually helped us consolidate sleep, going to bed later and sleeping all night. What we consider natural is actually a recent adaptation to electric lighting. Your great-great-grandparents may have slept differently. As we finish our pleasant tour through the unexpected origins of ordinary goods, we should consider what these stories teach us about human nature. Every innovation we've discussed, from the toothbrush to the telephone to the light bulb, came from someone thinking, there has to be a better way. The better way often comes from unexpected places, which is charming. The microwave came from radar research. Failures in adhesive experiments produced sticky notes. The invention of the telephone occurred accidentally while upgrading telegraph technology. 2 simple paper clips were rejected. Zippers were too mechanical for fashion until they reached sophistication. Innovation rarely solves problems directly, as these stories show. It's more like a garden walk, where the best finds often come when we're hunting for something different. The everyday objects we scarcely notice are the result of numerous small improvements, joyful accidents, and determined refusals to accept good enough as good enough. Tonight, while you wash your teeth with synthetic bristles, flip light switches to eliminate darkness, and maybe write a sticky note, realize that you're part of a vast human tradition of making the commonplace extraordinary. Sweet dreams. Picture yourself settling into your favourite chair, maybe with a warm cup of tea, as we travel back to a time when America was a very different place. It's the late 1800s, and if you wanted to get somewhere, you'd better have a good pair of shoes, a reliable horse, or access to a train. The idea of every family owning their own personal transportation device, well, that was about as likely as having a computer in your pocket that could connect you to anyone in the world. Oh, wait. Our story begins with a young man named Henry Ford, born in 1863 on a farm in what's now Dearborn, Michigan. Now, Henry wasn't your typical farm boy. While other kids were content to milk cows and plant corn, Henry was the kind of kid who'd take apart the family's pocket watch just to see how it worked. His father probably wasn't thrilled about this habit, much like how you might feel if your teenager decided to fix your smartphone. Henry had what we'd call today a classic case of mechanical curiosity. He couldn't see a machine without wondering how it ticked, literally and figuratively. When Henry first laid eyes on a steam engine at the age of 13, it was an instant connection. Not the romantic kind of love, mind you, but the kind of obsession that makes you forget to eat dinner because you're too busy sketching gear ratios. By 16, Henry had left the farm for Detroit, which was already becoming a hub of American industry. He found work as a machinist's apprentice, earning $2.50 a week. To put that in perspective, that's about what you might spend on a fancy coffee drink today, except Henry had to live on it for 7 days. But he was learning, absorbing everything about how things worked, from steam engines to the newfangled electricity that was just beginning to light up cities. What made Henry different from other tinkerers of his time wasn't just his mechanical aptitude, it was his vision. While others saw machines as individual marvels, Henry began to see them as part of something bigger. He understood that the real magic wasn't just in making something work, but in making it work for everyone. The project wasn't just about building a better mousetrap, this was about reimagining how society itself could function. During these early years in Detroit, Henry worked for the Edison Illuminating Company, eventually becoming their chief engineer. Yes, that Edison, Thomas Edison himself. Working for the man who brought us the light bulb gave Henry front row seats to the biggest technological revolution of his time. He watched how Edison didn't just invent things, but created entire systems around them. The light bulb was useless without power plants, wiring and switches. Henry was taking notes, but Henry's real passion project was happening in his spare time in a little brick shed behind his house. He was building what he called a horseless carriage, basically a carriage without the horse, powered by a gasoline engine. The carriage wasn't a completely original idea. Other inventors were working on similar projects, but Henry had something different in mind. While others were creating expensive toys for the wealthy, Henry was already dreaming of something that ordinary people could afford. In 1896, at 2 a.m. on a June morning, Henry fired up his first successful automobile. There was just one problem. The car was wider than the door of his workshop, so what did he do? He took an axe to the brick wall. His wife Clara, watching from the doorway in her nightgown, probably wondered if she'd married a genius or a madman. Time would reveal that it was a combination of both genius and madness. That first car, the quadricycle as he called it, could reach the blazing speed of 20 miles per hour. To put that in perspective, that's slower than most people jog today, but it was fast enough to scare horses and create quite a stir in the neighbourhood. Henry had achieved a significant milestone. He'd proven that his vision wasn't just a dream, it was possible. As you drift off tonight, imagine that moment when Henry first drove his quadricycle down Detroit's dirt roads. The neighbours peered out their windows, wondering what that strange contraption was. Henry himself probably grinning from ear to ear, knowing that he'd just taken the first step toward changing not just how people got around, but how they lived, worked and thought about the future. Now you might think that after building his first car, Henry Ford would have immediately started mass-producing them. But here's where our story gets interesting and where Henry shows he was more than just a good mechanic. He was a dreamer with a practical streak, and he understood something that many inventors miss. Building something once is engineering, but building it affordably for millions of people, that's revolution. Henry's early attempts at starting a car company were, to put it gently, learning experiences. His first company, the Detroit Automobile Company, folded faster than a cheap lawn chair. The cars were too expensive, too unreliable, and frankly too much like the luxury playthings that other manufacturers were making. Henry wanted something different, but he wasn't quite sure how to get there yet. This is where Henry's story becomes relatable to anyone who's ever had a big idea that seemed impossible. You know that feeling when you can see exactly what you want to accomplish, but every practical step seems to lead to another obstacle. That was Henry in the early 1900s. He could envision millions of Americans driving affordable cars, but the math just didn't add up. Cars were assembled by skilled craftsmen, one at a time, like handmade furniture. The result was beautiful but expensive, about $3,000 for a basic model, which was more than most people made in 2 years. But Henry was stubborn in the best possible way. Instead of giving up or settling for the luxury market, he became obsessed with a single question. How do you make something both good and cheap? It's the same question that would later drive entrepreneurs to create everything from affordable computers to budget airlines. Henry was researching cars at a time when most people considered them a fleeting trend. The breakthrough came when Henry started studying other industries. He spent time in slaughterhouses, not the most pleasant research locations, but bear with me here. He watched how they processed cattle, with each worker performing one specific task as the carcass moved along overhead rails. He visited flour mills and watched grain being processed in stages. He was seeing the power of breaking down complex tasks into simple, repeatable steps. The process wasn't just about efficiency, it was about democratization. You can only make a few of them and they'll be expensive. But if you can teach someone to do one task well, you can make a lot of them and they can be cheap. It's the same principle that makes your smartphone possible. Instead of one person handcrafting each phone, thousands of people each do one small part of the process. Henry's breakthrough occurred when he realised that instead of workers circling a stationary car, the car could move past these workers. Each person would install one component, then the car would move to the next station. It sounds simple now, but it was revolutionary then. It was like rearranging the entire world of manufacturing. But here's what made Henry different from other industrialists of his time. He didn't just want to make cars efficiently, he wanted to make them so efficiently that his own workers could afford to buy them. This wasn't just good business, it was visionary. He understood that the people who made the cars should also be able to enjoy them. It's a lesson that some modern companies are still learning. In 1903, Henry founded the Ford Motor Company with $28,000 in capital. That's roughly $850,000 in today's money. Significant, but not the billions we associate with major companies today. From the beginning, he was clear about his mission: I will build a car for the great multitude. He was not building a car for the wealthy or the elite, but for everyone. The first Ford Model A sold for $850, which was still expensive but considerably less than the competition. More importantly, Henry was already planning for the future. He knew that the present was just the beginning, that the real goal was to make cars as common as bicycles. His partners thought he was crazy. They wanted to focus on more expensive cars with higher profit margins per unit. But Henry had a different vision of profit. Instead of making a lot of money on a few cars, why not make a little money on many cars? As you settle in for the night, picture Henry in his office, sketching and calculating, surrounded by the noise and smoke of early Detroit industry. He's not just designing a car, he's designing a new way of life. He's imagining families taking Sunday drives, workers commuting to better jobs, and young people exploring the world beyond their neighbourhoods. He's dreaming of an America where mobility isn't a privilege but a possibility for everyone. Let's talk about what might be the most important car ever built. A car so revolutionary that it changed not just transportation, but the entire fabric of American society. In 1908, Henry Ford introduced the Model T, and if you've ever heard someone jokingly say, "You can have any colour you want as long as it's black," you're hearing an echo of this moment in history. But here's the thing about that famous quote. It wasn't about Henry being stubborn or lacking imagination. It was about something much more profound. The power of standardization. By offering the Model T in just one colour, and it was actually dark green initially, but black dried faster, Henry could streamline production and keep costs down. It's the same principle that makes modern fast food possible. Limited options, but consistent quality and low prices. The Model T wasn't just affordable, it was practically indestructible. Henry understood that if you're going to sell cars to farmers, factory workers, and middle-class families, those cars better be able to handle whatever life throws at them. The Model T could drive through mud that would stop a modern SUV, and it was so simple that just about anyone could learn to repair it. It was the era's smartphone, not due to its complexity, but because it was easy to use. Now, imagine you're living in 1908. Your world is still largely organised around walking distance. You live near where you work, you shop at the stores in your neighbourhood, and if you want to visit family in the next town over, that's a major expedition requiring careful planning. The Model T changed all of that. Suddenly, distance became less important than time. You could live in one place and work in another. You could shop where prices were better, not just where things were closest. But here's where Henry's real genius shows. He didn't just build a car, he built a system. He understood that selling cars was useless if people couldn't get parts, fuel or repairs. So Ford created a network of dealerships across the country, trained mechanics, and standardized parts. When your Model T broke down in rural Kansas, you could fix it with Detroit parts and procedures. It's the same thinking that makes your phone work the same way whether you're in New York or Nebraska. The production innovations were just as revolutionary as the car itself. Henry's assembly line didn't just make cars faster, it made them consistently better. When each worker becomes an expert at one specific task, quality actually improves. It's like the difference between a home cook making one elaborate meal and a specialist making one perfect dish hundreds of times. In 1908, the Model T sold for $825. By 1925, the price had dropped to $290, even though the car had gotten better. That's the opposite of what usually happens with products. They typically get more expensive over time, not cheaper. Henry found the learning curve. The more you make something, the better you get at it, and the cheaper it is. But the real revolution was social. The Model T democratized mobility in a way that changed everything about how Americans lived. Young people could court someone from the next town over. Families could live in suburbs and commute to city jobs. Farmers could get their products to market faster and cheaper. It's hard to overstate how fundamentally these innovations changed daily life. The Model T also created something we take for granted today, the weekend road trip. Before cars, leisure travel was something only the wealthy could afford. But with a Model T, a middle-class family could pack up on the Saturday morning and explore places they had only heard about. This marked the start of America's passion for the open road. Extending from Route 66 to the interstate highway system, Henry's workers were among the first to benefit. In 1914, he made a decision that shocked the business world. He doubled his workers' wages to $5 a day. Other industrialists believed he had gone insane, but Henry understood something they didn't. If his workers could afford to buy the cars they were making, he'd have a whole new market. It wasn't just generosity, it was brilliant business strategy. The $5 day did more than boost sales. It created a new kind of middle class. Ford workers could afford not just cars, but homes, appliances, and education for their children. They became consumers, not just producers. This era was the beginning of the consumer economy that would define 20th century America. As you drift towards sleep, imagine the sound of a Model T puttering down a dirt road in 1915, perhaps carrying a family on their first real vacation, or a young entrepreneur heading to the city to start a business. That simple black car wasn't just transportation, it was possibility itself, rolling down American roads and into the future. Now we come to the most important part of our story, when Henry Ford changed how everything was made. The assembly line wasn't just a manufacturing technique, it was a complete rethinking of how work itself could be organised. Like many revolutionary ideas, it began with a simple observation and a willingness to challenge traditional methods. Picture the world of manufacturing before Henry's innovation. If you desired a car, a skilled craftsman would construct it from beginning to end. He'd be part mechanic, part artist, and part engineer. Each car was unique, like a handmade piece of furniture. It was beautiful in its way, because it was also slow, expensive, and required workers with years of training. It's like the difference between having a master chef prepare your meal from scratch versus having a kitchen staff where each person specialises in one aspect of the meal. Henry's breakthrough came from watching that slaughterhouse we mentioned earlier, but also from studying his workers. He noticed that when someone did the same task repeatedly, they got remarkably quick at it. They became not just slightly faster, but significantly faster. A worker who could install a dashboard in 20 minutes could do it in 5 minutes after doing it 100 times. The steep learning curve led to substantial improvements, but the real innovation was moving the work to the worker, instead of the worker to the work. Instead of craftsmen walking around a stationary car with their tools, the car would move along a line while workers stayed in one spot with their tools organised exactly how they needed them. It sounds obvious now, but it was revolutionary then. It's akin to the difference between a chef frantically gathering ingredients in a kitchen and having everything they need within easy reach. The first assembly line at Ford's Highland Park plant was almost comically simple. They used a rope and pulley system to drag car frames past workers onto a wooden floor. But it worked. The time to build a car dropped from 12 hours to 2.5 hours almost immediately. And this improvement was just the beginning. As they refined the process, adding conveyors and optimising the workflow, the time kept dropping. But here's what made Henry's approach different from other industrialists. He obsessed over the details that made workers' lives better, not just more productive. He studied how high the conveyor belt should be, so workers didn't have to bend over or reach up. He figured out the optimal speed, fast enough to maintain efficiency, but not so fast that workers felt rushed or made mistakes. He was essentially inventing ergonomics, though that word wouldn't be coined for decades. The results were staggering. By 1914, Ford's Highland Park plant could produce more cars in a day than most manufacturers could make in a month. The Model T, which had taken 728 minutes to assemble in 1930, was taking just 93 minutes by 1914. That's not just improvement, that's transformation. But with this efficiency came new challenges. Repetitive work could be mind-numbing. Worker turnover was initially high as people found the work boring compared to the variety of traditional craftsmanship. Henry's solution was typically direct. He paid workers well enough that they wanted to stay. The famous $5 a day wasn't just about buying cars, it was about creating jobs that people actually wanted to keep. This is where Henry's philosophy really shines through. He understood that efficiency without humanity was ultimately self-defeating. Happy workers were productive workers. Well-paid workers were loyal workers. Workers who could afford the products they made were also customers. It was a virtuous cycle that benefited everyone. The assembly line also democratized skill. Previously, making cars required master craftsmen with years of training, but Henry's system could take someone with no experience and make them productive in days. The initiative wasn't about replacing skilled workers, it was about creating a new kind of skilled work. Workers became experts in their specific tasks, often innovating better ways to do their jobs. Other industries took notice. The assembly line principle spread to everything from appliances to electronics to food processing. Even today, when you unwrap a smartphone or open a packaged meal, you're benefiting from principles Henry Ford pioneered. The modern world of abundant, affordable goods traces back to that first rope and pulley system dragging car frames across a factory floor in Detroit. But perhaps the most important thing to understand is that Henry didn't just speed up production, he made it more predictable. Before the assembly line, you never knew exactly when a car would be finished. With the assembly line, you could plan production weeks in advance. This predictability made everything else possible: supply chains, dealer networks, even consumer financing. As you rest tonight, think about how many things in your daily life exist because of Henry's innovations. The device you're listening to this on, the car in your driveway, even the grocery store where you shop, they all owe something to that moment when Henry decided to move the work to the worker instead of the worker to the work. He didn't just change how cars were made, he changed how everything was made. January 5th, 1914 was a day that changed not just Ford Motor Company, but the entire relationship between workers and employers in America. On that day, Henry Ford announced something so radical that newspapers across the country struggled to believe it was real. He was going to pay his workers $5 a day. To understand why the news was so shocking, you need to know that the average industrial wage at the time was about $2.50 a day. Henry wasn't just raising wages, he was more than doubling them. Other business leaders believed Henry was insane. The Wall Street Journal called it an economic crime and predicted it would ruin Ford Motor Company. Competitors were furious, worried that they'd have to raise their wages to compete for workers. But Henry had done his math, and his reasoning was both simple and brilliant. If we pay our workers well, they'll be able to buy our cars. The immediate effect was chaos, but the good kind of chaos. The next morning, thousands of men lined up outside Ford's Highland Park plant, hoping for jobs. Police had to use fire hoses to control the crowds. Word spread that Ford was paying wages that could actually support a family. And workers came from across the country. It was like the gold rush, except instead of searching for gold, people were searching for good jobs. However, Henry's $5 day was not without its limitations. Workers had to meet certain standards, not just at work but in their personal lives. Ford created a sociological department that would visit workers' homes to ensure they were living properly. This meant no drinking, no gambling, keeping a clean house, and sending children to school. By modern standards, the arrangement seems intrusive and paternalistic, but in the context of 1914, many workers saw it as a fair trade, a middle-class wage in exchange for middle-class behaviour. The programme worked better than even Henry expected. Worker turnover dropped to under 20%, down from over 300% annually, meaning they had to hire 3 people for every job just to keep positions filled. Quality improved dramatically. Productivity soared. The workers who stayed were invested in their jobs in a way that had never been seen before in industrial America. But the real revolution was what happened after work. For the first time in American history, you had industrial workers who could afford more than just survival. They could buy homes, not just rent them. They could purchase appliances, furniture, and yes, cars. They could send their children to high school instead of putting them to work at age 14. They could plan for the future instead of just surviving the present day. Henry had essentially created a new social class, the industrial middle class. These weren't farmers or shopkeepers or professionals. They were factory workers who lived like middle-class people. The idea was revolutionary. Throughout history, people who worked with their hands had always been poor. Henry changed that equation. The ripple effects were enormous. When Ford workers could afford to buy homes, the construction industry boomed. When they could afford appliances, the appliance industry grew. When they could afford cars, the entire automotive industry expanded. Henry had discovered something that economists would later call the multiplier effect. When you put money in workers' pockets, they spend it, which creates more jobs, which creates more spending. Other companies slowly began to follow Ford's lead, not out of generosity, but out of necessity. They discovered what Henry had already figured out. Well-paid workers were more productive, more loyal, and more innovative. The idea that paying workers well could build a better business challenged the notion that paying them as little as possible would work. But the $5 day was about more than wages. It was about dignity. For the first time, industrial workers experienced a sense of partnership in the business, rather than being mere components. They had a stake in the company's success because that success directly affected their lives. When the Model T sold well, Ford workers benefited. When the company grew, their job security increased. Henry also understood something that many modern companies have forgotten. Training workers is an investment, not an impulse. The sociological department didn't just monitor workers' behaviour, it provided education and support. Workers could learn English, take classes in personal finance, and get help navigating the bureaucracy of home ownership. Ford was creating not just employees, but citizens. The program wasn't perfect. The intrusion into workers' private lives was problematic, and the standards were sometimes arbitrary and culturally biased. But the fundamental principle that workers should share in the prosperity they help create was revolutionary and remains relevant today. By 1915, Ford workers were buying Model Ts with their own paychecks. Henry's forecast had materialised. His employees had transformed into his clients. More than that, they had become tangible evidence that the American dream was achievable for individuals who employed their hands, not just their minds. As you settle into sleep, imagine what it must have felt like to be a Ford worker in 1915, driving home in a car you built and paid for with wages that seemed impossible just a few years earlier. You weren't just going home from work, you were driving toward a future that previous generations of workers could never have imagined. By the 1920s, something remarkable had happened in America. The country had become mobile in a way that no society in human history had ever been before. Thanks to Henry Ford's vision and the Model T's success, cars were no longer luxury items for the wealthy. They were becoming as common as telephones and electric lights. And this transformation was changing everything about how Americans lived, worked, and thought about themselves. The numbers tell an incredible story. In 1910, approximately 500,000 cars were present throughout the United States. By 1920, there were 9 million. By 1930, there were 26 million. That's not just growth, that's a complete transformation of society. It's like the adoption of smartphones, but even more fundamental because cars changed where people could live, work and play. Think about what this development meant for a typical American family. In 1910, your job options were limited to what you could reach on foot or by streetcar. Neighbourhood stores were the only places you could shop. Your social life was limited to people who lived nearby. Your children's education was limited to the local school. By 1925, all of those limitations had been swept away. The car had given ordinary people a kind of freedom that had previously been available only to the wealthy. The transformation was especially dramatic in rural areas. Farmers had been among the most isolated people in America, sometimes going weeks without seeing anyone outside their immediate family. The Model T changed that overnight. Farmers could drive to town for supplies, attend church regularly, and send their children to better schools. They could get their crops to market faster and cheaper. They could access medical care that had been unreachable before. The car didn't just change rural life, it saved it. But perhaps the most profound change was in how young people lived. Before cars, courtship was a highly supervised affair. Young men would visit young women in their family's parlour, under the watchful eye of parents. The car changed all that. Suddenly young people could go out together, alone, and explore their feelings without constant supervision. It's hard to overstate how revolutionary the invention was. The car didn't just change transportation, it changed romance, marriage, and family formation. Cities began to reshape themselves around the automobile. New suburbs sprang up, connected to downtown areas by roads rather than streetcar lines. Shopping centres moved from downtown to the outskirts, where land was cheaper and parking was abundant. The mall, that quintessentially American institution, was born from the marriage of cars and commerce. People could live in quiet residential areas and commute to work, shop at convenient locations, and still have access to urban amenities. The car also democratized leisure in ways that are difficult to imagine today. Before cars, vacation travel was something only the wealthy could afford. Working families might take a day trip to a nearby lake or park, but real travel required trains and hotels that were beyond most people's budgets. The car changed that. Families could pack up and drive to national parks, beaches or mountains. They could camp along the way, making vacation travel affordable for the first time. This phenomenon gave birth to an entirely new industry, roadside America. Gas stations, motor courts, the predecessors of motels, diners, and tourist attractions sprang up along major highways. Route 66, the famous highway from Chicago to Los Angeles, became a symbol of American freedom and adventure. Railroads had bypassed small towns, but if they happened to be along a major highway, they suddenly found themselves back on the map. But the car revolution wasn't just about leisure, it was about opportunity. Workers could live in one place and work in another, which meant they could choose jobs based on quality rather than just proximity. Businesses could locate where land was cheaper and still attract workers. The entire economic geography of America was being redrawn by the automobile. Henry Ford had predicted this transformation, but even he was probably surprised by how quickly and completely it happened. The Model T had become more than just a product. It was the catalyst for a new way of life. Americans were becoming a mobile people, always ready to move toward better opportunities, new experiences, and different ways of living. The psychological impact was just as important as the practical one. Owning a car gave people a sense of control over their lives that they'd never had before. They weren't dependent on streetcar schedules or limited to walking distance. They could make decisions about where and when to go there. It was a kind of personal freedom that was entirely new in human experience. Of course, this transformation brought challenges too. Traffic jams, parking problems, and air pollution were the price of mobility. Traditional communities began to break down as people became more mobile and less tied to specific neighbourhoods. The car enabled suburbanization, which had both positive and negative effects on American society. But for most Americans in the 1920s, the car represented pure possibility. It was the physical embodiment of the American dream, the idea that with hard work and determination you could go anywhere and become anything. Henry Ford had built more than just an affordable car, he had built a machine that made dreams feel achievable. Imagine the excitement of a family in 1925, packing their Model T for their first real vacation, heading out on roads that led to places they'd only read about in books. They weren't just driving, they were exploring a new kind of freedom that their parents could never have imagined. As we reach the end of our story, it's worth reflecting on just how completely Henry Ford changed not just America, but the world. By the time he died in 1947, the boy who took apart pocket watches on a Michigan farm fundamentally altered how people lived, worked, and thought about the future. But his legacy goes far beyond the millions of cars that rolled off his assembly lines. Henry's greatest achievement wasn't technical, it was philosophical. He proved that mass production and high wages could work together, that efficiency and humanity weren't opposites, and that the people who made things should also be able to afford them. His approach wasn't just a business strategy, it was a new way of thinking about the relationship between work and prosperity. The principles Henry pioneered, standardization, continuous improvement, and treating workers as partners rather than just labour, became the foundation of modern manufacturing. When you buy something today that's both high quality and affordable, you're benefiting from ideas that Henry Ford developed in his Detroit factories. From smartphones to furniture to food, the modern world of abundant consumer goods traces back to those early assembly lines. But perhaps Henry's most important contribution was proving that innovation could be democratic. Before Ford, most new technologies were luxury items that gradually became more affordable. Henry reversed that process. He started with the goal of making cars affordable for everyone, then figured out how to make them efficiently. He began with the customer, not the technology, and that customer-first approach revolutionized how businesses think about innovation. The social changes Henry set in motion were even more profound than the economic ones. The automobile culture he created, the freedom to live where you want, work where you want, and travel where you want, became central to the American identity. The suburbs, the shopping mall, the family road trip, the drive-in restaurant, even the drive-through bank, all of these trace back to Henry's decision to make cars affordable for ordinary families. Henry also demonstrated something that many modern companies struggle with: the power of long-term thinking. While his competitors focused on quarterly profits, Henry was thinking in decades. He understood that building a sustainable business meant creating a sustainable society where workers could afford to be customers, where efficiency served humanity rather than replacing it, and where innovation made life better for everyone, not just the wealthy. The influence of Henry's ideas extended far beyond the automotive industry. The assembly line principle transformed manufacturing across every sector. The concept of paying workers well enough to be customers influenced labour policy for generations. The idea that mass production could create prosperity rather than just profit became a cornerstone of American economic policy. But Henry's story also teaches us about the complexity of change. The same innovations that created suburban prosperity also contributed to urban decay. The freedom of the automobile came with costs: pollution, traffic, and the decline of public transportation. The efficiency of mass production sometimes came at the expense of craftsmanship and individual creativity. Every revolution brings both benefits and challenges, and Henry's was no exception. What made Henry special wasn't that he was perfect, he certainly wasn't. He could be stubborn, sometimes to the point of damaging his own company. His paternalistic approach to worker welfare would be unacceptable today. His later embrace of automation over employment showed the limits of his vision. But what made him remarkable was his ability to see beyond the immediate problem to the larger possibilities. Today, as we face new revolutions in technology and work, Henry's example remains relevant. His approach, starting with human needs rather than technical capabilities, thinking about workers as partners rather than costs, and believing that innovation should serve everyone, not just the few, offers lessons for our digital age. When you drive your car tomorrow, remember that you're not just using a machine, you're participating in a revolution that began with a young man who couldn't resist taking things apart to see how they worked. When you buy something that's both high quality and affordable, you're benefiting from principles that Henry Ford pioneered over a century ago. Henry proved that work can provide not just survival, but prosperity. The boy who left his father's farm to work in Detroit factories became the man who showed the world that technology could serve humanity, that efficiency could coexist with fairness, and that innovation could create opportunities for everyone. He didn't just change how cars were made, he changed how we think about work, prosperity, and the possibilities of American life. As you settle into sleep tonight, remember that you're living in the world that Henry Ford helped create, a world where ordinary people can afford extraordinary things, where innovation serves humanity, and where the next great breakthrough might come from someone who simply refuses to accept that things have to be done the way they've always been done. Remember, every revolution begins with someone brave enough to imagine that things could be different. The day my old name died began with crows on the battlements and ended with a circlet of hammered gold pressing a red welt into my brow. I had lived 17 winters as a foster son. Arthur was fit only to muck stalls at Sir Ector's holdings in the Welsh marches. Yet here I stood in a chill sunrise at Camelot, wind off the usk tasting of iron filings, while lords who had never met me raised spears in acclaim. The heralds trumpeted, "Pendrag!" and my ribs fluttered like a quail's. I will not pretend the cheering felt noble. It felt terrifying, as though a roaring sea had broken through the courtyard gate. Sir Kay whispered, "Hold the sword higher, brother, they need to see you." My arm shook under the hilt's surprising heft. Excalibur, Merlin called it Caldfolk, the hard bright cleaver, had looked weightless in the stone, but wielded, it was equal to a ploughshare in wet clay. As sunlight ran down the fuller, the onlookers strained forward. Hedge knights in patched mail, sleek barons whose rings smelled of civet, and barefoot children craning between guard shields. One could map the fractures in Britain by their faces, angles tight-lipped beside downtrodden Romano-British magistrates, Cymri hill kings glaring at Northumbrian envoys. All of them watched the orphan who had slipped a sword from an anvil when worthier men could not. That first week passed in parchment dust and the clack of tally sticks. My new counsellors educated me mercilessly. Grain levies were overdue in the Wye Valley. Mercian raiders had burned the monastery of Iltud, and the Royal Mint in Winchester lacked silver for coin dies. I listened, numb, and when I spoke it was mostly to ask why. Why did a salt tax vary between counties? Why did we tithe fish to Rome when Rome was ashes? Each reason produced new corridors of ignorance for me to explore in secret. Night brought no truce. Merlin, maddeningly serene, met me in the candlelit library of the old Roman basilica. He smelled of peat smoke and elderflower wine. "The crown is a mask, Arthur," he told me while aligning dusty scrolls about irrigation. "Wear it too loosely and it slips, wear it too tightly and it blinds." I wanted instruction, not metaphor, but his lessons remained riddles. He had not taught me to retrieve Excalibur for his amusement. He meant me to retrieve a future no one else dared picture. Sleep refused me. I lay in the solar on wolfskin blankets, listening to the wind whistle through arrow slits, revisiting the moment the blade slid free. The scrape of metal echoed in my memory, akin to a key reluctantly unlocking a locked childhood. My pulse quickened until dawn, and with dawn came fresh petitions. A widow from Gwent begged remission of scutage. A Gaulish mason offered to rebuild the Roman bridge at Venta if I would guarantee free toll for pilgrims. I granted both, half from pity, half because they cost only my signature. On the 7th day I mounted a nervous mare and rode the perimeter of Caerleon's outer palisade alone. Frost clung to dead bracken, mist curled between apple stumps where orchards had been raised for siege timbers. I thought, this is my acreage of sorrow to tend. Yet I also saw promise, fields where spring barley could root if given peace, kilns that might fire roof tiles instead of slingstones. By the time I reined in, the sun had melted the frost into silver rivulets. Hope, I realised, was a crop that required cultivation as deliberate as wheat. Before evensong, I convened a rookie council of blacksmiths, scribes, and 2 abbots who smelled of vellum glue. I invited them to Birkund and speak first, keen to hear sentences unclouded by flattery. they were shocked into plainness. Smiths wanted charcoal quotas, scribes wanted tariffs on imported papyrus lowered, and abbots wanted safe conduct for pilgrims. I promised nothing, recorded everything. When the assembly disbanded, Sir Kay slapped my shoulder. "You looked like a king," he lied. I felt more like a bucket catching leaks in a storm-patched roof. Still, that night as rain drummed the shutters, I wrote a single line into my ledger. A throne is not a chair, but a question asked daily. In that admission, I finally understood what Merlin had meant. The mask must never harden. The wearer must keep adjusting the fit or risk seeing nothing at all. By the time the crows returned to the battlements, I was ready to ask another question. War councils smelled of damp wool, horse sweat and candle grease. Ours convened on a ridge above the Vale of Dortmore, where Saxon banners glittered like rows of wet scales in the distance. Gawain sketched deployment arcs with a charcoal nub on his buckler's inside. Archers here, heavy spears there, while Lady Gwen Hwyfar read out casualty projections from a carved tablet. In that moment I saw the Round Table not as furniture but as an algebra. Variables shifting until valour equalled victory with minimum unknowns. We fought at first light, hoarfrost crunching under greaves. Trumpets blew a sour brassy note that made my teeth hurt. I led Calidor's cavalry wing, 200 destriers snorting steam. Gawain, brilliant and reckless, angled the infantry phalanx 15 degrees off the expected axis. The Saxons misread the feint, plunging into our kill pocket where marshy ground devoured their footing. The real slaughter, though, occurred at the ford of Barn. Kay blocked it with a shield wall 3 men thick, forcing enemy cohorts east where our slingers perched among leaf-bare alders. Stones whistled, helmets dented. By noon the river was pinkish, yet triumph tasted metallic. I walked among the fallen wearing a surgeon's grimace, instructing squires to bind the wounded regardless of allegiance. A captured Saxon boy no older than 12 tried to spit at me but produced only blood. Holding his gaze, I ordered bandages. Mercy is harder than steel. It resists tempering and bends toward fatigue. My captain muttered I was naive. I reminded them that a terrorized enemy often regroups in the dark while a respected one hesitates before recrossing the border. Afterward, we quartered in a half-ruined Roman amphitheatre nearby. The curved seating became crude barracks. Rain filtered through collapsed vaults, pooling in the arena where gladiators once bled under imperial applause. I addressed the fighters from the old emperor's box. What we win in fear we lose in seasons to come. Rule by respect, and we plant hedges no sword can shear. Some nodded, some scoffed, but the words lodged like seeds. The campaign dragged into winter. We learned to move on frozen ground, sledging supplies on ox-drawn travois. My gauntlets cracked from the cold. The smell of pine pitch replaced blossom in my memory. On Solstice Eve, snow swirling like ghost feathers, I found Merlin alone by a ruined milestone reciting a fragment of Virgil about husbandry. Even empires, he murmured, beginners' fences to keep goats from eating winter wheat. I laughed despite fatigue. He never preached, he implied. By spring peace chatter reached us from Saxon envoys. I drafted terms on scraped sheepskin, a boundary set at the limestone ridge, hostages exchanged but treated as honoured guests, and intermarriage encouraged to weld bloodlines. Gawain bristled, wanting a punitive march. Gwen Hwyfar, ever pragmatic, pointed out we lacked surplus grain to feed conquered households. The council split until I invoked the fording scene, how our mercy had softened Saxon resolve. Reluctantly they consented. Signing the treaty took place in a smoky timber hall north of the new border. Both sides brought bards to witness. I clasped forearms with Eldred, a war-cautious alderman whose beard reeked of mead. He muttered, "Your sword could have drunk deeper." I replied, "But your grandchildren will sip cider in orchards we did not burn." His belly laugh rattled roof beams. Alliances sometimes germinate in unexpected soil. In the months after, the Vale of Dortmore greened under truce. I requisitioned stonemasons to repair weirs, reopened Roman causeways and established a bilingual toll house where erstwhile enemies haggled over salt weight using standardized counterstones. Commerce often clinches what diplomacy initiates. Seeing Saxon traders bow to Cymry clerks over tariff receipts thrilled me as much as any martial cheer. Privately I wrestled nightmares. blood-slick reeds, dying boys with accents I barely understood, and my crown dipped in gore. Gwen Wyfar found me pacing ramparts and urged prayer. I preferred ledgers. I tallied war costs, lost ploughshares, orphan stipends, and forced the numbers to speak. They said moderation was cheaper than triumph. They never lied. One damp morning, while Oliver the quartermaster complained about dwindling pitch reserves, a courier arrived bearing a wreath of river reeds from Ildred, to the king who waters peace. I pinned it in the council chamber above our campaign map. Some mocked the rustic token, others touched it like a relic. For me, it represented both a reminder that swords end battles and a recognition that agreements end wars. Thus, my second year of kingship closed not with a coronation feast, but with an accounting ledger and a wreath made by a former foe. I slept soundly that night for the first time since lifting the blade. Camelot was never marble. It was coarse sandstone sweating lichen, scaffolds creaking like old knees. Yet visitors entering its magnificent hall felt something rare, a geometry of fellowship. Round tables, contrary to gossip, are terrible for hierarchy and perfect for candour. My smiths forged a 30-seat monster from oak and riveted iron bands. It smelled of resin and rain on the day we slid it into place. The crack it made across the flagstones felt like a knell tolling for privilege. Within a month, debates at that board ranged from maritime tariffs to whether owls could predict frost. Sir Bedivere cited Alder Ring thickness charts. Dame Rhiannon cross-checked shipping dockets from Cornish ports. Laughter flared, daggers flashed into tabletops for emphasis, but each voice found equal purchase. I learned to moderate like a choirmaster, coaxing melody from an opinion. Court politics, I discovered, is less duel than duet. Themes offered, harmonies tested, discord resolved or embraced as counterpoint. Social experiments, however, breed social consequences. My barons grumbled that Franklin farmers now supped alongside them during harvest councils. One sneered that peasants stank of manure. I replied sweetly, "So does the earth we all depend upon." The retort earned silent respect and silent enemies. Soon, anonymous leaflets with still tacky ink accused me of hobnobbing with swineherds while I neglected noble bloodlines. I left the pamphlets tacked to gateposts. Nothing defangs slander like daylight. Domestic alliances formed in subtler currents. Gwen Wyfar established a guild of herbalists, recruiting peasant women whose willow bark tinctures outperformed monastic leechcraft. Knights wounded in jousts found themselves dosed with poultices prepared by hands they once dismissed. Healing, unlike war, proved indifferent to pedigree. Watching the queen kneel beside a tanner's daughter, grinding sage into salve, reminded me governance can bloom at ground level. Evenings rippled with softer intrigues. Minstrels sang Breton lays, jugglers tossed iron apples, Lancelot, bright as dawn on new steel, led sparring exhibitions that drew appreciative gasps. My admiration for him was a delicate balance. I felt pride in having a fierce comrade, but also unease at the way Gwen Wyfar's eyes shone like moonlight when Lancelot bowed. I told myself trust is stronger than jealousy. My heart argued otherwise in sleepless whispers. I commissioned a scriptorium, hiring Greek copyists formerly marooned in Exeter by piracy. They illuminated legal codices with celadon inks rendering statutes almost luminous. Literacy rates crept upward as stewards demanded to read decrees rather than memorise them. When a reeve from Devon petitioned for the right to cite code in a land dispute and won, the cheers in the hall outshone any tournament roar. Words became both weapons and shields, and every child who learned to etch letters into wax inherited a small amount of power. Religion, that restless fox, prowled our henhouse. Rome's emissaries urged higher tithes. Druids insisted the spring equinox remain a feast day. My compromise, dual calendars, The offerings did not fully satisfy either sect, but they helped to prevent riots. Unity, I learned, is not homogeneity. It is the artful overlap of dissimilar circles. Merlin called it interlaced sovereignty, like Celtic knotwork where strands meet, part, and meet again without severing. Still, friction sparked. When a knight struck a serf for stepping on his cloak, I hauled the offender before the round table and fined him triple the annual grain tribute he collected. Outrage roared among old families. Peasants toasted in cider lofts. Justice, though blind, is rarely silent. Between crises I sought quiet with Gwen Wyfar in the orchard courtyard, where our first apple crop dangled. She confessed fear of plague, invasion, and her childlessness. I confessed fear of a kingdom buoyed by my charisma rather than structural strength. Charisma dies, she said. So do kings. We resolved to embed redundancies. Delegate treasury to 3 co-stewards, rotate militia captains quarterly, and copy archive scrolls in triplicate. We decided to govern by scaffolding, not by personality. One amber dusk, troubadours rehearsed a ballad calling me Rex Quondam, Rex Futurus, the once and future king. The phrase sent a cold shiver along my spine. Legends petrify living men into symbols. Symbols risk shattering under inquiry. I walked out before they could finish, and spent the night in the smithy helping sharpen scythes for harvest volunteers. Sparks bit my sleeves, iron rang in my bones. Real kingship, I reminded myself, smelled not of incense but of hot metal and tough questions. As autumn fog muffled Camelot, I watched ravens pinwheel over parapets. Their calls sounded like quarrels from a distance, like counsel at close range. I listened for patterns, hoping that amidst the cause and council squabbles, I could still discern the rhythm of the realm, chaotic, diverse and vibrant. Love, when braided with rulership, frays at stress points. I learned the truth the night Gwenhwyfar failed to return from Vespers. Lantern in hand, I combed the cloisters until dawn, finding only footprints and stone-cold beeswax. She reappeared at sunrise, cloak damp, claiming prayer had carried her beyond time. I believed her until a squire whispered of Lancelot's horse seen tethered near the aqueduct ruins. Jealousy can outpace any charger. That morning I presided over petitions with iron politeness, but parchment edges shredded under my grip. Rumours possess a multifaceted nature. A spilled cup in the refectory became proof of an adulterous pact. A misfiled stable roster mutated into clandestine rendezvous. I addressed none directly, hoping discretion might starve speculation. Instead, it fattened. Lancelot avoided my gaze during lance drills. Gwenhwyfar busied herself in the herb garden, eyes rimmed red. Merlin, sensing fracture, suggested a pilgrimage to St. Albans for conjugal renewal. I nearly laughed. Miracles of the sacred spring would not mend brittle trust. War interrupted scandal. Pictish raids harried our northern garrisons, forcing a muster at Hadrian's broken wall. In frigid drizzle I marched alongside Lancelot, sharing campfire silence as men sharpened seax blades. On the eve of engagement, he finally spoke. "My loyalty is yours," he whispered, his voice as raw as peat smoke. I wished he had said affection or even desire, words that might name the shadow between us. Instead, loyalty, that slippery coin, rolled into darkness. Battle against the Picts proved brutal but brief. Their skirmishers scattered after our heavy horse flanked them through misty birch copses. The victory did not alleviate my emotions. On return I found Gwenhwyfar pale and fevered. She had miscarried, a secret child I'd never known she carried. Grief welded us strangely. We wept together beneath quilts while rain scratched the shutters like quills scripting tragedy. Suspicion for a while drowned beneath shared loss. Court, however, has no patience for the private mourning. Accusers soon hissed that the lost babe bore not Pendragon blood but Lancelot's. In fury I convened a closed tribunal, Gawain, Morgan, and Dame Rhiannon as adjudicators. Evidence proved vaporous, testimony coloured by envy. The panel dismissed charges, yet acquittal cannot erase insinuation. Lancelot requested leave for solitary penance. Gwenhwyfar prayed daily in the chapel's darkest niche. A hairline crack in the kingdom's foundation spread like frost under paint. Politics sensed weakness. Mordred, my nephew fostered at court, began cultivating malcontents, dispossessed barons and debt-burdened merchants. His rhetoric skewered my egalitarian reforms. Arthur feeds peasants but starves chivalry. Listening from behind a tapestry, I recognised hunger in his tone, not for justice but for my throne. Betrayal by blood weighed heavier than adultery's rumour. Yet I hesitated. Public reprimand might martyr him. I sought Merlin's counsel at midnight under a sky brazed by aurora. He traced constellations in the frost on the parapet. "A king must prune to save the orchard," he said, "but not all blossoms you sever are weeds." His riddles, once charming, now exhausted me. I snapped, speak plainly." He touched my shoulder, weightless, pitying. "Find the true root," he answered, "or rot will claim trunk and fruit alike." The next day I ordered a tournament to channel courtly aggression. Jousts clanged, banners snapped, and the populace roared approval. Lancelot, newly returned, unseated every challenger until only Mordred remained. Their final pass ended in a splintering collision. Mordred toppled, Lancelot's lance buried in turf. Cheers erupted, but Mordred rose grinning, blood on his lip. "Behold your champion," he called to the stands, "friend to queen and king alike." Applause faltered. Suspicion rekindled. The acclaim seemed to exile Lancelot as he bowed stiffly and left the field. That evening I stared into a silver basin, watching torchlight ripple across water like molten doubt. Choices presented themselves like duelists: expose the affair and risk civil fracture, swallow pride and risk moral decay, or punish rumour and risk tyranny. None felt royal, all felt human. In the end I chose delay, believing time could cauterize wounds. History would call that indecision. Yet in that moment I was still the boy of 17, a crown too big, calculating that love, even bruised, was lighter to bear than bloodshed. I clasped the circlet, straightened my spine, and prepared for whatever scabbard destiny would draw next. Not every saga of rule is wrought in steel. Many unfold in barley. 3 summers after the Pictish affair, drought crisped the Midlands. Streams shrank to pebble staircases, and sheep nibbled dust. My granary ledgers bled red ink. Famine is a slower blade than war, but kills as surely. I summoned economists, though we lacked that word, for emergency council. Gawain, pragmatic as ever, advised seizing surplus from hoarding barons. Gwen Wyfar proposed seed grants and communal mills. Lancelot, recently returned from self-imposed exile, offered to escort relief convoys. Amid logistical squabbling, a monk named Galen arrived bearing tales of a relic, a chalice reputed to refill inexhaustibly, a grail. He claimed it lay hidden in the ruined valley of Anar, guarded by faith rather than fortification. Hungry people, overhearing, seized upon myth, the way parched lips cling to dream water. Soon pilgrims clogged crossroads, abandoning ploughs and plumb lines to search holy gullies. Grain yields plummeted further. I recognized danger. Scarcity breeds credulity. Credulity begets chaos. Yet I also recognized narrative power. Merlin once said stories are scaffolds humans climb to reach outcomes reason alone cannot fetch. So I sanctioned an exploratory quest, not to chase miracles but to restore focus. Lancelot would lead, Galen would guide, I would underwrite supplies. Behind closed doors I told them, return with truth, not talisman. Truth sells dearer in famine. They departed in midsummer while I remained to wrestle spreadsheets of oats versus population. I dispatched riders to confiscate hoards at cost plus 10%, a fair premium. Barons balked, K enforced, wagons rolled. At night I walked incognito through village alehouses, listening to whispers. Some cursed me as a grain thief. Others blessed me for flatbread still warm in ash ovens. Approval, I learned, is never unanimous. Effective policy courts equal praise and scorn. Meanwhile, Gwenwyfar organised spinning circles where idle hands produced linen to trade for imported rye. The queen who once orchestrated lute recitals now bartered thread counts against caloric yield. Her eyes lost some brightness but gained steadiness. Partnership, we discovered anew, could transcend romance. In autumn, the questing party returned, gaunt, mud-streaked and empty-handed. They found no grail. Instead, they discovered a collapsed monastery library where architectural fragments indicated that Roman aqueduct channels had rerouted spring water underground. Gallian wept. His faith cracked. Lancelot knelt. A slab of marble etched with Latin, reading Aqueducta vivificat, drawn water brings life, was proffered before me. We found an engineering marvel, he murmured, not a miracle. I hugged him publicly, declaring the inscription a holy message directing us to practical salvation. We mobilised masons to rehabilitate those subterranean channels. When water surfaced again in frost-stiff fields, Gallian proclaimed it sign enough. Pilgrims returned to ploughs. Barley germinated in resurrected soil. Famine abated not by chalice but by limestone, leverage and labour. Still, bards sang of a grail uncovered. Hope prefers cup imagery to culverts. I let the myth stand. If people sleep easier, believing Providence favoured them, let them dream. The grain crisis taught me economics is theology wrapped in numbers. To feed bodies, we must first feed belief that tomorrow's loaf exists. Without that trust, coin hoards vault upward like drawbridges, cutting off circulation. The Round Table issued the first bread depository notes, parchment chits guaranteeing a fixed ration redeemable in any county granary. Some scholars called it proto-currency. Peasants called it Arthur's word. In either tongue, famine loosened its grip. During the harvest festival, I addressed the gathered throng beneath bundled sheaves stacked like copper obelisks. The grail we sought, I said, proved to be the will to work together. Sceptical grunts mixed with cheers, but I sensed a new tone in the crowd, a spark of civic confidence. Legends may spark action, yet outcomes are rooted in the tangible. My realm learned that year how infrastructure can masquerade as a miracle if narrated properly. When the revel subsided, Gwen Hwyfar and I walked the orchard path under lanterns. We spoke no word of Lancelot or miscarriage, only of next year's seed strains and the colour of dawn on ripening grain. We discovered that peace was as quotidian and delicate as spider silk woven across plough furrows, easily broken, readily rewoven. In my journal, I recorded the observation that a king is half granary clerk and half storyteller. Forget either half, and the kingdom starves. Merlin later read the line, chuckled, and pronounced it the truest magic I would ever wield. Prosperity irritates complacent adversaries. 5 winters after the drought, Norse longships knifed into 7 estuaries, disgorging warriors armoured in bear pelts. Their raids threatened our trade arteries. I mobilised a coalition. Cymri slingers, Anglian bowmen, and Saxon auxiliaries bound by the old Dortmund Treaty. Even Mordred, ageing into statesman-like gravity, pledged spearmen. Our muster at Dyffryn Clwyd was the largest Britain had seen in generations. On the eve of battle, a red storm birthed thunderhead anvils that blotted out stars. Superstitious murmurs surged. I convened the army around beacon fires and spoke not of divine mandate but of shared markets, shared marriages, and shared bread. Who here eats grain milled beyond his parish? Hands rose. Who drinks cider pressed by folk with foreign grandmothers? More hands. Then you already fight together every harvest. Tomorrow only formalises what you practice. Silence. A thoughtful one answered. Combat exploded at dawn. Norse berserkers bellowed under horn blasts, rushing our vanguard like river ice. My centre buckled. I rode the perimeter, rallying foot archers into wedge formation. Bedivere redirected reserves through willow scrub to flank their shield wall. The rain slicked the helms and the clay sucked the boots. I witnessed death up close, a flute-voiced page skewered through lungs, a Pictish mercenary slipping on entrails, and a priest clutching a splintered crucifix like a cudgel. War's indiscriminate appetite never altered. Mid-melee, I locked eyes with the Norse Jarl, a giant crowned by a raven helm. He charged, axe screeching against my shield, driving me backwards until Excalibur caught the haft and sheared it. Sparks showered, his helm skewed, exposing startled blue irises. Before I could finish, a Saxon ally intercepted with a spear thrust. The Jarl fell. Victory pivoted in that flicker, a coalition's blade saving a king who once viewed Saxons only as foemen. Irony tastes metallic indeed. By dusk, the surviving enemies fled toward the surf, leaving behind a silence filled with death. Our dead lay interlaced, no regard for ethnicity, just stillness. I ordered a shared burial mound, no segregation by tribe, and inscribed a lintel. They sowed defence, we reap tomorrow. Some scoffed at the sentimentality, yet I needed living minds to remember costs. That night, huddled under rain-patched canvas, I felt an old wound near my ribs throb like a metronome. Gwen Hwyfar sat beside me, her hand steadying the poultice. We said little, understanding conversation would garnish exhaustion with regret. Out beyond tent walls, bards tuned lyres to weave victory into oral tapestry before grief cooled. Legend works fastest on fresh blood. Mordred approached at dawn, helmet under arm, expression unreadable. He congratulated me, yet something in his posture, too straight, too silent, troubled me. Rumour later whispered he coveted the admiration my battlefield survival commanded. I made a mental note. Watch the nephew whose smile revealed more teeth than warmth. We returned to Camelot trailing wagons of wounded. Cheers greeted us, but eyes quickly flicked to casualty carts. Triumphs age rapidly when widows count absences. I declared a fortnight of mourning before any celebration, and the court accepted this decision. However, merchants were concerned about the potential loss of revenue. In council, we moved to fortify estuary beacons, create river patrols, and negotiate neutrality pacts with Danish settlements. Strategy matured. Not conquer, but discourage. The kingdom's fabric, now densely woven, discouraged single-thread repairs. Weeks later, Merlin, gaunt, cough-ridden, visited my solar. He traced campaign maps with a shaking finger, pronouncing the realm near its zenith. I asked, "What follows zenith?" He answered, "Shadow, unless vigilance burns like a second dawn." He then placed a raven feather on my desk. "Ravens remember kindness, but feast on complacency," he said, departing before I framed a response. I stared long at that feather. Had complacency already nested in my council? Mordred's stiff congratulations replayed. Gwen Hwyfar's lingering sadness remained unresolved. Lancelot's loyalty persisted, yet felt fragile. Victory, paradoxically, highlighted the fractures that success had only partially sealed. Victory, similar to forged steel, is hard yet susceptible to hidden cracks caused by the quenching process. Still, I slept that night, content that the realm endured. On the window ledge, the raven feather quivered in the breeze. I dreamt I planted it in soil, and it sprouted into a black-leaved tree, casting complicated shade. When I woke, dawn pulled gold on the horizon, indifferent yet generous. The kingdom breathed for now. Peace unravelled 3 years later, not by foreign sail, but by domestic ambition. Mordred, bolstered by disaffected nobles and whispers of my failing vigour, declared the realm should move from sentimental roundness to firm straight lines. His manifestos, crisp vellum, gold ink, decried my tolerance as weakness and my mixed counsels as corruption of lineage. Older knights shrugged, younger captains listened. Momentum tilts kingdoms. I confronted Mordred in the council hall. The air smelled of damp rushes and old tallow. He argued succession law, claiming Pendragon blood entitled him to regency, while I convalesced from battle fatigue. My anger sharpened my voice, leading me to label him as an oathbreaker. Yet I hesitated to order an arrest. Family and precedent tangled my judgment. That hesitation granted him nightfall to abscond north with 300 lancers, the treasury's reserve gold, and a captive, Gwen Hwyfar. The pursuit culminated at Camelot's mist-shrouded plain. The rain fell heavily. Our armies formed up under a slate sky, transforming the round table ideal into a geometric horror. Before the charge, I attempted parley. I offered exile and a stipend in Armorica. Mordred laughed, calling me a relic. We clashed. Battle consumed vision and hearing until only pulse remained. I found Mordred amid briar thickets, red plumes soaked. Words failed. Swords spoke. His style mirrored mine, tempered by resentment. We traded blows until Excalibur cleaved his shield. He lunged at me, wielding iron in both fists, and stabbed my thigh. Pain detonated behind my eyes, but I pivoted Excalibur upward into his cuirass. The sword lodged in bone, his breath exited like extinguished bellows. He whispered, "Round ends here," then collapsed, pulling my balance with him. I tore the blade free, but I staggered as my thigh wound gushed warmth into the mud. Chaos ebbed by dusk. Both armies, leaderless, withdrew in wounded whimpers. I lay under thorny hawthorn, rain stinging the wound. Gwen Hwyfar found me hours later, face streaked with ash. She pressed linen, tears mixing with blood. Lights blurred, her voice sounded like surf on a distant shore. I felt softness, perhaps Lancelot's cloak cover me. Someone wept the old Breton lament reserved for harvest deaths. They ferried me to Avalon's marshy isle, accompanied by Merlin and 3 cloaked priestesses. Night herons shrieked overhead. In a reed-roofed hospice I hovered between sleep and echo. Merlin murmured, "Kings do not die, they redistribute into stories." I wanted to ask about grain reserves and treaty renewal, mundane legacies, but speech faltered. Gwen Hwyfar squeezed my hand, the first uncomplicated gesture in years. At dawn's haze I instructed Bedivere to return Excalibur to the lake. Twice he balked, unwilling to discard legend. The third time he hurled the blade into the mist. A silver arm, they say, rose to claim it. I never witnessed it, yet I believe some objects deserve mythic custody once human hands exhaust them. Breath thinned. I recalled frost on my first crown morning, the wreath of reeds from Eldred, The grain vouchers, children scribbling letters, Saxon traders bowing at toll houses, Gwen Hwyfar's herb guild, and Lancelot's spear snapping on Mordred's shield. None of it is perfect, but all of it is real. I hoped history would keep at least fragments intact. As the skylight brightened, I released Gwen Hwyfar's fingers. She kissed my temple, murmuring forgiveness neither of us fully understood. Merlin whispered the final riddle. The once and future king. Not a promise of bodily return, but a warning that any generation may need to wear responsibility anew. I exhaled, tasting apple blossom carried on a salt breeze. When consciousness lifted, I saw not gates of paradise, but a vast round table of faceless figures debating drought relief and treaty clauses. I smiled. Work continues. The vision receded. Silence arrived. Coda, chronicle of the Ledger King monks who recorded the Camelot ruin, would later puzzle over the scarcity of gold loot. Gwen Hwyfar had secretly donated treasury bars to rebuild the hamlets that had been displaced. Lancelot vanished into hermitage, copying agricultural treatises for posterity. The Round Table burned in a later siege, yet charcoal shards discovered centuries later bore scratches of early property law. Legends took shape in other places, transforming my identity into a romantic ideal. That is acceptable. Let songbirds have the shiny fragments while archivists hold the ledgers. If you, ambitious reader, seek guidance from my experiences, consider this. Kingship, parenting, project management, marriage, and citizenship all require a similar approach. Knees unlocked, centre of gravity forward, one question always ahead. What does the next dawn require? Ask it each morning, crown or no crown. Then lift whatever sword, ledger or ladle the work demands, and remember grain sometimes matters more than grails. Margaret Holloway had always prided herself on being the sort of person who read instruction manuals. Particularly for toasters, her insurance company continued to mention the incident from 19 years ago in hushed, traumatised tones. So when she inherited her great-aunt Millicent's peculiar collection of antiques, including what appeared to be a medieval astrolabe made of suspiciously modern materials, she naturally assumed there would be documentation. There wasn't. What there was, tucked behind the device like a guilty afterthought, was a post-it note reading, "Don't touch the blue bits when Mercury is in retrograde. M." Margaret, who possessed both a master's degree in library science and a healthy scepticism toward astrological nonsense, promptly touched the blue bits. It was Tuesday morning. She had already dealt with 3 passive-aggressive emails from her supervisor, and Mercury could frankly retrograde itself into the sun for all she cared. The astrolabe hummed. This was Margaret's first indication that perhaps Great-Aunt Millicent had been more eccentric than previously documented. The second indication was the way her kitchen began folding itself inside out like origami designed by a mathematician having an existential crisis. "Oh, bollocks," Margaret said, which were destined to be the last words spoken in her ranch-style home in suburban Ohio for approximately 700 years. The world transformed into a pretzel, infused with cosmic salt, and offered itself to the universe, accompanied by temporal displacement. Margaret found herself lying face down in what smelled suspiciously like a combination of horses, unwashed humans, and regret. When she lifted her head, she discovered she was wearing a brown woolen dress that itched in places she didn't know could itch, and her sensible flats had been replaced by leather things that appeared to have been crafted by someone who had only heard footwear described second-hand. Around her, a medieval village conducted its morning business with the sort of casual chaos that suggested this was perfectly normal Tuesday behaviour. A man chased a pig while shouting what Margaret assumed were medieval profanities. A woman emptied a chamber pot from a second-story window with the practised aim of someone who had clearly done this before. Children played in the dirt with sticks, apparently finding the activity the height of entertainment. Margaret sat up slowly, her librarian instincts immediately cataloguing the historical inconsistencies. The architecture was wrong for any specific period she could identify. The clothing was a mixture of styles spanning roughly 3 centuries. Was the man over there wearing what appeared to be a digital watch? "Is this your first time?" asked a voice behind her. Margaret turned to find a woman in her 50s, wearing robes that managed to look both authentically medieval and suspiciously well-tailored. Her smile was knowing, and her teeth were far too straight for someone living in the pre-dental era. "May I ask for your pardon?" Margaret asked. Margaret asked, then immediately regretted it. In her experience, begging anyone's pardon in an unfamiliar situation typically led to complications. Time travel, the woman clarified, as if the solution were obvious. You've got that look. You've recently realised that physics is more of a suggestion than a law. I'm Sister Agatha, formerly Dr. Agnes Whitmore, of the Cambridge Medieval History Department. And you're clearly not from around here, temporally speaking. Margaret stared. This is impossible. Oh, honey, Sister Agatha laughed, a sound that carried distinct notes of hysteria carefully controlled through years of practice. Impossible was last Tuesday. This is just inconvenient. Come on, let's get you oriented before the anachronism police show up. The what now? But Sister Agatha was already walking away, her robes swishing with the authority of someone who had learned to navigate both medieval politics and university bureaucracy. Margaret scrambled to follow, her new shoes making sounds like frustrated cats on the cobblestones. As they walked through the village, Margaret noticed more inconsistencies. A blacksmith hammered what looked suspiciously like a smartphone case. A merchant sold authentic medieval remedies from bottles that clearly bore modern safety seals. And everywhere people moved with the particular sort of resigned efficiency that Margaret recognised from her office environment. Right, Sister Agatha said, stopping outside what appeared to be a tavern with a sign reading, The Temporal Refugee. Here's the situation. Welcome to Kronos Commons, the accidental dumping ground for temporal tourists, displaced individuals, and the generally temporally confused. We've got Romans, Victorians, a perplexed gentleman from 1623, who keeps asking about the location of the nearest Starbucks, and last week we acquired a flapper from the 20s who has already revolutionised our cocktail menu. Margaret felt a familiar sensation that she usually associated with faculty meetings, the gradual realisation that she was trapped in something that made no sense, but would somehow become her responsibility. How do I get home? She asked. Sister Agatha's smile took on the sort of kindness typically reserved for delivering catastrophic news. Well, that's the question, isn't it? Some people figure it out, others don't. But the good news is, we've developed quite a nice little community here. We've got running water, thanks to a Roman engineer, decent food courtesy of a Victorian chef, and surprisingly progressive social policies implemented by a group of suffragettes who arrived last spring. Margaret looked around at the village with new eyes. It wasn't medieval at all, she realised. It was something entirely new, a place where time had hiccuped, collected its mistakes, and decided to make the best of things. How long have you been here? She asked. 5 years is a subjective time. It could be 5 minutes or 5 decades in the real world. Time's a bit wobbly here. Sister Agatha shrugged. But I've got to say, the research opportunities are unparalleled. Where else can you get primary source material from actual primary sources? Margaret felt herself beginning to panic, which was unfortunate because panic had never been particularly useful in her experience. But I have a job, I have a mortgage, I have a cat. Had, Sister Agatha corrected gently. Past tense is crucial when you're dealing with temporal displacement, but look on the bright side. No more mortgage payments. The temporal refugee turned out to be precisely what it sounded like. A tavern for people who had accidentally fallen through the cracks in time and were making the best of it with varying degrees of success. The proprietor was a cheerful woman named Gladys, who claimed to be from 1943 and had arrived during the Blitz expecting to find an air raid shelter. Instead, she'd found herself the accidental mayor of history's most confused municipality. New arrival, Gladys announced as Sister Agatha led Margaret through the door. Welcome to the club that no one desired to join, yet everyone inextricably finds themselves a part of. The first drink is free, the second is on credit, and the third is your responsibility because you should know our economy by then. The tavern's interior was a fascinating collision of architectural periods. Tudor beams supported what appeared to be Art Deco light fixtures, while Roman mosaics decorated floors laid with Victorian tiles. The overall effect was like walking into time and having an identity crisis. At a corner table, a man in what looked like 18th century clothing was engaged in animated conversation with a woman wearing a 1960s mod dress, and a Roman centurion who had apparently decided to keep his armour but update his attitude. Their discussion appeared to centre around the best methods for organising a democratic government when your citizenry spanned roughly 2,000 years of political evolution. That's our steering committee, Sister Agatha explained. We found that representative democracy works surprisingly well when everyone's equally confused about the present situation. Thomas, who hails from the year 1776, arrived shortly after signing a document he describes as terribly important, which is why he has strong opinions about governance. Veronica, who is from 1967, holds strong opinions on a wide range of topics. Marcus has strong opinions about military organisation, primarily suggesting that all disputes should be settled through combat. Margaret accepted a drink from Gladys that tasted like it had been invented by someone who remembered alcohol fondly, but had to work with medieval ingredients. Although it wasn't entirely unpleasant, the drink felt like a metaphor for her entire situation. "So how does this work?" Margaret asked. "The day-to-day, I mean. You can't all just sit around drinking and forming committees." "Oh, heavens no," Gladys laughed. "We've got quite the economy going. It turns out when you put together people from different times, you get a lot of useful knowledge exchange. Marcus taught us Roman construction techniques, which the Victorian engineer improved with modern material science, which Thomas enhanced with democratic labour practices, which Veronica revolutionised with modern efficiency methods." She gestured toward the window where Margaret could see people working on what appeared to be a construction project involving both medieval stonework and suspiciously modern-looking plumbing. "We're building a proper town hall," Sister Agatha explained, complete with meeting rooms, a library, and what Veronica insists on calling a social services department. Apparently temporal displacement comes with its own unique set of bureaucratic needs. "But surely someone's trying to get home?" Margaret asked. The tavern went quiet in a way that suggested she'd touched on a sensitive subject. Gladys polished a glass with unnecessary intensity, while Sister Agatha developed a sudden interest in the pattern of the tablecloth. "Well," Thomas said from the corner table, his colonial American accent carrying clearly across the room, "that's rather the central question, isn't it? Some folks spend all their time trying to figure out the way back. Others come to the conclusion that staying in the present isn't necessarily a bad thing. And some..." He trailed off. "Some?" Margaret prompted. "Some discover that home isn't quite what they remembered," Veronica finished, her London accent crisp despite the anachronistic setting. "Turns out when you've been gone for subjective years, certain assumptions about what you want to return to start looking rather questionable." Marcus, the Roman centurion, nodded gravely. "I was fleeing Gaul when I arrived here. The situation, which involved a superior officer's wife and a misunderstanding about Roman marriage customs, was rather embarrassing. Point is, going back would involve considerably more crucifixion than I'm comfortable with." Margaret felt the weight of her life settling around her like an ill-fitting coat. Her job at the library, while stable, had become increasingly automated and decreasingly fulfilling. Her marriage had ended 2 years ago when her husband discovered that his midlife crisis required a motorcycle and a 25-year-old named Crystal. Her mortgage was for a house that had always felt too large for one person and too small for the life she'd imagined she'd have. "How do you know if you want to go back?" she asked quietly. "That," said Sister Agatha, "is the question everyone asks, and nobody can answer for anyone else. But I will say this, in 5 years here, I've published more original research than I did in 20 years at Cambridge. It turns out that primary source material is much easier to obtain when your sources are sitting at the next table." Gladys set down her glass and leaned against the bar. "I've been thinking about that night in London when I ended up here. The sirens were going off, bombs were falling, and I was more terrified than I'd ever been in my life. But I was also more alive than I'd felt in years. 3 years had passed since my husband's death. My children had grown and left, and I was merely existing. You need me here. I'm building something." "But don't you miss it?" Margaret asked. "Your real life?" "This is my real life," Gladys said simply. "The other one was just what happened before I started living." The tavern door abruptly opened, suggesting either extreme urgency or poor door maintenance. A young man stumbled in wearing clothes that looked like a confused merger between medieval peasant wear and what Margaret was beginning to recognise as the standard-issue temporal refugee uniform. "Emergency committee meeting," he announced breathlessly. "We've got anachronism police incoming, and they're asking about unauthorised timeline modifications." The tavern erupted into organised chaos. Thomas immediately began drafting what he called emergency protocols for democratic crisis management. Veronica started organising people into what she termed efficiency groups. Marcus began discussing defensive strategies that involved words like phalanx and tactical retreat. Anachronism police, Margaret asked Sister Agatha about the commotion. Time travel's governing body, Sister Agatha explained grimly. Consider them to be the universe's hall monitors, but with the authority to erase entire timelines if they think things have gotten too messy. They don't like places like this. Too many variables, too much potential for paradox. What do? Best case scenario, they relocate us to approved temporal zones. Worst case scenario, they decide we're too much of a risk and... Sister Agatha made a gesture that could be interpreted as either poof or obliteration. Margaret felt that familiar librarian instinct kicking in, the one that appeared whenever someone threatened to reorganise her carefully maintained systems without consulting her first. It was the same feeling she got when patrons tried to return books to the wrong shelves, or when her supervisor suggested improving efficiency through methods that would clearly make everything worse. Right, she said, surprising herself with her decisiveness. What actions are necessary? The emergency committee meeting took place in what Gladys optimistically called the community centre, which was actually the tavern with the tables pushed together and everyone trying to look official, although half of them were drinking ale at 10 in the morning. Margaret found herself appointed as Secretary of Records primarily because she was the only one present who knew what carbon paper was and could also operate the hand-cranked printing press that a Victorian gentleman named Nigel had constructed from memory and spare parts. Right then, Thomas said, calling the meeting to order, with the sort of gravitas that suggested he'd had practice at this sort of thing. Jeremiah, report. Jeremiah, the young man who'd brought the news, stood up and consulted what appeared to be notes written on bark. 3 Anachronism police officers arrived this morning via what looked like a temporal vortex disguised as a travelling merchant's wagon. They are staying at the inn and asking questions about unauthorised timeline modifications and dangerous temporal accumulations. Dangerous temporal accumulations, Sister Agatha repeated thoughtfully. That's what they call places like us. We have an excessive number of individuals from various eras residing in one place. We're apparently creating what they term chronological instability. Bollocks, said Veronica firmly. We're creating a chronological community. There's a difference. Marcus nodded approvingly. In Rome we had a saying, when the bureaucrats arrive, hide the wine and sharpen the swords. We're not hiding wine or sharpening swords, Thompson said quickly. We're civilised people having a civilised discussion about how to handle a bureaucratic situation through proper democratic channels. Have you met bureaucrats? Gladys asked dryly. In my experience, proper democratic channels work about as well for people in London during the Blitz as they do now. That is, not at all, and you mostly have to muddle through and hope for the best. Margaret found herself taking detailed notes, partly out of professional habit and partly because writing things down helped her think. As she wrote, patterns began to emerge. The Anachronism police seemed concerned about their community's effect on the timeline, but from what she could gather, they hadn't actually done anything to affect it. They were just living their lives in a place that technically shouldn't exist. What exactly is the timeline we're supposedly affecting, she asked. The room went quiet. Margaret was beginning to recognise this particular type of silence. It was the same one that occurred in library staff meetings when someone asked obvious questions that revealed fundamental problems with the entire system. Well, Sister Agatha said slowly, that's rather complicated. See, technically none of us should be here. We should all be in our original times, living our original lives, making our original contributions to history. But we're not affecting our original times, Margaret pointed out. We're not there. If anything, our absence should have more impact than our presence here. Ah, said Nigel, the Victorian engineer, speaking up for the first time. That's where it gets intriguing. My research, which I've dedicated a significant amount of time to, indicates that our disappearances have received compensation. Compensated how? Thomas asked. Replacements, Nigel said simply. The timeline has generated substitute versions of us to fill the gaps we left behind. My wife believes I died in a factory accident. Sister Agatha's university believes she took early retirement. Margaret's library believes she moved to Florida to care for an elderly relative. Margaret felt a chill that had nothing to do with the medieval heating system. So there's another version of me living my life? A timeline-generated approximation, Sister Agatha confirmed. Close enough to maintain continuity, but not actually you. Think of it as temporal autocorrect. That's deeply unsettling, Margaret said. Welcome to time travel, Gladys said cheerfully. Nothing about it makes sense. And the more you think about it, the more you realise that sense was always overrated anyway. The meeting continued for another hour, with various committee members proposing solutions that ranged from diplomatic negotiation, Thomas, to strategic misdirection, Veronica, to trial by combat, Marcus predictably. Margaret found herself thinking about the other version of herself living in her house, doing her job, and presumably feeding her cat. Was that version of her fulfilled? Was she living the life Margaret had been too afraid to lead? "I propose," she said, interrupting a discussion about the proper protocol for addressing temporal law enforcement, "that we find out what the anachronism police actually want before we decide how to respond to them." "Revolutionary thinking," Veronica said approvingly. "Gather intelligence before forming strategy. I like her." "It's called reconnaissance," Marcus added. "Basic military procedure." "It's called common sense," Gladys said. "But I suppose that's revolutionary enough in most situations." Thomas nodded thoughtfully. "Margaret raises an excellent point. We've been assuming they want to shut us down or relocate us, but perhaps their concerns are more specific. Jeremiah, what exactly were they asking about?" Jeremiah consulted his bark notes again. They wanted to know about unauthorized historical documentation, anachronistic technological development, and unsanctioned temporal education programs. Margaret felt her librarian instincts tingling. Those are very specific concerns, not general timeline protection, specific activities. "Sister Agatha's been writing papers about medieval life based on direct observation," Nigel said slowly. "I've been developing hybrid technologies using knowledge from multiple times, and we've all been sharing knowledge across historical boundaries. We've been learning from each other," Margaret said, "and apparently that's what they're worried about." The room fell silent again, but this time it was the thoughtful silence of people realising they were in more trouble than they'd initially understood, but also possibly more right than they'd dared to hope. "So," Thomas said finally, "we're not just temporal refugees, we're temporal revolutionaries." "Accidental temporal revolutionaries," or Sister Agatha corrected. "The best kind," Veronica said with satisfaction. "Nobody expects the accidental revolutionaries." Margaret looked around the room at her fellow temporal misfits and felt something she hadn't experienced in years. The sense that she was precisely where she was supposed to be, doing exactly what she was supposed to do. She appeared to be tasked with challenging the fundamental principles of temporal law enforcement by radically establishing a functional community. "Right then," she said, surprising herself again with her decisiveness. "Let's go talk to these anachronism police and find out exactly what kind of revolution we're accidentally leading." Based on her experience with various forms of bureaucratic authority, Margaret expected the anachronism police to be polite, efficient, and firmly convinced that their approach was the only logical one. They had taken up residence in the village's only inn, which was run by a cheerful woman from the 14th century who had adapted to her unusual clientele by developing what she called a flexible approach to customer service. The three officers were sitting in the inn's common room when Margaret's diplomatic delegation arrived. Thomas had insisted on formal protocols, Veronica had insisted on strategic positioning, and Marcus had insisted on bringing weapons, ceremonial purposes only, he'd assured them, while checking the edge on his gladius. Margaret had insisted on bringing tea service because, in her experience, any difficult conversation went better with proper refreshments. The lead officer was a woman who introduced herself as Inspector Kronos, which Margaret suspected was either an assumed name or evidence that the anachronism police had a department devoted entirely to ironic nomenclature. She was wearing what appeared to be a uniform designed by someone who had been told to create timeless professional attire and had interpreted the term as a boring grey suit that could plausibly exist in any century. "Thank you for meeting with us," Inspector Kronos said as Margaret arranged the tea service on the inn's largest table. "We appreciate your cooperation in this matter." "Our pleasure," Thomas replied smoothly, "though I confess we're uncertain about the nature of the matter that requires our cooperation." Inspector Kronos consulted a tablet that definitely hadn't existed in any time period Margaret could identify. "You're aware that this settlement exists in violation of several temporal accords?" "We weren't aware there were temporal accords," Sister Agatha said mildly. "Perhaps you could enlighten us?" Margaret poured tea while listening to Inspector Kronos explain the complex legal framework that apparently governed time travel. According to the temporal accords, unauthorized time travel was prohibited, temporal settlements were forbidden, and cross-temporal knowledge sharing was considered a Class 3 chronological offence punishable by timeline rehabilitation. Timeline rehabilitation sounds ominous, Veronica observed. It's a humane process, Inspector Kronos assured her. We simply relocate individuals to appropriate temporal zones where they can live productive lives without disrupting historical continuity. Separate us, you mean, Margaret said, offering the sugar cubes. Send us back to our original times, whether we want to go or not. The personal preferences of temporally displaced persons are secondary to the stability of the timeline, Inspector Kronos replied, accepting her tea with the sort of politeness that suggested she'd been trained in diplomatic protocols but found them tedious. Margaret felt that familiar librarian anger rising, the specific fury that came from dealing with people who prioritised systems over people and called it necessary efficiency. And who decided that timeline stability was more important than personal autonomy? Inspector Kronos looked genuinely puzzled by the question. The temporal authority, of course. Timeline stability maintains the proper order of historical events. Whose proper order? Thomas asked, his colonial revolutionary instincts clearly activated. Who gave this temporal authority the right to determine how people should live their lives? The authority derives from temporal law, which exists to prevent paradoxes and maintain historical accuracy, Inspector Kronos explained patiently, as if speaking to children who couldn't understand basic concepts. Historical accuracy according to whom? Sister Agatha asked. I've spent 5 years here conducting primary research that's revealed significant errors in accepted historical narratives. Are you more interested in preserving factual accuracy or in upholding your own interpretation of accuracy? Margaret watched Inspector Kronos' face carefully. Years of dealing with library patrons had taught her to recognise the exact moment when someone realised their position might not be as unassailable as they'd assumed. Inspector Kronos was having that moment right now. Your research is part of the problem, one of the other officers said, speaking for the first time. You're creating unauthorised historical documentation that could alter scholarly understanding of past events. You mean it could improve scholarly understanding, Margaret said sweetly, refilling his teacup. Isn't that what research is supposed to do? Not when it disrupts established historical consensus, the officer replied. Established historical consensus has been wrong before, Veronica pointed out. I should know. I lived through the 60s, and the established historical consensus about that decade is almost entirely bollocks. Margaret could see that this conversation was heading toward the sort of philosophical impasse that typically resulted in either violence or very long meetings. In her experience, violence was messier, but often more efficient than meetings. However, both typically ended with someone feeling aggrieved and nothing actually resolved. Inspector Kronos, she said, interrupting what appeared to be the beginning of a lecture about the importance of historical stability. May I ask you a personal question? Inspector Kronos looked wary. I suppose. When did you last have a vacation? The question clearly wasn't what Inspector Kronos had expected. That's not relevant to this investigation. Humour me, Margaret said, employing the same tone she used with particularly stubborn library patrons. When did you last take time off from work? Temporal authority agents don't take vacations, Inspector Kronos said stiffly. We have important work to do. Everyone needs time off, Margaret said gently. Otherwise work becomes the only thing that gives life meaning, and that's not healthy for anyone. Trust me, I speak from experience. She gestured around the inn's common room, where the afternoon light was streaming through windows that had been designed by someone from the 18th century, built by someone from ancient Rome, and decorated by someone from the 1960s. The result was chaotic, but somehow harmonious, like a visual representation of their entire community. This place works, she said. We have people from a dozen different times living together, sharing knowledge, building something new. We're not disrupting the timeline. We're creating something the timeline never had before. Something beautiful. Unauthorized beauty is still unauthorized, Inspector Kronos said, but her voice lacked conviction. According to the temporal accords, yes, Margaret agreed. But have you considered that the temporal accords might be wrong? The silence that followed was different from the previous uncomfortable silences. This silence was the result of someone who had blindly followed the rules for years, suddenly forced to question their logic. The accords exist for good reason, Inspector Kronos said finally. I'm sure they do, Thomas said diplomatically. But good reasons can become bad reasons if circumstances change. In my experience, the best laws are the ones that can adapt to new situations. What if, Sister Agatha suggested carefully, instead of shutting us down, you studied us? We could be a pilot program for controlled cross-temporal community development. Think of the research opportunities. Margaret could see Inspector Kronos wavering. Years of bureaucratic training were warring with what appeared to be genuine curiosity, and possibly the first intriguing conversation she'd had in decades. That would require authorization from the temporal authority, Inspector Kronos said slowly. Then let's get authorization, Margaret said briskly. I assume there's some sort of application process? Inspector Kronos stared at her. You want to apply for legal recognition as an experimental temporal community? Why not? Margaret shrugged. We're already here, we're already functioning, and apparently we're already breaking the rules. Might as well break them officially. Applying for legal recognition as an experimental temporal community turned out to involve approximately 17 different forms, each of which had to be filled out in triplicate using writing implements appropriate to the time period of the person filling them out. Margaret found herself wielding a quill pen for the first time in her life, while cursing whoever had decided that bureaucracy should be deliberately difficult. This is ridiculous, Veronica muttered, struggling with what appeared to be a form designed to assess cross-temporal cultural integration protocols. They want to know our policy for resolving conflicts between Roman law and Renaissance banking practices. We don't have conflicts between Roman law and Renaissance banking practices, Thomas pointed out, working his way through a form about democratic governance in multi-period communities with the sort of methodical precision that suggested he'd had experience with colonial paperwork. Exactly, Sister Agatha said. Marcus handles military justice, Nigel handles infrastructure disputes, you handle governance issues, and Gladys handles everything else because she's the only one who's actually good at managing people. Margaret looked up from Form 47B, Justification for Temporal Cohabitation, and realised something important. They hadn't just accidentally created a community, they'd accidentally created a functioning government. And not just any government, but one that actually worked because everyone involved was too confused and too practical to waste time on politics. We need to document this, she said suddenly. Document what? Inspector Kronos asked. She had remained at the inn to oversee the application process, but Margaret suspected that her primary reason for staying was her interest in their community, which she found far more engaging than her usual assignments. This is how we govern ourselves, Margaret explained, reaching for a fresh sheet of paper. If we're applying to be an experimental community, we need to show that our experiment actually produces results. Over the next several hours, Margaret found herself doing what she did best, organising information. With input from the others, she documented their decision-making processes, their conflict resolution methods, their resource allocation systems, and their integration protocols. What emerged was a picture of a community that had organically developed solutions to problems that political scientists spent decades debating. This is extraordinary, Inspector Kronos said, reading over Margaret's documentation. You've created a functional multi-temporal democracy with built-in cultural sensitivity protocols and adaptive governance structures. We've muddled through, Gladys corrected, bringing them all another round of tea. We've made the best of it, just like anyone else who finds themselves in an unexpected situation. But that's precisely the point, Inspector Kronos said, excitement creeping into her voice for the first time since Margaret had met her. Most temporal displacement results in psychological trauma, cultural isolation, and eventual breakdown. You've created something that not only works, but actually enhances the lives of everyone involved. Margaret looked around the inn's common room, where their impromptu government session had attracted an audience of curious community members. Marcus was explaining Roman military organisation to a group that included a Viking warrior, 2 medieval merchants, and what appeared to be a flapper who had arrived just that morning. Nigel was sketching engineering diagrams on a napkin, while a Renaissance artist offered suggestions about aesthetic improvements. Thomas and Veronica were deep in discussion about the practical applications of democratic theory, with a gentleman who claimed to be from the court of Louis XIV. It works because we need it to work, Margaret said. We can't go home, so we have to make this place home, and that means figuring out how to live together even when we come from entirely different worlds. The temporal authority should see this, Inspector Kronos said. They've been trying to solve the problem of the temporal displacement for centuries, and you've accidentally discovered the solution. What's the problem with temporal displacement? Sister Agatha asked. Displaced persons typically suffer from severe temporal culture shock, Inspector Kronos explained. They can't adapt to their new time, but they can't return to their original time either. Most end up in specialised care facilities or isolated temporal reservations. Margaret felt a chill. Temporal reservations? Quarantine zones where displaced persons can live out their lives without affecting the timeline, Inspector Kronos said, apparently not noticing the horror on everyone's faces. It's considered the most humane solution. Humane? Thomas repeated flatly. You isolate people from society and call it humane. It's better than the alternative, Inspector Kronos said defensively. Uncontrolled temporal displacement can cause paradoxes, timeline disruptions, and even reality cascades. Has that actually happened? Margaret asked. Or is it theoretical? Inspector Kronos paused. Well, theoretical. But the risk is theoretical, Margaret finished. Meanwhile, the reality is that you're condemning people to isolation based on theoretical risks. She stood up, feeling the same sense of righteous indignation that had sustained her through years of fighting budget cuts and bureaucratic interference at the library. Inspector Kronos, I think it's time the Temporal Authority met with some people who have actually made temporal displacement work. You want to petition the Temporal Authority directly? Inspector Kronos asked, looking alarmed. I want to invite them to visit, Margaret corrected. Let them see what we've built here. Let them meet our community. Let them understand that temporal displacement doesn't have to be a problem to be managed. It can be an opportunity to be embraced. The room went quiet again, but this time it was the excited silence of people who had just realised they were about to do something either very brave or very stupid, and weren't entirely sure which. That, said Veronica slowly, is either brilliant or completely insane. In my experience, Gladys said cheerfully, the best ideas are usually both. Inspector Kronos looked around the room at the faces of people who had accidentally revolutionised temporal community planning, and were now proposing to take their revolution directly to the highest levels of temporal authority. Margaret could see her trying to calculate the potential consequences, weigh the risks against the benefits, and figure out whether supporting this plan would advance or destroy her career. I'll need to send a preliminary report first, she said finally. Prepare them for the possibility of an unconventional solution to the displacement problem. Unconventional solutions are the best kind, Marcus said approvingly. In Rome we had a saying, when conventional tactics fail, try something so unexpected that your enemies defeat themselves through confusion. Did Romans actually say that? Thomas asked. No, Marcus admitted cheerfully, but they should have. It's excellent advice. Margaret looked at Inspector Kronos, who was staring at their community with the expression of someone who had come to enforce the rules and instead discovered that they might need changing. Inspector, she said gently, when did you last do something that made you excited about your work? Inspector Kronos was quiet for a long moment. I can't remember, she said finally. Then maybe it's time to try something new, Margaret suggested. Maybe it's time to help us show the Temporal Authority that some problems are actually opportunities in disguise. The Temporal Authority's response to Inspector Kronos' preliminary report arrived 3 days later in the form of what appeared to be a medieval messenger who rode a horse that moved slightly too smoothly and cast no shadow. The message itself was written on parchment that looked authentic but felt like high-quality printer paper, and the ink had the peculiar property of remaining wet until someone read it, at which point it dried instantly. Margaret had become fascinated by these temporal inconsistencies. Everything about the Temporal Authority seemed designed to look period-appropriate while functioning with modern efficiency, as if they couldn't decide whether they wanted to blend in with history or transcend it entirely. They're sending a delegation, Inspector Kronos announced, reading the message aloud to the assembled community. Senior Inspector Paradox, Inspector Causality, and Director Temporal will arrive tomorrow to assess the viability of Kronos Commons as an experimental temporal community. Director Temporal, Sister Agatha asked. That's either a critical person or someone with a deeply unfortunate name. Both, probably, Veronica said. In my experience, the most important bureaucrats always have the most ridiculous titles. Margaret felt the familiar flutter of anxiety that preceded any important inspection, whether it was library auditors, health department officials, or, apparently, temporal law enforcement. But underneath the anxiety was something else. Excitement. for the first time in years, she was part of something that mattered, something worth fighting for. "Right then," she said, standing up with the sort of decisiveness that surprised everyone, including herself. "We have one day to prepare for the most important visitors this community has ever received. I suggest we show them exactly what we've accomplished here." The next 24 hours passed in a blur of organised chaos that would have made any event planner weep with either admiration or despair. Gladys organised a feast that showcased culinary techniques from 12 different times. Nigel provided the entire village with a comprehensive overview of infrastructure improvements, highlighting the innovations that emerged from the fusion of Roman engineering, Victorian precision, and modern material science. Thomas prepared a presentation on their governance structure that managed to be both academically rigorous and practically applicable. Margaret found herself coordinating the entire effort, which felt remarkably similar to organising the library's annual fundraising gala, except with more times involved and significantly higher stakes. She discovered that her years of managing library events had prepared her surprisingly well for managing temporal diplomacy. The delegation arrived precisely at noon, stepping out of what appeared to be a travelling merchant's wagon that definitely hadn't been there moments before. Director Temporal turned out to be a woman who looked like she could have been anywhere between 30 and 300 years old, wearing robes that managed to suggest both medieval authority and modern professionalism. Senior Inspector Paradox was a tall man with the sort of precisely groomed appearance that suggested he took temporal regulations very seriously indeed. Inspector Causality was younger, with the eager expression of someone who had recently been promoted and was determined to prove worthy of the position. "Welcome to Kronos Commons," Margaret said, stepping forward with the sort of confidence usually reserved for dealing with particularly difficult library board members. "We're honoured by your visit." Director Temporal looked around the village square, where the community had assembled to greet their visitors. Her expression was carefully neutral, but Margaret caught her pausing to study the architectural innovations, the way people from different times were naturally interacting, and the general atmosphere of purposeful activity. Inspector Kronos has submitted a preliminary report suggesting that this community represents a viable alternative to traditional temporal displacement protocols, Director Temporal said. "We're here to assess the accuracy of that assessment." "We'd be delighted to show you around," Thomas said, stepping forward with colonial diplomatic charm. "Perhaps we could begin with our governance centre." What followed was the most unusual tour Margaret had ever participated in. They showed the delegation their democratic decision-making processes, their conflict resolution methods, their resource allocation system, and their integration protocols. At each stop, community members demonstrated not just how their systems worked, but why they worked. The key insight, Sister Agatha explained as they stood in what had become their informal research centre, is that temporal displacement doesn't have to mean cultural isolation. When you put people from different times together, they don't just adapt to each other, they enhance each other. She gestured to a wall covered with research notes, engineering diagrams, artistic collaborations, and what appeared to be a detailed analysis of democratic theory, written in 4 different languages by authors from 4 different centuries. "We're not just preserving historical knowledge," she continued. "We're creating new knowledge by combining historical perspectives in ways that have never been possible before." Inspector Causality was taking in emailed notes, while Senior Inspector Paradox maintained an expression of professional skepticism. Director Temporal, however, was studying the research wall with the sort of intense focus that suggested she was seeing something she hadn't expected. "This is unprecedented," she said finally. "Cross-temporal knowledge synthesis on this scale. The implications are extraordinary." "The implications are what we live with every day," Gladys said cheerfully, appearing with a tray of refreshments that somehow managed to appeal to taste preferences from across the centuries. "Turns out when you stop worrying about the implications and start focusing on the practicalities, most problems solve themselves." The tour continued through the afternoon, with the delegation observing everything from Marcus's conflict resolution sessions, which involved more shouting than Margaret was comfortable with but seemed to work, to Nigel's engineering workshops, which had produced innovations that probably shouldn't have been possible with available materials. However, Margaret was aware that the evening feast would determine the success or failure of their argument. As the community gathered around tables that had been built by combining Roman construction techniques with Victorian craftsmanship and modern ergonomic principles, she watched the delegation observe something that couldn't be documented or measured: The simple fact that their community was genuinely happy. "I have a question," Director Temporal said as the meal wound down. "What happens when someone wants to leave?" The question lingered in the air, akin to an uncomfortable truth that everyone had been evading. Margaret felt her stomach clench because this was the one aspect of their community they hadn't fully addressed. "Well," Thomas said slowly, "that's rather complicated. We haven't actually figured out how to leave, even if someone wanted to." "But would you?" Inspector Causiletti asked. "Want to leave, I mean? If you could." Margaret looked around the table at faces that had become more familiar to her than her family. These people had become her colleagues, her friends, her chosen community in a way that her old life had never provided. "I think," she said carefully, "that's the wrong question. The right question is, would we want to go back to the lives we were living before we came here?" "And the answer to that question?" Director Temporal asked. Margaret smiled. "Ask me tomorrow." The temporal authority's decision came in the form of an official proclamation that somehow managed to be both bureaucratically precise and genuinely revolutionary. Kronos Commons was granted experimental status as the first authorised cross-temporal community development project, with funding, legal recognition, and most importantly, official permission to continue existing. "Congratulations," Director Temporal said, presenting Margaret with a document that looked like a medieval charter, but contained clauses about innovative temporal integration methodologies and sustainable anachronistic community planning. "You've accidentally solved a problem we've been working on for centuries." "We've accidentally solved several problems," Veronica corrected. "Temporal displacement, cross-cultural integration, sustainable community development, and Margaret's midlife crisis." Margaret laughed because it was true. Somewhere between organising emergency committee meetings and negotiating with temporal bureaucrats, she had discovered that her midlife crisis hadn't been about her age or her circumstances. It had been about the fact that she hadn't been living a life that felt like her own. "So what happens now?" she asked. "Now," Director Temporal said, "you become a model for other temporal displacement situations. We'll be sending observers, researchers, and probably a few more accidental time travellers your way. You're going to be busy." "We're already busy," Gladys pointed out. "But we're good at busy. Busy is what happens when you're doing something that matters." As the temporal authority delegation prepared to leave, Inspector Kronos approached Margaret privately. "I've submitted a request for reassignment," she said. "I'd like to stay here as a permanent liaison between the community and the authority." "Why do you want to be reassigned?" Margaret asked, though she suspected she knew the answer. "Because for the first time in decades I'm engaged in work that feels significant," Inspector Kronos stated plainly. "And because someone needs to document what you're accomplishing here. Future temporal communities are going to need guidance, and you've already figured out most of the answers." Margaret nodded. "We'll need help with the paperwork anyway. Temporal bureaucracy is even more complicated than regular bureaucracy." That evening, as the community gathered for what had become their traditional end-of-day meeting, Margaret reflected on the strange journey that had brought her here. 6 months ago she had been living a life that felt too small, too predictable, and too much like settling for less than she deserved. Now she was helping to pioneer a new form of human community that existed outside normal time and space. "Any regrets?" Sister Agatha asked, settling into the chair beside her. Margaret considered the question seriously. Did she miss her old life? Did she miss her house, her job, her routine? Or did she miss the person she had been when those things had felt like enough? "I miss my cat," she said finally. "But cats are adaptable. If he could see me now, he'd probably approve. He always thought I was capable of more than I believed." "Cats are excellent judges of character," Thomas agreed. "They see potential that humans often miss." "Speaking of potential," Veronica said, "what do we want to be when we grow up? Now that we're officially experimental, we get to decide what we're experimenting with." The question sparked the sort of enthusiastic discussion that Margaret had learned to associate with her new community. Ideas flew around the room like butterflies, establishing a university for cross-temporal studies, developing sustainable technologies that combine knowledge from multiple time periods, creating artistic collaborations that had never been possible before, and writing the definitive guides to temporal community planning. "We could change how people think about time itself," Nigel suggested. "Demonstrate that past, present and future aren't separate things. They're different perspectives on the same human experience." "We could revolutionise historical research," Sister Agatha added. Imagine what we could learn if historians could actually talk to the people they study. We could perfect democracy, or, Thomas said with the enthusiasm of someone who had spent centuries thinking about political theory. Test different approaches with people who have lived under different systems. We could just keep being ourselves and see what happens, Gladys said pragmatically. In my experience, the best revolutions are the ones that happen naturally, because people are living the lives they want to live. Margaret listened to the conversation swirl around her and felt something she had never experienced before. Complete certainty that she was precisely where she belonged, doing exactly what she was meant to do, with exactly the people she was meant to do it with. "I have a proposal," she said, and the room quieted to listen. "What if we stop defining ourselves and just become who we want to be? We're not just a temporal community or an experimental project or an accidental revolution. We're people who found each other across time and space and decided to build something beautiful together." "That," said Marcus approvingly, "is the sort of proposal that wins wars." "Are we at war?" Inspector Causality asked, looking alarmed. "We're at war with the idea that people have to accept the lives they're given instead of creating the lives they want," Margaret said. "We're at war with the notion that different is dangerous instead of wonderful. The belief that the future must mirror the past, simply because it's the norm, is what we're fighting against." "Revolutionary wars are the best kind," Veronica said with satisfaction, "especially when you win them by accident." As the meeting wound down and people began drifting back to their homes that had been built by combining architectural knowledge from across the centuries, decorated with art created through cross-temporal collaboration, and filled with the sort of contentment that came from living in a community where everyone belonged, Margaret stepped outside to look up at stars that had witnessed all of human history. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new visitors, and new opportunities to prove that their accidental experiment in temporal community building could work on a larger scale. There would be more paperwork, more bureaucracy, and more negotiations with authorities who still weren't entirely convinced that rules were meant to be broken. But tonight, Margaret was simply a woman who had accidentally time-travelled into the best life she had never imagined living, surrounded by friends she had never expected to make, working on projects that mattered in ways she was still discovering. She thought about the other version of herself, living in her old house, working at her old job, probably wondering why life felt so unsatisfying. Margaret had been awaiting approval to pursue her desired life. This Margaret had learned that sometimes the best thing you can do is stop waiting for permission and start creating the life you deserve. The stars looked exactly the same as they had in her time, which somehow made everything else feel possible. Time was more flexible than anyone had imagined, community was more important than anyone had realised, and revolution could happen accidentally when people simply decided to treat each other with kindness and respect across the barriers that were supposed to divide them. Margaret smiled and went inside to help Gladys plan tomorrow's menu, because even accidental revolutionaries had to eat, and someone needed to coordinate the logistics of changing the world one shared meal at a time. After all, she was still a librarian at heart, and librarians understood that the most important revolutions were the ones that happened quietly, one person at a time, through the simple act of helping people find exactly what they were looking for, even when they hadn't known they were looking for it. Now, imagine yourself sitting in your favourite armchair in 1939, perhaps with a lukewarm cup of tea on the side table, as the world prepares to undergo unprecedented transformations. But the people who were about to change it had no idea they were writing the most expensive recipe ever. The recipe required approximately 130,000 individuals, a duration of 3 years, and sufficient funds to establish a modest nation. It all started because some very smart people got very worried. Imagine the feeling you get when you realise you left the stove on, and imagine that feeling multiplied by the entire future of civilization. That's roughly what Leo Szilard felt when he heard that German scientists had figured out how to split uranium atoms. Szilard was a genius who could probably calculate the trajectory of falling toast in his pyjamas, but even he couldn't foresee the consequences of his concern. The amusing thing about Szilard is that he was the kind of guy who would patent an idea for a nuclear reactor, then immediately realise it might be dangerous and try to keep it secret. It's like inventing dynamite and then whispering the recipe. He spent most of 1939 pacing around New York, likely frightening pigeons with his intense expression, trying to persuade anyone who would listen that America needed to outpace Germany in the atomic race. But you can't just walk into the White House and say, hey, we need to build a massive bomb. Well, you can try, but they'll probably escort you out rather quickly. So Szilard did what any reasonable person would do. He got Einstein to write a letter. Apparently, even in 1939, name recognition held significant importance. Einstein, who probably just wanted to work on his theories in peace, found himself accidentally becoming the godfather of the atomic age. He later recognised the irony, given that he was a pacifist who had previously expressed a preference for being a lighthouse keeper over a physicist. Roosevelt got the letter in October 1939, right around the time he was dealing with a dozen other world-ending problems. You have to admire the man's ability to prioritise. Most of us get overwhelmed choosing what to watch on streaming services, but FDR was juggling potential nuclear weapons, a world war, and probably wondering if his morning coffee was strong enough for any of this. The initial response was about as enthusiastic as you'd expect from a government bureaucracy. They formed a committee. Nothing conveys the urgency of a world-changing scientific breakthrough more effectively than the formation of a committee. The Uranium Committee, as they called it, met a few times, allocated a whopping $6,000 for research, and probably spent more on coffee than uranium. It was the governmental equivalent of putting a band-aid on a volcano. But here's where the story gets intriguing, in that uniquely American way. While the committee was busy being committee-like, Pearl Harbor happened. Suddenly, the abstract concept of maybe we should look into this atomic thing became, we need this atomic thing yesterday, and we'll build it bigger than anyone has ever built anything. Enter General Leslie Groves, a man who had just finished building the Pentagon and was probably looking forward to a comfortable, quiet desk job. Instead, he got handed the Manhattan Project, which was like being asked to organise the world's most dangerous science fair with unlimited funding and a deadline that could determine the fate of democracy. Groves was the kind of military mind who could look at an impossible task and immediately start figuring out how to make it slightly less impossible, one spreadsheet at a time. The beautiful absurdity of the Manhattan Project was already becoming clear. You had theoretical physicists who could barely balance their checkbooks being asked to create the most practical and devastating weapon in history, while military men who understood logistics had to wrap their heads around concepts that sounded like they belonged in comic books. And so began the most improbable collaboration in human history, where the marriage of pure science and applied paranoia would reshape everything. Now, you might think that assembling the world's greatest scientific minds would be like organising a really intellectual dinner party. You'd be wrong. It was more like trying to herd cats, if the cats were Nobel Prize winners with strong opinions about quantum mechanics, and an alarming tendency to argue about theoretical physics at inappropriate volumes. General Groves, bless his practical heart, approached this challenge the way any good military man would. He made lists. Lots of lists. Lists of scientists, lists of locations, lists of things they'd need, and probably a list of reasons why this was either the best or worst assignment of his career. He realised pretty quickly that managing brilliant people was like managing regular people, except they could prove you wrong with math. The first real breakthrough came when someone suggested they recruit Robert Oppenheimer to lead the scientific effort. Now, Oppenheimer was an interesting choice. He was brilliant, absolutely, but he was also the kind of guy who quoted Sanskrit at cocktail parties and had a habit of making everyone around him feel slightly undereducated. He was like that friend who can discuss wine, literature and nuclear physics with equal fluency, except instead of being annoying at dinner parties, he was about to become the most famous scientist in America. What made Oppenheimer perfect for the job wasn't just his scientific credentials, though those were impressive enough. It was his ability to translate between the language of pure science and the language of "we need results now, please." He could talk to a theoretical physicist about quantum mechanics in the morning and explain to a general why they needed more funding in the afternoon, all while maintaining the kind of cool demeanour that suggested he found the whole thing intellectually fascinating rather than terrifying. But you can't run a massive scientific project from university offices and borrowed laboratories. They needed space, and not just any space. They needed secret space. Really secret space. The kind of secret space where you could accidentally change the world without anyone noticing until it was too late. Enter Los Alamos, New Mexico, a location so remote that it made the middle of nowhere look like downtown Manhattan. It was perfect in the way that only truly imperfect places can be perfect. The site was isolated enough that any accidental explosions would mostly just bother the local wildlife, but accessible enough that they could actually transport equipment and people without requiring pack mules. The original plan was to house maybe 30 scientists there. This was a bit like planning a small dinner party and having it turn into a wedding reception for 500 people. By the end of the project, Los Alamos had grown from a sleepy ranch school into a secret city with its own post office, school system, and probably the highest concentration of advanced degrees per square mile in human history. But Los Alamos was just one piece of the puzzle. The Manhattan Project ended up requiring an entire secret infrastructure spread across the country. They built massive facilities in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, where they would separate uranium isotopes using methods that were equal parts brilliant and brute force. They constructed another enormous complex in Hanford, Washington, for producing plutonium, because apparently one type of nuclear material wasn't enough for their ambitious plans. The logistics alone were mind-boggling. Try explaining to your accountant that you need to build several cities from scratch, hire tens of thousands of people, and consume more electricity than some entire states, all for a project you can't actually tell anyone about. The Tennessee Valley Authority suddenly found itself powering what looked like the industrial equivalent of a small alien invasion, and they just had to trust that someone, somewhere, knew what they were doing. The security measures were so elaborate they bordered on comedy. Workers at Oak Ridge were told they were helping with the war effort, but most had no idea what they were actually producing. Some thought they were making industrial equipment. Others assumed it was some kind of super fuel. A few probably suspected they were involved in something important, but the compartmentalization was so thorough that you could work on the Manhattan Project for 3 years and still have only the vaguest idea what you'd actually accomplished. Meanwhile, back at Los Alamos, Oppenheimer was facing the unique challenge of creating a functional community where the residents included some of the most brilliant and temperamental people on the planet, all living in temporary housing in the middle of the desert, working on something that might either end the war or accidentally end everything else. It was like summer camp for adults, if summer camp involved nuclear physics and the fate of civilization. Now here's where things get really interesting, in the special way that only theoretical physics can be interesting. You're dealing with people who spend their days thinking about things so small you can't see them, even with the most powerful microscopes, yet these invisible things contain enough energy to level cities. It's like discovering that dust bunnies under your couch could power your entire neighbourhood, if only you could figure out how to convince them to cooperate. The basic concept of nuclear fission sounds almost simple when you say it quickly. You take a uranium atom, you split it, and it releases energy. But saying that is like saying baking a cake when you're actually trying to construct a 12-tier wedding cake while blindfolded, using ingredients you've never seen before, and following a recipe written in a language that was just invented yesterday. The first challenge was getting the right kind of uranium. Natural uranium is mostly uranium-238, which is about as useful for making bombs as a chocolate teapot. What they needed was uranium-235, which makes up less than 1% of natural uranium. It's like needing to separate red M&Ms from a swimming pool full of mixed M&Ms, except the M&Ms are invisible, they're trying to kill you, and you can only tell them apart using methods that hadn't been invented yet. The scientists at Oak Ridge approached this problem with the kind of methodical determination that only comes from having absolutely no choice. They tried several different separation methods, including one that involved giant electromagnets called calutrons. These machines were enormous and consumed so much electricity that they basically turned the separation of uranium isotopes into an industrial process that could be seen from space if satellites had existed then. However, uranium was not the sole option available. Nuclear reactors could create plutonium, an element absent in nature. Plutonium was like uranium's more complicated cousin, potentially more powerful, but also more difficult to work with and with a personality that could charitably be described as temperamental. Creating plutonium required building nuclear reactors, which brought its own special set of challenges. The first reactor was built under the football stadium at the University of Chicago because apparently someone thought that the best place to test humanity's first controlled nuclear chain reaction was directly underneath a major American city. The physicist in charge of this experiment, Enrico Fermi, was reportedly betting on whether the reaction would stop when they wanted it to, which shows how well they understood what they were doing. Fermi, incidentally, was the kind of scientist who could calculate complex physics problems in his head, while other people were still looking for their calculators. He was also famous for his ability to estimate almost anything. Give him a few minutes and some basic information, and he could tell you approximately how many piano tuners lived in Chicago, or how much energy would be released by various theoretical nuclear explosions. This skill turned out to be surprisingly useful when dealing with weapons that released more energy than anyone had ever handled before. The Chicago reactor worked, thankfully, without accidentally eliminating the Midwest, and it provided the proof of concept needed to build much larger reactors at Hanford. These reactors were designed to produce plutonium on an industrial scale, turning the abstract concept of artificially created elements into something measured in tons rather than microscopic quantities. However, obtaining nuclear material was only half the challenge. The other half was figuring out how to make it explode in a controlled, predictable way that would release all that energy at exactly the right moment. This step turned out to be significantly more complicated than anyone had anticipated, like the difference between lighting a candle and conducting a symphony orchestra made entirely of fire. The simplest design, called gun type, worked by shooting one piece of uranium into another piece of uranium rapidly. It was elegant in its simplicity, like nuclear physics designed by someone who really understood hammers. But this method only worked with uranium-235, and they didn't have enough for more than one bomb. The plutonium bomb required a completely different approach called implosion, which involved surrounding a ball of plutonium with conventional explosives and detonating them all at exactly the same moment, compressing the plutonium until it reached critical mass. Achieving this required such precision that it would make Swiss watchmakers nervous. If the timing was off by even a few microseconds, the result would be an expensive dud instead of a nuclear explosion. This was the kind of problem that kept brilliant people awake at night, staring at the ceiling and wondering if they were about to change the world or just create the most elaborate failure in scientific history. By the summer of 1945, Los Alamos scientists had been engaged in the world's most expensive science project for over 2 years. Despite possessing numerous theories, calculations, and mathematical equations, they remained uncertain if any of them would truly function. It's akin to dedicating 3 years to the construction of a car, only to discover that you've never actually attempted to operate the key. The gun-type uranium bomb was simple enough that they felt confident it would work without testing. This level of confidence in an untested nuclear weapon was either remarkably bold or extremely naive, depending on how you looked at it. However, the plutonium implosion bomb presented a distinct challenge. It was so complex and temperamental that betting the war on it without a test would have been like performing brain surgery based on a cookbook you'd written yourself. So they decided to conduct a test, which presented its own unique set of challenges. What would be the most suitable location to test a nuclear weapon? You cannot simply head to the nearby firing range and hope for a favourable outcome. You need somewhere remote enough that if something goes spectacularly wrong, you won't accidentally eliminate half of civilization before you've had a chance to use your weapon on the enemy. They chose a site in the New Mexico desert, about 200 miles south of Los Alamos, called Trinity. The name was Oppenheimer's choice, inspired by a John Donne poem, because apparently even when you're about to test humanity's first nuclear weapon, you still have time for literature. The site was flat, empty, and far enough from major population centres that any unexpected consequences would mostly affect lizards and tumbleweeds. Preparing for the test was like planning the world's most dangerous camping trip. They had to transport an incredibly delicate and expensive nuclear device across desert roads that were barely suitable for regular automobiles, then assemble it in a temporary laboratory that had been built in the middle of nowhere. The bomb itself was nicknamed the Gadget, with the kind of casual understatement that suggested they were discussing a new kitchen appliance, rather than a weapon that could level a city. The scientists and military personnel involved in the test were dealing with unprecedented questions. How far away did you need to be to observe a nuclear explosion safely? Nobody knew, because nobody had ever observed a nuclear explosion before. They made their best guesses based on calculations and hoped they weren't catastrophically wrong. Some of the scientists brought suntan lotion, as if protecting against nuclear radiation was similar to preventing a mild sunburn. The test was scheduled for the early morning hours of July 16th, 1945, partly for security reasons and partly because someone thought it would be easier to see the explosion against the pre-dawn sky. As the countdown approached, the level of tension at the site was probably measurable with scientific instruments. These were people who had spent years of their lives working toward this moment, and they were about to find out if they'd created a revolutionary weapon or the world's most expensive firework. Oppenheimer and the other key scientists gathered at a control bunker about 6 miles from Ground Zero, which seemed like a safe distance until you realised that nobody actually knew what constituted a safe distance from humanity's first nuclear explosion. They lay down on the ground, facing away from the blast site, with instructions to look only after the initial flash had passed. It was like being told to watch the world's most important sunrise through your eyelids. At 5:29 a.m, the gadget detonated with a force equivalent to about 21,000 tons of TNT. For a brief moment, the explosion created temperatures comparable to the surface of the sun and light brighter than the sun itself. The flash was visible from over 160 miles away, and the sound of the explosion was heard nearly 100 miles distant. Several observers reported that for a few seconds it was as if there were 2 suns in the sky. The mushroom cloud rose to over 40,000 feet, and the heat from the explosion turned the desert sand into a greenish glass that they later called Trinitite. The steel tower that held the bomb vaporized, along with everything else within a substantial radius of Ground Zero. In the space of a few seconds, the theoretical had become devastatingly real. Oppenheimer later said that as he watched the explosion, a line from the Bhagavad Gita came to mind. "Now I am become death, destroyer of worlds." It was the kind of literary reference that seemed almost absurdly intellectual given the circumstances, but it captured the magnitude of what they had just witnessed. They had successfully created a weapon that could destroy entire cities in an instant. The test was a complete success, which meant that the Manhattan Project had achieved its primary goal. They had beaten Germany to the atomic bomb. Of course, by this point Germany had already surrendered, so the original motivation for the project was somewhat moot. But there was still Japan to consider, and the war in the Pacific was far from over. As the mushroom cloud dissipated over the New Mexico desert, the scientists and military personnel at Trinity began grappling with the implications of what they had just accomplished. They had unlocked a portal that would never reopen. Now comes the part of the story where things get complicated in ways that make quantum physics look straightforward. You have this incredibly powerful weapon that works exactly as advertised, a war that's still raging in the Pacific, and a bunch of very smart people suddenly realizing that creating the thing was actually the easy part. The real challenge lay in deciding what to do with it. President Truman, who had inherited both the presidency and the Manhattan Project from Roosevelt, found himself in the position of having to make decisions about weapons he barely understood. Imagine being given the keys to a weapon that could destroy cities and being told to learn how to use it in a few weeks. Truman was a practical man who preferred straightforward problems with straightforward solutions, but there was nothing straightforward about atomic weapons. The military estimates for the invasion of Japan were extremely sobering. Operation Downfall, as it was known, had the potential to cause over 1 million American casualties and several million Japanese deaths. These weren't abstract numbers on a strategic planning document. They represented real people, families, and entire communities. The alternative was using atomic weapons against Japanese cities, which would also kill enormous numbers of civilians, but might end the war quickly enough to prevent an even larger catastrophe. It's the kind of decision that would keep anyone awake at night, the kind of moral calculation that has no clearly right answer. Do you choose the option that kills fewer people overall, but involves using weapons of unprecedented destructive power? Or do you choose the conventional invasion that might ultimately cost more lives but doesn't cross the threshold into nuclear warfare? Some of the scientists involved in the Manhattan Project were seriously reconsidering their involvement in its creation. Leo Szilard, who had started the whole thing with his worries about German atomic research, now found himself trying to stop the use of the weapons he had helped create. He and several other scientists petitioned Truman to demonstrate the bomb's power without using it against populated areas, perhaps by detonating it over an uninhabited area where Japanese leaders could witness its destructive potential. But military planners argued that a demonstration might not be convincing enough to force Japanese surrender, especially if the bomb failed to detonate properly. They had exactly 2 operational atomic weapons, Little Boy, the uranium bomb, and Fat Man, the plutonium bomb, and using one for a demonstration would leave them with only 1 weapon for actual combat use. It was like having 2 bullets and wondering whether to fire one into the air as a warning shot. The decision-making process was complicated by the fact that many of the people involved still didn't fully understand what they were dealing with. The long-term effects of radiation exposure weren't well understood. The political implications of introducing nuclear weapons to warfare hadn't been fully considered. They were making decisions about the future of human conflict with incomplete information and under enormous time pressure. Japanese resistance was fierce and showed no signs of diminishing. The Battle of Okinawa had demonstrated the terrible cost of invading fortified Japanese positions, and intelligence suggested that the Japanese were preparing to defend their home islands with even greater determination. Kamikaze attacks were increasing in frequency and intensity. From a purely military perspective, anything that could end the war quickly was worth serious consideration. On the other hand, several high-ranking military officials questioned whether atomic weapons were necessary at all. Some argued that Japan was already on the verge of surrender due to conventional bombing, naval blockade, and the Soviet entry into the war against Japan. Others suggested that the primary motivation for using the bombs was not to defeat Japan, but to demonstrate American nuclear capability to the Soviet Union, thereby initiating the Cold War. The target selection process was grimly methodical. Military planners wanted cities that were militarily significant, but had not been heavily damaged by conventional bombing, so that the effects of the atomic weapon could be clearly observed and documented. They also wanted targets that would have maximum psychological impact on Japanese leadership. The final target list included Hiroshima, Kokura, Niigata, and Nagasaki. Kyoto was initially on the list as well, but Secretary of War Henry Stimson reportedly removed it from consideration, because he had visited the city and appreciated its cultural and historical significance. It's one of those small human moments that had enormous consequences, a single person's aesthetic sensibility potentially saving a city and its hundreds of thousands of inhabitants from nuclear destruction. As the decision deadline approached, Truman was receiving advice from multiple directions, much of it contradictory. Military commanders wanted to use the weapons to save American lives. There was a divide among scientists between those seeking to demonstrate the bomb's power and those advocating for its decisive use. Political advisors were thinking about post-war relationships with both Japan and the Soviet Union. In the end, Truman made the decision that he believed would end the war most quickly and save the most lives overall. Whether he was right or wrong is a question that historians and ethicists continue to debate today. But in the summer of 1945, with incomplete information and enormous pressure, he chose to authorize the use of atomic weapons against Japan. It was a decision that would define not just the end of World War II, but the beginning of the nuclear age. On the morning of August 6, 1945, the crew of the Enola Gay, a B-29 bomber named after the pilot's mother, took off from Tinian Island carrying Little Boy, the uranium bomb that had never been tested but was expected to work based on theoretical calculations. It's important to take a moment to appreciate the surreal nature of this moment. They were piloting an untested nuclear weapon over the Pacific Ocean, relying on 3 years of theoretical physics and engineering to perform precisely as intended at the crucial moment. Colonel Paul Tibbets, the pilot, probably had the strangest job description in military history that morning. He was essentially a delivery driver, except his package could destroy an entire city, and his route included flying over enemy territory while carrying the most expensive and dangerous cargo in human history. The crew had been told they were carrying a very powerful bomb, but most didn't know they were about to witness the first use of nuclear weapons in warfare. Hiroshima was chosen as the primary target, partly because it was an important military centre, and partly because it had been largely spared from conventional bombing, making it ideal for observing the effects of atomic weapons. The city had about 350,000 people going about their morning routines, unaware that they were about to witness a historic moment. At 8:15 a.m. local time, Little Boy detonated about 1,900 feet above the city centre. The explosion created a fireball with temperatures exceeding those at the centre of the sun, followed by a shockwave that destroyed virtually everything within a 1-mile radius. The mushroom cloud rose to over 60,000 feet, and the flash of light was visible for miles. Suddenly, a bustling metropolis transformed into the epicentre of the nuclear era. The immediate destruction was almost incomprehensible. Buildings simply vanished. People who were close to the hypercentre were vaporised so quickly that their shadows were burned into concrete and stone surfaces. The intense heat, the crushing force of the shockwave, or the collapse of buildings killed others. Tens of thousands died immediately, and tens of thousands more would die in the following days and weeks from radiation sickness, burns and injuries. Back in Washington, the news of Hiroshima's destruction was received with a mixture of relief, satisfaction, and growing awareness of what had just been unleashed. Truman announced the attack publicly, explaining that the United States had developed a new and revolutionary increase in destruction, and warning Japan to surrender or face a rain of ruin from the air, the like of which has never been seen on this earth. But Japan did not immediately surrender. The Japanese government was still processing the implications of what had happened to Hiroshima when, 3 days later, another B-29 took off from Tinian carrying Fat Man, the plutonium bomb that had been successfully tested at Trinity. The original target was Kokura, but cloud cover forced the crew to divert to their secondary target, Nagasaki. Nagasaki was a port city with significant military industry, home to about 240,000 people. Fat Man detonated at 11:02 a.m. on August 9th, creating another mushroom cloud and another zone of complete devastation. The bomb was actually more powerful than Little Boy, but the hilly terrain of Nagasaki limited the destruction somewhat compared to the flat geography of Hiroshima. The 2 atomic bombings killed over 200,000 people, most of them civilians, and demonstrated that the United States possessed weapons of unprecedented destructive power. More importantly, from a strategic perspective, they showed that America could produce these weapons and was willing to use them. The message to both Japan and the rest of the world was unmistakable. The rules of warfare had fundamentally changed. Emperor Hirohito announced Japan's surrender on August 15, 1945, citing a new and most cruel bomb as one of the factors in his decision. The war was over, but the nuclear age had begun. The scientists and engineers who had worked on the Manhattan Project found themselves grappling with the reality that their theoretical calculations had translated into actual human destruction on an unprecedented scale. Some, like Oppenheimer, were haunted by what they had helped create. Others argued that the bombs had actually saved lives by ending the war quickly and preventing a costly invasion of Japan. Whether the atomic bombings were necessary or justified remains a topic of debate, but it is undeniable that they represented a significant shift in human history. The Manhattan Project had succeeded in its primary objective. It had created weapons powerful enough to end World War II. But it had also created something else, a world where the complete destruction of civilization was now theoretically possible, where the stakes of international conflict had been raised beyond anything previously imaginable. As the aftermath of Hiroshima and Nagasaki receded, the scientists, who had dedicated 3 years to their clandestine work, came to understand that their efforts were far from concluded. They had solved the technical challenge of nuclear weapons, but they had also created political, ethical and strategic challenges that would define international relations for generations to come. The atomic age had arrived and there was no going back. When the celebration parades ended and the newspapers stopped running headlines about the miracle weapons that had ended the war, the people who had created those weapons found themselves dealing with a peculiar kind of hangover. It wasn't the sort you get from too much champagne at a victory party, but the kind that comes from realizing you've fundamentally changed the world and aren't entirely sure whether you should feel proud or terrified. The Manhattan Project had been such a massive, all-consuming effort that many of the scientists involved hadn't really had time to think about what would happen after they succeeded. It's akin to devoting 3 years to the construction of a race car, only to abruptly discover you don't know where to steer it. They had solved the technical problem of nuclear weapons with brilliant efficiency, but they had inadvertently created problems that were much more complicated than mere physics. Oppenheimer, who had led the scientific effort at Los Alamos, found himself in the strange position of being simultaneously celebrated as a hero and viewed with suspicion as a potential security risk. He had become the most famous scientist in America, the father of the atomic bomb, but he was also someone who quoted Sanskrit poetry and had complicated political views that made government officials nervous. It's challenging to be a national icon when you keep reminding people that the thing that made you famous could also destroy civilization. The other scientists went to universities and research institutions, taking with them the knowledge of how to build nuclear weapons and the burden of knowing what those weapons could do. Some threw themselves into peaceful applications of nuclear technology, hoping to balance the destructive potential of their work with beneficial uses for atomic energy. Others became advocates for nuclear disarmament, arguing that the weapons they had helped create were too dangerous for any nation to possess. But the most significant change was in how countries thought about war and international relations. The atomic bomb had made the concept of total victory obsolete, because it now potentially meant total destruction for everyone involved. It was like discovering that winning an argument could result in both participants being struck by lightning. The traditional logic of warfare, where you could defeat your enemies without destroying yourself, no longer applied when nuclear weapons were involved. The Soviet Union, which had been America's ally during the war, immediately began working on its own nuclear weapons program. Joseph Stalin was not the sort of leader who was comfortable with other countries having weapons he didn't possess, especially weapons that could level entire cities. The race to develop nuclear weapons became the foundation of what would be called the Cold War, a decades-long standoff between superpowers armed with enough nuclear weapons to destroy each other many times over. The scientists who had worked on the Manhattan Project watched this development with a mixture of resignation and horror. Many thought that nuclear weapons would be so obviously bad that no sane leader would want to make more. Instead, they discovered that human nature was more complicated than nuclear physics, and that the existence of nuclear weapons seemed to make other countries want nuclear weapons even more desperately. Nuclear testing became a regular occurrence, with both the United States and the Soviet Union detonating increasingly powerful weapons in remote locations around the world. The hydrogen bomb, developed in the early 1950s, made the weapons used against Japan look small by comparison. It was comparable to the difference between a firecracker and a volcano, with both having the potential to destroy human civilization if misused. The legacy of the Manhattan Project extended far beyond military applications. Nuclear power plants began generating electricity, nuclear medicine revolutionized cancer treatment, and radioactive isotopes became essential tools for scientific research. The same knowledge that had created the most destructive weapons in history also led to innovations that saved lives and advanced human understanding of the natural world. But perhaps the most lasting legacy of the Manhattan Project was the way it changed how we think about the relationship between science and society. Before 1945, most people viewed scientific research as inherently beneficial, a pure pursuit of knowledge that inevitably led to human progress. After Hiroshima and Nagasaki, it became clear that scientific knowledge could be used for purposes that were anything but beneficial, and that scientists had responsibilities that extended beyond their laboratories. The Manhattan Project demonstrated that, given enough resources, brilliant people, and sufficient motivation, humans could solve almost any technical problem. But it also showed that solving technical problems was often easier than dealing with the consequences of those solutions. The scientists had successfully built nuclear weapons, but they had also built a world where the continued existence of human civilization depended on the wisdom and restraint of political leaders. As you settle in for sleep tonight, it's worth remembering that the story of the Manhattan Project is ultimately a story about human beings trying to solve an unprecedented problem under enormous pressure, making decisions with incomplete information and dealing with consequences they couldn't fully anticipate. The scientists, engineers, and military personnel involved were not fundamentally different from people today. They were just people trying to do their jobs in extraordinary circumstances. The atomic age that began in the New Mexico desert in 1945 is still with us today, and probably always will be. The knowledge of how to split atoms and release enormous amounts of energy cannot be uninvented, and the weapons created during the Manhattan Project have shaped international relations for over 70 years. But perhaps that's not entirely a bad thing. The existence of nuclear weapons has made large-scale wars between major powers extremely risky, creating a strange kind of peace through the threat of mutual destruction. It's not the most comforting foundation for international stability, but it has worked so far. Picture this. You're walking down a city street in 1923, and the world around you is humming with an energy that feels almost electric. The atmosphere isn't quite electric, but it's close enough. Sure, there are more light bulbs than ever before, but the real electricity is in the air itself, crackling with possibility and change. You'd notice it first in the sounds. The clip-clop of horses that dominated just a decade ago has been replaced by the puttering growl of automobiles. The sound is not the smooth purr of modern cars, but rather a sound akin to a coffee grinder arguing with a lawnmower. The Model T Ford, despite its mechanical prowess, was as unassuming as a brass band playing in a library. The smell hits you next, a cocktail of motor oil, cigarette smoke, and something indefinably optimistic. It's the scent of a country that's just discovered it can reinvent itself, like a middle-aged person trying on a completely different haircut and deciding they rather like it. You're dressed in attire that would make your great-grandparents cling to their pearls. If you're a woman, your hemline is scandalously revealing several inches of ankle and calf. Your hair is bobbed shorter than most men's, and you might be smoking a cigarette in public without a single person calling the authorities. If you're a man, your collar is a bit lower, your pants a bit looser, and you've got enough hair pomade to lubricate a small engine. The funny thing about the 1920s is that everyone calls them roaring, but they didn't start out that way. The decade began with people suffering from severe hangovers from World War I. The country was like someone who'd been to a really intense party and was now standing in their kitchen at 2 a.m, eating cold pizza and wondering what on earth had just happened. However, the Americans, with their unwavering optimism, gazed at the chaos and expressed, "That was quite unpleasant. Let's try something completely different." And boy, did they ever. The war had ended in 1918, and by 1920, everyone was ready to forget it had ever happened. It was as if everyone had experienced collective amnesia, accompanied by jazz music and illegal cocktails. People wanted to dance, laugh, make money, and generally behave as if they had discovered the perfect cocktail sauce. You'd see this attitude everywhere. People walked with a spring in their step, suggesting they were late for something fun. They spoke faster, louder, and with more slang than a teenager who had just discovered they could invent their own language. Bee's knees and cat's pyjamas not only served as expressions, but also as declarations of independence from the Victorian era, which had finally, thankfully, left town. The cities were growing like mushrooms after rain. People were flooding in from farms and small towns, drawn by the promise of factory jobs and electric lights, and the chance to reinvent themselves completely. It was like the world's largest costume party, except the costumes were new lives, and nobody was planning to take them off at midnight. Money was flowing like water from a broken pipe, and everyone was convinced they could catch some in a bucket. People were buying stocks with the same casual confidence they'd used to choose a new hat, as the stock market soared to unprecedented heights. What could possibly go wrong? However, we're assuming too much at this point. Right now, in this moment, you're standing on a street corner in 1923, and the future looks as bright as a freshly polished brass button. The air brims with potential. Your pockets may hold some cash, and a jazz band playing a tune in the distance entices your feet to dance independently. Welcome to the Roaring Twenties, where the past was new and the future was whatever you dared to make it. Let's now discuss your daily activities in the exciting world of 1923. If you're fortunate enough to have a job, as most people did, adding to the magic, you'd be engaged in a way that would have left your parents scratching their heads in confusion. For the first time in American history, more people were living in cities than on farms. This transformation wasn't just a demographic shift. It was like the entire country had decided to change its personality. America was transforming from a nation of people who knew every neighbour's cow by name to a place where you might not even know the name of the person living in the apartment next door. If you were a woman, you'd probably be working outside the home in a way that would have scandalised your grandmother. Instead of performing strenuous farm tasks or handling laundry, women found themselves seated at a desk in an office building, using innovative typewriters that resembled a hybrid of a piano and a mechanical spider. You'd be earning your money, which gave you a kind of freedom that previous generations of women could only dream about. The work itself had a rhythm to it that was entirely new. You'd clock in at 8 a.m. sharp, because the whole concept of business hours was becoming sacred. Lunch was exactly 1 hour, usually eaten at a counter lunch spot that served food faster than you could say efficiency. Everything was about speed and productivity, and the wonderful, terrible idea that time was money. But here's the thing that made the 20s special. When that workday ended, the real fun began. You'd step out of your office building into a world that was determined to entertain you. The streets were lined with movie theatres showing the latest Charlie Chaplin or Buster Keaton films. These weren't just movies. They were escapes into worlds where anything could happen, and usually did. If you desired to dance, you would make your way to one of the hundreds of dance halls that had sprung up like fervent plants. Jazz, a new musical genre, resembled traditional music with a hint of improvisation. It was syncopated, unpredictable, and absolutely irresistible. You'd do the Charleston until your feet hurt, then keep dancing anyway because the music wouldn't let you stop. The food was changing too. Instead of the heavy Germanic meals that had dominated American tables, you'd find yourself eating lighter fare. Salads became fashionable, not because anyone was particularly concerned about health, but because they felt modern and sophisticated. Canned foods were everywhere, promising convenience and consistency. You could open a can of peaches in the middle of winter and feel like you were living in the future. And speaking of the future, everything was about being modern. The furniture, art and ideas were all modern. If something was old, it was automatically suspect. People were redecorating their homes with clean lines and geometric patterns, throwing out the heavy, ornate Victorian furniture that had dominated parlours for decades. It seemed as though the entire nation had made a resolute decision to purge and never look back. Your evening entertainment might include listening to the radio, which was still magical enough to make you shake your head in wonder. The air carried voices and music directly into your living room. You'd gather around the radio like it was a campfire, listening to programs that connected you to the rest of the country in a way that had never been possible before. But the real excitement came from the speakeasies. Now, officially, alcohol was illegal thanks to Prohibition, which had gone into effect in 1920. But in reality, people were drinking more than ever, and they were drinking it in hidden clubs that had the atmosphere of a permanent party. You'd knock on an unmarked door, whisper a password, and suddenly you'd be in a world of dim lights, strong drinks, and the kind of music that made you want to dance until dawn. The irony wasn't lost on anyone. The government tried to make America more moral by banning alcohol, but it made drinking more fun, social and exciting. It was akin to receiving a ban on dessert, which instantly elevated it to the pinnacle of desire. Let's settle in and talk about money in the 1920s, because this is where things get really interesting. Imagine if everyone in your neighbourhood suddenly discovered they had a talent for finding $20 bills in their coat pockets. That's roughly what the economy felt like in 1924. You'd wake up each morning and check the newspaper for stock prices the way people today check their social media. The numbers consistently increased, akin to a helium balloon devoid of gravity. Your neighbour, who previously sold insurance, was now providing you with valuable insights about radio companies and automobile manufacturers. Your barber was talking about his portfolio while he trimmed your hair. Even the woman who ran the corner grocery store was buying stocks with the confidence of someone who'd been doing it for decades. The beautiful thing was, you didn't need to be rich to get started. You could buy stocks on margin, which meant you only needed to put down a small amount of your money and borrow the rest. It was like a layaway, but for wealth building. What could possibly go wrong with borrowing money to buy something that was guaranteed to go up in value? Your typical day might start with a quick stop at the bank, where the teller would greet you with a smile that suggested he was personally invested in your financial success. Banks were no longer the stern, intimidating institutions they'd been in your grandfather's day. They were friendly, welcoming places that were eager to lend you money for just about anything. Want to buy a car? Here's a loan. Want to buy a house? Here's a mortgage. Want to buy stocks? Here's some margin financing. The bankers practically threw money at you, instilling in you a sense of gratitude for their faith in your future. The cars were a perfect example of how money was changing everything. Henry Ford had figured out how to mass-produce automobiles, which meant that for the first time in history, regular working people could afford to buy one. A Model T cost about $290 in 1925, which was roughly 3 months' wages for an average worker. Compare that to today, when a new car costs more like 8 months' wages, and you can see why everyone was feeling pretty optimistic about their purchasing power. But the real magic happened when you got that car home. Suddenly you weren't limited to your neighbourhood anymore. You could drive to the next town over for dinner, or take a weekend trip to the mountains, or simply cruise around on a Sunday afternoon feeling like the king of the world. The automobile didn't just change how you got around, it changed how you thought about distance, time and possibility. Consumer goods were flooding the market. Electric refrigerators, vacuum cleaners, washing machines, radios. All of these things that had been luxuries for the wealthy were suddenly within reach of the middle class. You could buy them on instalment plans, paying a little bit each month until they were yours. It was like Christmas morning every time you brought home a new appliance. Department stores became wonderlands of possibility. You'd walk through Macy's or Wanamaker's and feel like you were touring a museum of modern living. Everything was bright, shiny, and available for purchase. The salespeople made you feel entitled to the best, and the credit terms were so generous that you couldn't afford not to buy. The advertising was getting more sophisticated too. Instead of just listing the features of a product, advertisers were selling you a lifestyle. Buy this soap and you'll be more attractive. Buy this car and you'll be more successful. Buy this radio and you'll be more connected to the world. They weren't just selling products, they were selling dreams, and business was booming. Your neighbours were all participating in this wonderful dance of prosperity. Everyone was buying, everyone was selling, and everyone was convinced that the music would never stop playing. The stock market was like a giant casino where everyone was winning, and the house never seemed to mind. But here's the thing about dancing. It's wonderful while the music is playing, but eventually the band needs to take a break. The trouble was, nobody in 1925 was thinking about what would happen when the music stopped. They were too busy enjoying the rhythm, the movement, and the sheer joy of being part of something that felt bigger than themselves. When the sun went down in 1925, that's when the real personality of the decade came out to play. You'd finish your dinner, straighten your tie or powder your nose, and step out into a world that was absolutely determined to show you a good time. The streets after dark were like nothing America had ever seen before. Electric signs blazed from every storefront, turning night into a neon-tinged approximation of the day. The cities had learned to stay awake, and they were absolutely delighted with their insomnia. You'd walk down Broadway or State Street or any main drag in any city, and the lights would be so bright you could read a newspaper without squinting. Your first stop might be a movie theatre, because the pictures were getting more elaborate and entertaining by the month. These weren't just films, they were experiences. The theatres themselves resembled palaces, adorned with elaborate ceilings, luxurious seats, and orchestras that accompanied the silent films. You'd sit in the dark with hundreds of other people, all of you gasping and laughing and collectively forgetting that the real world existed outside those velvet curtains. Charlie Chaplin was making everyone laugh with his little tramp character, a fellow who seemed to find dignity in the most undignified situations. Buster Keaton was performing stunts that defied both gravity and common sense. These comedians weren't just entertainers, they were philosophers of the absurd, showing you that life's problems could be solved with creativity, persistence, and a willingness to look ridiculous. But the real adventure began when you decided to find a speakeasy. By 1925, the country had gotten very creative about working around the 5-year-old prohibition. You'd walk down a perfectly ordinary street, counting doorways until you found the right one. Maybe it was marked with a small symbol, or maybe you just had to know which door to knock on. The password might be something like bee's knees, or Oscar sent me. You'd whisper it to a person whose eyes you could see through a small window, and if you'd gotten it right, the door would swing open to reveal a world that was half party, half conspiracy. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with cigarette smoke and possibility. The air practically vibrated with jazz music played by musicians who seemed to be making it up as they went along. In numerous instances, their interpretations were accurate. Jazz was all about improvisation, about taking a familiar tune and twisting it into something entirely new. It was music that matched the mood of the times, confident, experimental, and slightly dangerous. The drinks were stronger than anything you'd ever tasted, partly because the bootleggers weren't particularly concerned with subtlety. They mixed gin that could strip paint with fruit juices and served it in cocktail glasses reminiscent of fairy tales. The cocktails had names like Gin Ricky, Sidecar, and Bee's Knees, as if someone had decided that drinking should be an adventure in linguistics as well as intoxication. The dancing was unlike anything your parents' generation had ever seen. The Charleston was the signature move, all flying feet and swinging arms and complete abandonment of anything that might be considered dignified. The music would compel you to continue dancing despite your clothes becoming soaked with sweat. The women smoked cigarettes, wore makeup, and generally behaved in ways that would have horrified their grandmothers. Known as flappers, they appeared to have collectively decided to disregard the traditional norms of feminine behaviour. They wore their hair short, their skirts shorter, and their attitudes shortest of all. The men were trying to keep up, loosening their ties and learning dance steps that would have been considered scandalous just a decade earlier. Everyone was engaged in a collective rebellion against the stuffiness of the previous generation, and they were thoroughly enjoying themselves in the process. But here's the thing that made the speakeasy culture so special. It was democratic in a way that American social life had never been before. Rich and poor, young and old, immigrants and native-born Americans all crowded together around the same small tables, drinking the same illegal liquor and dancing to the same outrageous music. Prohibition had inadvertently created a kind of social mixing that the country had never experienced. The night would end with you stumbling out into the dawn, your ears ringing with jazz and your head spinning with gin, and the sheer exhilaration of being alive at a time when anything seemed possible. Tomorrow was another day, and tomorrow's night would bring new adventures, new music, and new reasons to celebrate the simple fact that you were young and American, and living in the most exciting decade anyone could remember. Now let's talk about how the 1920s changed the way people thought about everything. Not only did the music and clothes change, but the concept of what it meant to be an American underwent a complete transformation. You'd wake up in 1926 and realise that the world your parents had prepared you for no longer existed. A kind of exhilarating uncertainty replaced the old certainties, making every day feel like an adventure. It was like someone had rewritten the rules of life while you were sleeping, and you had to figure out the new version as you went along. The most significant change was in how people thought about themselves. Your great-grandparents had defined themselves by their work, their family, their church, and their community. But you were part of the first generation that could define itself by its entertainment, its style, and its attitude. You weren't just a blacksmith or a farmer or a shopkeeper. You were someone who listened to jazz, drove a car, went to the pictures, and had opinions about everything. The radio was particularly important in this transformation. Every evening you'd gather around that wooden box with its mysterious glowing tubes and listen to voices from New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles. For the first time in American history, the entire country was hearing the same jokes, the same music, and the same advertisements. You were part of a shared national conversation that stretched from coast to coast. These developments created a kind of cultural democracy that was entirely new. A song that was popular in Harlem could be hummed by a farmer in Kansas within a week. Within a month, a dance that originated in Chicago might be performed at an Alabama high school dance. The regional differences that had defined American culture for centuries were beginning to blur into something more unified and simultaneously more diverse. The movies were doing something similar, but even more powerfully. You'd sit in a dark theatre and watch stories that took you places you'd never been, showed you lives you'd never lived, and made you feel emotions you'd never experienced. The stars weren't just actors. They were templates for how to be glamorous, sophisticated, and modern. Mary Pickford, Charlie Chaplin, and Rudolph Valentino weren't just entertainers. They were teachers in the Academy of Style. The magazines were changing too. The previous generation's serious, morally instructive publications gave way to magazines entirely focused on entertainment, fashion, and lifestyle. You'd flip through pages of photographs showing you how to dress, how to decorate your home, and how to conduct yourself at parties. It was like having a personal tutor in the art of being modern. The younger generation were particularly enthusiastic about rejecting everything their parents had taught them. They called themselves the Lost Generation, which sounds melancholy, but was actually a kind of celebration. They were lost from the old certainties, the old restrictions, and the old ways of thinking about life, and they were perfectly content to be lost, because being lost meant being free to find their own way. The slang reflected this new attitude. Everything was swell or keen or the cat's pyjamas. The language was becoming more playful, more inventive, and more fun. People were making up words and phrases with the confidence of poets, and everyone was eager to adopt the latest linguistic fashions. Even the art was changing. Instead of the realistic paintings and sculptures that had dominated American culture, artists were experimenting with abstract forms, bold colours, and ideas that didn't necessarily make logical sense. It was art that matched the mood of the times, experimental, confident, and slightly rebellious. The architecture was transforming too. Buildings were getting taller, sleeker, and more geometric. The Art Deco style was emerging, with its emphasis on clean lines and mechanical elegance. Cities were beginning to look like the future, which was precisely what their inhabitants wanted. But perhaps the most important change was in how people thought about tradition itself. Previous generations had revered the past, seeing it as a source of wisdom and guidance. However, the 1920s generation viewed the past as a challenge to conquer, enhance, or disregard. The future was more interesting than the past, and the present was more fun than either. This perspective created a kind of cultural acceleration that was both exhilarating and exhausting. Everything was changing so fast that you could barely keep up. But that was part of the excitement. You lived in a time of global reinvention and were part of it. By 1927, it was evident that something was beginning to go awry. The party was still going strong, the music was still playing, and everyone was still dancing. But if you looked carefully, you might have noticed that some of the dancers were starting to look a little worn out, and some of the music was starting to sound a little forced. The stock market was still climbing, but it was climbing in a way that was starting to make thoughtful people nervous. The numbers were getting so high that they seemed to have lost any connection to reality. Companies that had never made a profit were worth millions on paper. Stocks were doubling and tripling in value based on nothing more than the assumption that they would continue to double and triple. You'd overhear conversations that would have been impossible just a few years earlier. Your barber would be talking about his stock portfolio while he cut your hair. The woman who sold newspapers on the corner would be discussing market trends with her customers. Everyone claimed to be an expert, and while many appeared to be getting rich, nobody was asking the obvious question: where was all this money actually coming from? The answer, it turned out, was that it was coming from the future. People were borrowing against tomorrow's prosperity to pay for today's lifestyle. They were buying stocks on margin, which meant they were borrowing money to buy investments that they hoped would be worth more money later. It was a pyramid scheme that worked perfectly, as long as everyone kept believing it would work forever. The agriculture sector was already showing signs of strain. Farmers had expanded their operations during World War I to meet the demand for food, but when the war ended, that need disappeared. Crop prices were falling, and farmers were struggling to pay off the loans they'd taken to buy more land and equipment. No one in the cities was paying much attention to the fact that rural banks were beginning to fail. The construction industry was beginning to slow down. There were only so many office buildings and apartment complexes that any city could actually use, but developers kept building them anyway because construction loans were easy to get, and real estate seemed like a guaranteed investment. Empty buildings were becoming more common, but the newspapers didn't write much about that. Even the consumer goods market was showing signs of saturation. What is the practical number of radios a family might need? What is the practical number of automobiles a person can drive? The factories were producing more than the market could absorb, but they kept producing anyway because the credit was available and the future looked bright. The international situation was becoming more complicated too. Europe was still struggling to recover from the war, and the German economy was particularly fragile. American banks had loaned enormous amounts of money to European governments and businesses, but those loans were looking increasingly risky. If Europe couldn't pay back what it owed, American banks would be in serious trouble. But in 1927, you probably wouldn't have noticed any of this. You'd be too busy enjoying the prosperity, the entertainment, and the sheer fun of being alive in the most exciting decade in American history. Despite the presence of warning signs, it was effortless to overlook them when everything in your immediate experience was thriving. The speakeasies were still packed, the jazz was still playing, the stock market was still climbing, and everyone was still convinced that the good times would last forever. The prospect of everything collapsing was too disheartening to contemplate. This was America, after all. Americans didn't have economic disasters. They had temporary setbacks followed by even greater prosperity. The newspapers were full of optimistic predictions about the future. By 1950, they said, everyone would have an airplane in their garage and a robot in their kitchen. Machines would do all the work, eliminating poverty and disease and reducing the work week to a few hours. It all sounded perfectly reasonable. Science was advancing rapidly, technology was solving problems faster than anyone could have imagined, and the American economy seemed to have discovered the secret of perpetual growth. What could possibly go wrong? The answer to this question was already beginning to emerge in the financial markets, the agricultural sector, the construction industry, and the international banking system. But in 1927, you could still choose to ignore those warning signs and focus on the fun, and that's exactly what most people did. And then, suddenly, it was 1929, and the music stopped. You'd wake up on a Tuesday in October and the world would look the same as the day before. You'd see the same buildings, streets, and people rushing to work with the same hopeful attitude. But something fundamental had changed overnight. something that would take months or even years to fully understand. The stock market had crashed. The stock market not only experienced a decline, correction, or adjustment, but it plummeted, akin to a chandelier plummeting from a ballroom ceiling. Stocks that had been worth hundreds of dollars were suddenly worth pennies. Fortunes that had been built over years of careful speculation were wiped out in a matter of hours. The crash did not occur abruptly. The process began when a few nervous investors decided to sell their stocks, leading to a slight drop in prices that made other investors anxious. More selling caused prices to drop further, which made even more investors nervous. The situation resembled a domino effect, but instead of traditional dominoes, the pieces consisted of money and confidence. In just a few days, the American economy had experienced a significant decline of approximately 40% in its value. People who had gone to bed wealthy woke up poor. Suddenly the banks, seemingly as solid as mountains, revealed themselves to be based on sand. The prosperity that had seemed so permanent was exposed as an elaborate illusion. The human cost was staggering. Your neighbour, who had been bragging about his stock portfolio, was now trying to figure out how to pay his mortgage. Suddenly the bank where you deposited your savings closed, and a sign on the door declared your money unavailable. The factory where you'd worked for years was laying off workers because nobody could afford to buy what they were producing. But here's the thing about the crash. It wasn't really the end of the Roaring Twenties. It was more like the moment when someone turned on the lights at the end of a party and everyone realised what the place actually looked like. The problems had been there all along, hidden by the excitement, optimism and sheer fun of it all. We would call the decade that followed the Great Depression a period marked by hardship, struggle and collective soul-searching. But it would also be a time of innovation and resilience, and the discovery that Americans could survive just about anything if they worked together. Looking back from the perspective of 1932 or 1935, you might have been tempted to dismiss the entire decade of the 1920s as a foolish mistake, a time when the country lost its mind and forgot about the values that had made it great. But that would have been unfair to the genuine achievements of the era. The 1920s had given America jazz, movies, radio and automobiles, as well as the beginnings of a modern consumer culture. It had liberated women from Victorian restrictions and given young people the freedom to define themselves. It had connected the country in ways that had never been possible before, and created a shared national culture that transcended regional differences. Most importantly, it had shown Americans that they could reinvent themselves, that they could reject the limitations of the past and create something entirely new. That lesson would prove invaluable in the decades to come as the country faced the challenges of depression, war, and social transformation. The Roaring Twenties evoked a vision of immense prosperity and boundless possibilities. It was excessive, unsustainable, and ultimately destructive. But it was also creative, liberating, and genuinely enjoyable. It was a time when Americans learned they could be more than they ever thought, even if they couldn't keep it up. As you drifted off to sleep, you may have realised that the 1920s' true legacy was the confidence they gave Americans to believe anything was possible, not the crash that ended them. That confidence would be tested in the years to come, but it would never be completely broken, and that perhaps was the most important lesson of all. The music had stopped, but the memory of the dance would last forever. Picture this. You're sitting in ancient China around 220 BC, probably wondering what's for dinner and hoping the weather holds up for harvest season. You've got your little plot of land, maybe some chickens pecking around, and life is pretty predictable. Then Emperor Qin Shi Huang shows up with what might be history's most ambitious home improvement project. We're going to build a wall, he announces. Not just any wall, mind you, a wall that stretches across mountains, deserts and valleys for thousands of miles. Your neighbours probably thought he'd been sampling too much rice wine, but this emperor was dead serious. He had already conquered 6 other kingdoms to unite China, so building an impossibly long wall seemed like a simple task. Tuesday afternoon's project. The thing is, walls already existed. Various kingdoms had been building defensive barriers for centuries, like having a really impressive fence to keep the neighbours' goats out of your garden. But Qin Shi Huang looked at these scattered walls the way you might look at mismatched furniture in your living room. Functional, but lacking a unified vision. His plan was brilliant in its audacity. Connect the existing walls, extend them, and create one continuous barrier along China's northern border. Imagine this as the world's first massive renovation project, where instead of demolishing walls, they were constructing the ultimate wall to end all walls. The emperor's motivation wasn't just showing off, though that was certainly part of it. The Mongols and other nomadic tribes from the north were habituated to dropping by uninvited, usually with swords and an attitude problem. These weren't friendly social calls. They were more like aggressive house parties, where the guests take everything and leave the place in shambles. So you can understand the emperor's thinking. Build a wall so impressive, so formidable, that these northern neighbours would take one look and decide maybe they'd rather stay home and tend their horses instead. It was like installing the world's most elaborate security system, except the cameras were guard towers and the alarm was a very loud horn. But here's where it gets intriguing for regular folks like you. This project wasn't going to be built by magic or imperial decree alone. This undertaking was going to require hands, millions of them. Suddenly, your quiet life of farming and chicken tending was about to get a lot more complicated. The recruitment process was about as subtle as an earthquake. Local officials would show up in villages with scrolls and serious expressions, essentially conducting a very involuntary job fair. Congratulations, they'd say. You've been selected for a wonderful opportunity to serve your emperor and build something truly historic. The fact that you hadn't applied for this opportunity was considered irrelevant. Now, before you start feeling too sorry for yourself in this scenario, consider the alternative. The emperor had just finished unifying China through a series of wars that made Game of Thrones look like a peaceful afternoon tea. Building a wall, even an impossibly long one, was actually the peaceful option. Still, knowing you're part of the calmer solution doesn't make the prospect of hauling stones across mountains any more appealing. The scale of this project was something no one had ever attempted. Imagine trying to coordinate a construction project that spans the distance from New York to Denver, except there are no trucks, no power tools, and no Home Depot. Everything had to be done with human muscle, animal power, and whatever clever engineering solutions people could devise with the technology of 220 BC. And so began one of history's greatest adventures in construction management, community cooperation, and sheer human stubbornness. You were about to become part of something that would still be visible. So here you are, standing with your hastily packed belongings and wondering how your life took such an unexpected turn. The recruitment officer has assured you that the job is a temporary assignment, just a few months, maybe a year at most. You'll be back home before you know it, he says, with the confidence of someone who's never actually built a wall. Your first glimpse of the construction site is like nothing you've ever seen. Imagine an anthill the size of a city, except the ants are people and they're all carrying rocks. Thousands of workers stretch across the landscape, creating a human chain that disappears into the distance. The noise is incredible. Hammering, shouting, the scrape of stone against stone, and the occasional creative curse word that probably shouldn't be repeated in polite company. You're assigned to a work crew that becomes your new family, whether you like it or not. There's old Chen, who claims he helped build the Emperor's palace and has strong opinions about proper mortar mixing. Young Liu bounces around with the enthusiasm of someone who thinks this whole wall business might actually be fun. Wang the Quiet barely speaks but can carry stones that would make a donkey jealous. And there's you, trying to figure out which end of a hammer to hold. The living arrangements are, shall we say, cosy. Your new home is a tent shared with 5 other men, which sounds awful until you realise some crews are sleeping 12 to a shelter. Privacy becomes a fond memory, like a favourite dish from home that you can almost taste if you concentrate hard enough. The good news is that everyone snores, so at least the noise is evenly distributed. Your daily routine starts before dawn, because apparently whoever designed this schedule believed that sunlight was a luxury rather than a necessity. You stumble out of your shared tent, grab some rice and maybe a pickled vegetable if you're lucky, and report to your section chief. This is a man who has elevated shouting into an art form, and seems to believe that volume is directly proportional to work efficiency. The work itself is simpler in concept than execution. You're building a wall, which sounds straightforward until you realise this wall needs to be tall enough to stop mounted warriors, strong enough to withstand siege engines, and long enough to protect an entire frontier. It's like being asked to build a fence around your property, except your property is the size of several states and the fence needs to stop an army. The foundation work is backbreaking in the most literal sense. You spend days moving earth, laying stones, and creating the base that everything else will rest on. Each stone needs to be placed just so, because a wobbly foundation today means a collapsed wall tomorrow, and nobody wants to explain to the Emperor why his wall has developed a lean. But here's the thing about shared misery. It has a way of bringing people together. By the end of your first week, you and your tent mates have developed an effortless camaraderie born of mutual exhaustion. Old Chen shares techniques he learned from previous construction projects. Young Liu invents games to make the repetitive work more bearable, while the quiet turns out to be an excellent cook who can make rice taste almost intriguing. The engineers overseeing the project are a fascinating bunch. They've had to solve problems no one has ever faced before, like how to build a uniform wall across terrain that varies from desert sand to mountain granite. Watching them work is like seeing puzzle masters tackle a jigsaw with a million pieces, none of which seem to fit together properly. Supply lines stretch back towards civilization like the world's longest grocery delivery route. Wagons arrive with fresh stone, timber, rice, and replacement tools. Occasionally they bring news from home, which everyone gathers around to hear like it's the evening entertainment. Occasionally they bring new workers to replace those who've completed their service, or, more grimly, those who won't be going home at all. Despite the hardships, there's something oddly satisfying about the work. Each day you can see progress. The wall grows taller, stronger and more impressive. You begin to take pride in your section, competing informally with other crews to see who can lay the straightest line or build the most solid foundation. It's like the world's most exhausting team sport. After a few weeks on the wall, you've developed what your grandmother might charitably call character. Your hands, once soft from farm work, now sport calluses in places you didn't know could grow calluses. Your back has adapted to a permanent slight hunch from lifting stones, and you've learned to identify different types of rock by their weight and the specific way they make your shoulders ache. The workday starts with what the section chief optimistically calls morning coordination, but which everyone else recognises as the daily ritual of figuring out who's going to do what and how badly it might go wrong. Today, your crew is assigned to mortar mixing, which sounds easy until you realise that getting the consistency right is like trying to bake bread while blindfolded during an earthquake. Old Chen takes this opportunity to share his philosophy on mortar, which apparently involves the same level of precision that other people reserve for poetry. If the mixture is too wet, it runs like water from a broken bucket, he explains, while stirring the mixture with a wooden paddle that has seen better days. Too dry, and it crumbles like a promise from a politician. You're beginning to suspect that Old Chen has strong opinions about everything, which makes him either very wise or very annoying, depending on how early in the morning it is. The stones themselves come from quarries that seem impossibly far away, yet somehow keep producing an endless supply of building material. Watching the stonecutters work is mesmerising. They can look at a rough boulder and somehow see the perfectly shaped block hiding inside like sculptors working in reverse. Their hammers ring against chisels with a rhythm that becomes the soundtrack of construction, a percussion section for the symphony of building. Transportation of materials has evolved into a complex dance of human efficiency. Teams of workers form chains from the supply wagons to the construction site, passing stones hand to hand in a process that looks chaotic but actually moves materials faster than you'd think possible. It's like watching a very patient version of the world's heaviest relay race. Young Liu has invented a game where you try to predict which stone will be the most awkward to carry based on its shape. He's surprisingly talented at this, having developed an eye for stones that look innocent but turn out to be engineered by nature specifically to be impossible to grip properly. His uncanny ability to spot these troublemakers has saved the crew numerous bruised toes and creative vocabulary lessons. The wall itself is taking shape with surprising speed, considering it's being built entirely by hand. Each section has its own personality, reflecting the crew that built it. Some sections are precisely uniform, built by teams that measure twice and cut once. Others show more character, with small variations that somehow make them look more human and less like something assembled by very patient machines. Weather adds its complications to the work. Rain turns the construction site into a muddy obstacle course, where every step requires careful consideration of physics and balance. Hot days make the stones too hot to handle comfortably, and cold mornings mean waiting for fingers to thaw enough to grip tools properly. You begin to develop a farmer's intuition for weather, reading the sky like a daily newspaper that specialises in inconvenient surprises. The guard towers, spaced at regular intervals along the wall, present their engineering challenges. These aren't just tall platforms. They're sophisticated observation and communication posts that need to be sturdy enough to withstand attacks, while remaining tall enough to provide commanding views of the surrounding territory. Building them requires a combination of masonry, carpentry, and what might generously be called optimistic physics. Food becomes both fuel and entertainment. The camp cooks have mastered the art of making large quantities of rice interesting through creative use of whatever vegetables, meat, or seasonings happen to be available. Sometimes you have lucky and there's pork. Other times, you learn to appreciate the subtle flavours of turnips and hope. Crews gather during mealtimes to share stories, voice complaints, and occasionally speculate about the potential completion date of this project. Your tent mates have developed distinct personalities that make the cramped living quarters more bearable. Old Chen tells stories from his construction days that may or may not be entirely true, but are always entertaining. Young Liu practices writing characters in the dirt, determined to return home more educated than when he left. Wang the Quiet has revealed a talent for repairing tools and equipment, making him the most popular person in a 100-yard radius. By now you've realised that building the Great Wall isn't just construction, it's engineering on a scale that makes regular building projects look like children's blocks. Every day brings new problems that require solutions no one has ever had to figure out before, and you're starting to appreciate the complexity of what seemed like a simple concept. Take, for instance, the challenge of building a wall across a mountain ridge. You can't just pile stones in a straight line and hope for the best. The wall needs to follow the natural contours of the land while maintaining its defensive capabilities, which means constantly adjusting height, thickness, and angle. It's like trying to draw a straight line on a crumpled piece of paper while wearing mittens. The foundation work varies dramatically depending on terrain. In rocky areas, you're essentially building on nature's concrete, which sounds great until you realise that rocky often means uneven, unpredictable, and determined to make your life difficult. In sandy or soft soil areas, the foundation needs to go much deeper, which means more digging and more stone, but at least the digging is easier. In marshy areas, well, everyone tries to avoid thinking about marshy areas. Your crew has been assigned to work on a section that crosses a particularly steep hillside, which provides spectacular views and spectacular challenges in equal measure. Building on a slope means every stone wants to roll downhill, apparently having missed the memo about staying put. This has led to the development of increasingly creative techniques for convincing stones to remain where you place them. Old Chen has become something of a master at reading stone behaviour. He can look at a rock and predict whether it's going to be cooperative, or whether it's going to spend the day trying to escape down the mountainside. Stones have personalities, he explains, while wedging a particularly rebellious boulder into place. Some want to work, some want to wander, and some just want to cause trouble. You're starting to suspect he might be right. The mortar mixing has evolved into something approaching science. Different weather conditions require different consistencies, and the local materials, limestone here, clay there, all react differently to mixing and setting. The master masons have developed an almost mystical ability to produce exactly the right mixture for current conditions, like chefs who can cook perfect meals without measuring ingredients. Tool maintenance has become a critical skill for survival. When your livelihood depends on hammers, chisels, and carrying baskets, keeping them in good repair isn't just professional pride, it's self-preservation. Wang the Quiet has set up an informal repair service, trading tool maintenance for extra rice or help with heavy lifting. His ability to resurrect a broken handle or straighten a bent chisel has made him the most valued member of several crews. The logistics of the project are mind-boggling when you stop thinking about them. Someone, somewhere, is coordinating the delivery of materials, food and equipment to dozens of construction sites spread across hundreds of miles. Supply wagons consistently arrive, delivering not only essentials but also occasional luxury items such as tea or preserved fruit, adding a touch of joy to everyone's day. Communication along the wall happens through a system of signals that's part practical necessity and part entertainment. Horn calls relay messages from section to section, creating a chain of communication that can carry news faster than a running messenger. The horn operators have developed a surprisingly sophisticated vocabulary of calls, different patterns for mealtime, shift changes, material deliveries, and occasionally warnings about approaching inspectors. The inspectors themselves are a source of both anxiety and amusement. These are officials who arrive periodically to check progress and quality, armed with measuring devices and serious expressions. They examine wall sections with the intensity of art critics, running their hands along stone joints and muttering about specifications. Smart crews learn to recognise the signs of an approaching inspection and spend extra time making their sections look particularly impressive. Quality control has evolved organically among the work crews. Nobody wants to be responsible for the section that falls down, so there's intense peer pressure to build well. Teams develop reputations for craftsmanship, and being assigned to work with a crew known for solid construction becomes a point of pride. Competition between crews drives quality improvements that no amount of official supervision could achieve. The wall's defensive features require careful attention to detail that goes beyond simple construction. Arrow slits need to be positioned at exactly the right height and angle to provide maximum coverage while offering protection to defenders. Walkways must be wide enough for guards to patrol, but not so wide that they waste materials or provide too much target area for attackers. Winter arrives like an unwelcome relative who shows up without warning and refuses to leave. One day you're working in comfortable autumn weather, and the next morning you wake up to discover frost decorating your tent like nature's least practical artwork. The section chief announces that work will continue regardless of weather, because apparently walls don't build themselves and emperors don't appreciate seasonal delays. Building in cold weather presents challenges that the project planners probably didn't fully appreciate when they scheduled this particular construction timeline. Mortar doesn't set properly when it's freezing, which means either waiting for warmer temperatures or developing creative solutions that involve keeping mixed mortar warm until it can be applied. This scenario leads to the amusing sight of grown men huddling around small fires with buckets of mortar like they're warming their hands. Your tent becomes both a sanctuary and an endurance test as temperatures drop. 5 men sharing a small space generates a surprising amount of body heat, which is beneficial for staying warm but challenging for maintaining any sense of personal space or air quality. Everyone develops strategies for staying comfortable, extra layers, creative use of blankets, and the unspoken agreement that nobody comments on anyone else's sleeping habits or unusual nighttime noises. The supply lines face their own winter challenges. Wagons that moved easily over dry summer roads now struggle through mud, snow and ice. Food deliveries become less predictable, leading to careful rationing and creative cooking with whatever ingredients are available. Rice becomes even more precious, and everyone learns to appreciate the subtle differences between turnips, radishes, and other vegetables that all taste remarkably similar when you're hungry enough. Spring brings relief and new complications in equal measure. The ground thaws, making digging easier but also creating mud that seems specifically designed to make walking difficult and tool handling treacherous. Fresh supplies arrive more regularly, but so do new workers who need to be trained and integrated into existing crews. You find yourself in the odd position of being a veteran after just one winter, offering advice to newcomers who look as bewildered as you once did. The seasonal cycle creates a rhythm to the work that becomes oddly comforting. Summer brings long days and maximum productivity. However, it also brings heat that makes handling sun-baked stones an exercise in pain tolerance. Autumn brings perfect working weather and the urgent push to complete sections before winter returns. Each season requires different strategies, preparations, and types of stubborn determination. The rainy season deserves special mention as a time when optimism goes to die. Working in rain means dealing with slippery stones, mud that clings to everything, and the constant challenge of keeping tools dry enough to use effectively. The wall itself becomes treacherous to work on, requiring extra caution and significantly reduced productivity. Everyone develops strong opinions about rain gear and the inadequacy of most attempts to stay dry while doing heavy construction work. The changing seasons also bring changes in local wildlife, which adds an element of unpredictability to daily work. Spring brings curious deer that seem fascinated by construction activity. Summer attracts various insects that apparently view human workers as either entertainment or potential meals. Autumn brings migrating birds that sometimes interfere with construction work, and winter brings various creatures searching for warm places to shelter, occasionally choosing tool storage areas. Old Chen reveals that he's worked construction jobs in all kinds of weather and has developed philosophical approaches to each season. Summer teaches patience, he explains, while taking a break in whatever shade he can find. Winter teaches persistence, spring teaches hope, and autumn teaches urgency. Young Liu suggests that all seasons teach you to appreciate being indoors, which seems like the most practical wisdom anyone has offered. Food preservation becomes a crucial skill as weather affects both supply deliveries and storage capabilities. It becomes essential to learn which vegetables store well and which require immediate consumption. Based on available ingredients and safe storage methods, the camp cooks create seasonal menus that result in surprisingly diverse meals. Tool performance varies significantly with weather conditions. Wooden handles shrink and expand, metal parts rust or become brittle, and carrying baskets develop holes or weak spots that seem to appear overnight. Maintenance becomes an ongoing project rather than an occasional necessity, and everyone learns basic repair skills that weren't part of the original job description. Weather prediction becomes a valuable skill set that everyone develops to some degree. Cloud reading, wind pattern recognition, and understanding seasonal patterns all contribute to better planning and preparation. The ability to predict weather changes helps crews plan work schedules, prepare for supply delays, and generally make life more manageable in an environment where comfort is largely dependent on being ready for whatever nature decides to provide. Living and working in close quarters with hundreds of other people creates a unique social environment that's part construction site, part small town, and part extended family reunion where nobody can leave early. The Wall Project has brought together people from different regions, social classes and backgrounds, creating a temporary community that develops its own customs, jokes and social structure. Your tent has evolved into something resembling a household, with everyone settling into informal roles that make shared living more manageable. Old Chen has become the unofficial leader, settling disputes and offering advice based on his extensive experience with group living situations. Young Liu serves as entertainment coordinator, inventing games and keeping spirits up during difficult days. Wang the Quiet handles practical matters like tool maintenance and small repairs that keep daily life functioning smoothly. The evening routine after work has become a social ritual that everyone looks forward to. Crews gather around small fires to share meals, stories and complaints about the day's challenges. These conversations range from practical discussions about construction techniques to elaborate storytelling sessions where facts and entertainment blend together in ways that probably wouldn't pass strict historical scrutiny, but make for engaging listening. Regional differences create intriguing cultural exchanges as workers from different areas share their local customs, foods, and approaches to problem solving. Someone from the northern provinces might introduce techniques for working in cold weather, while workers from southern regions contribute knowledge about building in wet conditions. It's like a practical education program where everyone is both teacher and student. Games and entertainment develop organically to fill the hours between work and sleep. Simple gambling games using stones or sticks provide excitement and social interaction. Storytelling competitions emerge, with workers sharing tales from home or inventing elaborate fictional adventures. Physical competitions, who can carry the heaviest stone, who can work longest without rest, add elements of friendly rivalry that make work more engaging. The development of informal leadership structures within work crews demonstrates how people naturally organise themselves when faced with shared challenges. Some workers emerge as natural organisers, others as technical experts, and still others as mediators who help resolve conflicts before they become serious problems. These unofficial roles often prove more important than formal hierarchy in determining how well crews function. Trade and barter systems develop to supplement official supply distributions. Workers with particular skills, cooking, tool repair, storytelling, letter writing, find themselves able to trade services for extra food, better sleeping arrangements, or other small luxuries that make life more bearable. These informal economies create networks of mutual support that extend beyond individual work crews. The challenge of maintaining morale during difficult periods brings out creative solutions from the worker community. During particularly tough stretches, bad weather, equipment shortages, especially demanding work assignments, crews develop strategies for supporting each other emotionally as well as practically. Shared hardship creates bonds that probably wouldn't form under normal circumstances. Communication with families back home becomes a valued service that brings the community together. Workers who can write often compose letters for those who can't, creating connections between the Wall Project and the outside world. These letters serve multiple purposes, maintaining family relationships, sharing news from the construction site, and providing an emotional outlet for homesickness and anxiety about the future. Religious and cultural observances continue despite the challenging work environment, adapted to fit the constraints of construction life. Festival celebrations happen on a smaller scale, but with no less enthusiasm, creating opportunities for workers to maintain connections to their cultural traditions while building new shared experiences with their fellow workers. The gradual development of construction site traditions creates a sense of continuity and belonging that helps workers feel part of something larger than their individual daily struggles. These might include ceremonies for completing wall sections, rituals for welcoming new workers, or informal celebrations when supply wagons arrive with particularly welcome deliveries. Conflicts, when they arise, tend to be resolved through community pressure rather than formal authority, as everyone recognises that cooperation is essential for both work efficiency and personal survival. The shared experience of difficult working conditions creates strong incentives for people to work out their differences rather than let disputes escalate into serious problems that could affect entire crews. The knowledge that this assignment is temporary gives the community a unique character. Everyone knows they're here for a limited time, which creates both a sense of urgency about forming relationships and a practical focus on making the best of the current situation rather than building permanent social structures. Months have passed since you first arrived at the wall site, and the changes are remarkable, both in the wall itself and in yourself. What started as scattered construction sites has grown into a continuous barrier that stretches beyond what you can see from any single vantage point. Standing on a completed section and looking along the wall's path, you can hardly believe that human hands and stubborn determination created something so massive and permanent. The wall sections your crew has built bear the subtle marks of their creators, slightly different stone patterns, variations in mortar joints, and the accumulated character that comes from being constructed by real people rather than perfect machines. You can identify your work from a distance, recognising the particular rhythm and style your crew developed over months of working together. It's like being able to recognise your own handwriting on a massive scale. Completion of individual sections brings mixed emotions. There's pride in the craftsmanship and satisfaction in seeing a job well done, but also awareness that completion means eventual departure from this temporary community that has become unexpectedly important. The relationships forged through shared hardship and common purpose don't necessarily translate easily back to normal life, creating a bittersweet quality to finishing the work. Old Chen, who has worked on various imperial projects throughout his career, offers perspective on the historical significance of what you've all accomplished. Most things people build get torn down eventually, he observes, while surveying a newly completed tower. But walls like this become part of the landscape. Your grandchildren's grandchildren will walk along sections you built with your hands. It's an oddly comforting thought that adds meaning to all those days of carrying stones and mixing mortar. The skills you've developed during wall construction turn out to be transferable to civilian life. Understanding stone and mortar, reading terrain, coordinating group work and managing projects under difficult conditions are valuable abilities that will serve you well back home. You've also developed physical strength and endurance that make farm work seem almost effortless by comparison. Young Liu has indeed become more literate during his time on the wall, practicing writing characters in spare moments and learning from other workers who shared their education. He plans to use these skills to improve his family's business dealings, demonstrating how the wall project has created unexpected opportunities for personal development, alongside its primary construction goals. Wang the Quiet has saved enough money from his tool repair business to make significant improvements to his family's farm when he returns home. His mechanical skills, sharpened by months of keeping construction equipment functioning, will make him valuable in any rural community where practical problem-solving abilities are always in demand. The completion ceremony for your section is simpler than you might expect, but deeply meaningful to everyone who participated in the construction. Local officials make speeches about imperial glory and defensive necessity, but the real significance is in the quiet satisfaction shared among the workers who know exactly how much effort went into every stone, every joint, and every decision that shaped the final result. News arrives that other sections of the wall are nearing completion, creating a sense of being part of a larger coordinated achievement that extends far beyond your direct experience. The project that seemed impossibly large when you first arrived has been broken down into manageable pieces by thousands of work crews like yours, demonstrating how even the most ambitious goals can be achieved through patient, persistent effort. Preparations for departure begin with mixed feelings. There's eagerness to return home to family, familiar surroundings, and the comfortable routines of normal life. but there's also reluctance to leave the friendships and sense of shared purpose that made the hardships bearable and gave meaning to the difficult work. The journey home provides time to reflect on the experience and process what you've learned about yourself, about cooperation, and about what people can accomplish when they work together toward common goals. The wall represents more than just a defensive barrier. It's proof that ordinary people can create extraordinary things when they combine their individual efforts with shared determination. Returning home means readjusting to civilian life after months of structured work routines and community living. Family and friends are curious about your experiences, but explaining the daily reality of wall construction proves challenging. How do you describe the satisfaction of building something permanent, the camaraderie of shared hardship, or the pride in craftsmanship that developed over months of patient work? The wall continues without you, as other crews take over maintenance and improvements, ensuring that your temporary contribution becomes part of a permanent legacy. Knowing that your work will endure lends a sense of permanence to what felt like just a temporary assignment, connecting your individual effort to something that will outlast your lifetime. Years later, you might travel past sections of the wall and feel a particular satisfaction in seeing your work still standing, still serving its purpose, still bearing the subtle marks of the craftsmanship you and your crew brought to an impossible project that somehow got finished anyway, one stone at a time. Imagine yourself strolling along Strasbourg's cobblestone streets on a typical July morning in 1518. The sun is warming your face, merchants are hawking their wares, and you're thinking about what's for dinner. Then, as you turn a corner, you encounter something that prompts you to wonder if you've inadvertently stumbled into a surreal realm. There's a woman in the town square dancing. Her dancing is not the pleasant, festive kind you'd expect at a wedding or harvest celebration, but rather frantic, desperate. She's been dancing for hours, her feet bleeding, her dress torn. Her name is Frau Trophia, and she's about to become the most famous dancer in medieval history, though not for reasons she'd ever want. You'd think someone would stop her, right? Help her, maybe fetch a physician or a priest. But here's where things get genuinely weird. Instead of one person dancing themselves to exhaustion, more people start joining in. Not because they want to, mind you, but because they literally can't stop themselves. It's like watching a terrible magic trick where the magician has lost control of the spell. Within a week, about 30 people are dancing non-stop in the square. By the end of the month, that number had swelled to around 400. 400 people dancing until their feet bleed, until they collapse from exhaustion, until some of them actually die from it. The local authorities are baffled. The church is calling it divine punishment. Physicians are perplexed and propose increased dancing as a remedy, a suggestion as effective as prescribing fire for burn injuries. What you're seeing is one of history's strangest mass hysteria events, though the people living through it don't know that. They call it the dancing plague, or St. Vitus's dance. Vitus's dance, and it's just one example of how entire communities could lose their collective minds in medieval times. Now, you might be wondering how something like this could possibly happen. After all, you live in an age where you can Google, "Why am I dancing uncontrollably?" and get 17 different medical explanations before you finish your morning coffee. But imagine living in a world where every unexplained phenomenon is either a miracle, a curse, or divine retribution. Where the line between the physical and spiritual world is about as clear as mud after a rainstorm. The dancing plague of Strasbourg wasn't an isolated incident either. Similar outbreaks had been recorded across Europe for centuries. There was the great dancing epidemic of 1374 that swept through the Holy Roman Empire, affecting thousands of people across multiple cities. Towns would wake up to find their neighbours gyrating in the streets, unable to stop, begging for help between gasps for air. What makes these episodes particularly fascinating is how they spread. Not through the air like the plague, but through sight and suggestion. As you observed your neighbour dancing frantically, a sudden realization occurred in your mind. Suddenly your feet would start tapping. Your body would start moving without your consent. It was as if madness itself was contagious, spreading from person to person like gossip at a market. The authorities tried everything. They brought in musicians thinking that if people needed to dance, they might as well dance to proper music. They built stages, hired professional dancers, and even brought in priests to perform exorcisms. Nothing worked. The dancing continued day and night until the afflicted collapsed from sheer exhaustion. Eventually, the outbreaks would burn themselves out, leaving behind a community traumatized and confused. The survivors would wake up as if from a dream, their feet mangled, their bodies broken, with no clear memory of why they'd been compelled to dance in the first place. The dead would be buried, the injured would heal, and life would return to normal until the next outbreak struck somewhere else. But the dancing plague was just the beginning of our story about medieval mass hysteria. It was the opening act in a much larger theatre of collective madness that would sweep across Europe for centuries. You're settling into your evening routine now, maybe with a warm drink and a comfortable chair, and you're probably thinking that dancing plagues are about as strange as medieval madness gets. Well, buckle up, because we're about to travel to a small French town where things got so bizarre that Hollywood would reject the script as too unbelievable. The year is 1632, and you're in Ludun, a sleepy town in western France. It's the kind of place where everyone knows everyone else's business, where the most exciting thing that usually happens is the weekly market day. The town has a convent, the convent of the Ursulines, where a group of nuns lives a quiet life of prayer and contemplation, or at least that's what they're supposed to be doing. Sister Jeanne des Anges, the Mother Superior, starts having what she describes as visions. But these aren't the peaceful, heavenly visions you might expect from a nun. She claims that demons possess her during these violent, disturbing episodes. She contorts her body in impossible ways, speaks in languages she's never learned, and displays knowledge of things she couldn't possibly know. Now, if the case were just one nun having a spiritual crisis, it might have been handled quietly within the convent walls. But possession, like yawning, turns out to be remarkably contagious. Soon, other nuns start exhibiting the same symptoms. They writhe on the floor, speak in tongues, and claim to be inhabited by demons with names like Asmodeus, Astaroth, and Beelzebub. Quite the roster of biblical bad guys. The local authorities are called in, and they're faced with a problem that would challenge even modern crisis management teams. An entire convent of nuns, believed to be the most holy women in the community, asserts that demons possess them. It's like finding out that your local fire department has been setting fires, or that your town's safety inspector is afraid of ladders. The church brings in exorcists, because that's what you do when demons show up to the party uninvited. But here's where the story takes a turn that would make a soap opera writer feel embarrassed. The nuns, in their possessed state, start naming the person responsible for their condition. They accuse a local priest, Urbain Grandier, of practicing witchcraft and cursing them from afar. Grandier, by all accounts, was not a particularly popular fellow. He was handsome and charismatic, and had a reputation for being a bit too friendly with the local women. In a small town, that's like painting a target on your back, and then wondering why people keep shooting arrows at you. The possessed nuns asserted that he had spiritually seduced them, infiltrating their dreams and compelling them to commit sins fit for a sailor. The whole affair becomes a public spectacle. People travel from miles around to witness the exorcisms, like it's some kind of medieval reality show. The nuns perform their possessions in front of crowds, speaking in demonic voices, revealing supposed secrets, and putting on displays that would make a circus performer jealous. But here's what makes this story particularly tragic. Grandier probably wasn't guilty of anything more serious than being unpopular, and maybe a bit too fond of wine and women. The evidence against him consisted mainly of the testimonies of the possessed nuns and some dubious pacts with the devil that looked suspiciously like they'd been written by someone trying unsuccessfully to forge medieval handwriting. The case becomes a legal and religious nightmare. You have civil authorities, church officials, and royal representatives all getting involved. Everyone wants to be the one who solved the great demon crisis of Ludun. Meanwhile, the poor nuns are trapped in their performance, unable to stop the charade without admitting fraud, which would land them in serious trouble. The exorcisms continue for months, with crowds gathering to watch the spectacle. The nuns writhe and scream, the exorcists chant and pray, and the whole town becomes consumed by this supernatural drama. It's like having a horror movie playing in your town square every day, except everyone insists it's real. Eventually, Grandier is arrested, tried, and executed for witchcraft. The nuns, conveniently, begin to recover shortly after his death. Their demons, apparently satisfied with their revenge, pack up and leave town. The crowds disperse, the excitement dies down, and Ludun returns to being just another quiet French town with a fascinating story to tell. By now, you probably believe that possessed nuns represent the height of medieval strangeness, but you would be mistaken. At times, mass hysteria manifested in less terrifying and more, well, let's just say, ridiculous forms. Picture yourself in a German convent sometime in the Middle Ages. You're expecting the usual sounds of monastic life, gentle chanting, the whisper of pages turning, maybe the soft shuffle of sandaled feet on stone floors. Instead, you're greeted by a sound that makes you wonder if you've accidentally wandered into a huge pet store. The nuns are meowing. The entire convent, not just one or two, is meowing. They meow during prayers, they meow during meals, and they meow while they're supposed to be working. It starts with just one sister, who begins making small cat-like sounds during evening prayers. The other nuns try to ignore it at first, but soon they find themselves fighting the urge to meow along. Within days, the whole convent sounds like a medieval cat cafe. The Mother Superior is beside herself, trying to maintain order, while her charges are sitting in their pews going meow, 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 in what might be the world's strangest choir performance. The local townspeople start gathering outside the convent walls, not sure whether to be concerned or amused. The church authorities are called in, and they're faced with a problem that doesn't exactly have a chapter in the official handbook. How do you perform an exorcism on a cat? Do you sprinkle holy water? Do you attempt to reason with demons who seem to possess a humorous nature? The whole situation is like trying to have a serious theological discussion with a room full of people who keep interrupting with meow. However, it's important to note that mass hysteria doesn't always make sense or adhere to the expected rules. The meowing nuns weren't possessed by demons or cursed by witches. They were experiencing what we'd now recognise as a form of conversion disorder, where psychological stress manifests as physical symptoms. Their minds were dealing with the pressures of religious life, the isolation of the convent, and the general stress of medieval existence by turning them into cats. The solution, when it finally came, was both simple and ridiculous. The local authorities threatened to bring in soldiers to whip the nuns until they stopped meowing. Apparently, the threat of beating them broke whatever psychological spell had turned them into felines. The meowing stopped almost immediately, and the convent returned to its normal quiet routine. Similar cases popped up across Europe. There were nuns who barked like dogs, others who claimed to be chickens and insisted on laying eggs, though they were disappointingly unsuccessful at this endeavour. Some convents experienced outbreaks of uncontrollable laughter, which sounds delightful until you realise these women were laughing for hours on end, unable to stop even when they were exhausted and their sides ached. These episodes tell us something important about medieval life, particularly for women in religious communities. Imagine being locked away from the world, expected to be perfect and holy, with no outlet for normal human emotions or desires. Your days are meticulously planned, your thoughts are expected to be pure, and any deviation from this ideal is deemed sinful. In this environment, the mind sometimes finds creative ways to rebel. If you can't express anger or frustration directly, maybe you'll start barking like a dog. If you can't have fun or be playful, perhaps you'll become a cat who meows during prayers. It's as if your psyche engages in a metamorphosis, discovering methods to convey taboo elements of human nature within the shelter of perceived insanity. The authorities didn't understand this, of course. They saw these outbreaks as either divine punishment or demonic influence. The idea that stress and repression could cause physical symptoms was foreign to medieval thinking. They lived in a world where the spiritual and physical were intimately connected, where your soul's condition directly affected your body's health. What's particularly intriguing is how these episodes spread through communities. One person's psychological break becomes a template for others experiencing similar stress. It's like psychological contagion, where seeing someone else's symptoms gives your mind permission to express its distress in the same way. The meowing nuns eventually returned to their normal lives, but their story became part of the rich tapestry of medieval madness, a reminder that sometimes the human mind copes with unbearable circumstances by becoming delightfully, absurdly creative. You're getting comfortable with these stories of medieval madness, but now we need to talk about one of the most heartbreaking examples of mass hysteria in history. It's a story that involves children, religious fervour, and the kind of tragic ending that makes you want to hug every kid you know. The year is 1212, and you're in the French countryside near the town of Cloyes. In the midst of summer, a 12-year-old shepherd boy named Stephen, tending his flock, experiences a vision. Jesus Christ himself appears to the boy, hands him a letter, and tells him to lead a crusade to the Holy Land. This is not an army of knights and soldiers, but rather a crusade led by children. Now, you might assume that adults would dismiss a 12-year-old who claims to have received divine instructions to lead a military campaign and send him back to his sheep. But these are medieval times, when miracles and visions are common, and the Crusades have been going on for over a century with mixed results. Maybe, the thinking goes, God wants to try a different approach. Stephen begins preaching, and his message is simple. The Mediterranean Sea will part before the children, just like the Red Sea parted for Moses. They'll walk across the seafloor to the Holy Land, where their pure hearts and innocent faith will succeed, where armed knights have failed. The sight of these holy children will so move the Muslims that they will instantly convert to Christianity. It's a beautiful, naive idea that would make a lovely children's story if it weren't so tragic. But here's the thing about mass hysteria. It doesn't always involve dancing or meowing or possession. Occasionally it takes the form of shared delusions, where entire communities become convinced of something that seems impossible to outsiders. Word of Stephen's mission rapidly disseminates throughout the French countryside. Children start leaving their homes, abandoning their families, and flocking to join this divine crusade. We're talking about thousands of children, some as young as 6 years old, all convinced that they're part of God's plan to reclaim Jerusalem. The movement isn't limited to France either. Around the same time, a German boy named Nicholas starts his children's crusade, claiming that he too has received divine instructions. The two movements feed off each other, creating a wave of religious hysteria that sweeps across Europe. You have to understand the context to grasp how such an event could happen. Medieval children lived in a world where religious stories were more real than reality itself. They grew up hearing tales of miracles, of saints who could work wonders, and of divine interventions in human affairs. The idea that God might choose children for a special mission didn't seem far-fetched. It seemed like the kind of thing that happened in the stories they heard every day. The adult response was mixed. Some parents tried to stop their children, but others saw the movement as genuinely divine. Local clergy were divided between those who supported the crusade and those who tried to discourage it. The church hierarchy were mostly opposed, but their messages didn't always reach the local level in time to prevent the exodus. As the children march toward the coast, reality begins to intrude on their vision. They're hungry, worn out, and far from home. Some turn back, but others press on, driven by faith and the momentum of the crowd. When they finally reach the Mediterranean, the sea does not part. The children stand on the beach, waiting for their miracle, and nothing happens. What follows is a tragedy that medieval chroniclers struggle to record. Some children try to return home, only to find that their families have rejected them, or that they can't survive the journey. Others are taken advantage of by unscrupulous adults who see an opportunity to profit from their misfortune. Many end up in slavery or worse. The Children's Crusade, as it came to be known, wasn't really a crusade at all. Mass hysteria, disguised as religious fervour, ignited a shared delusion that resonated deeply in the medieval psyche. It was the desperate hope that innocence and faith could succeed where violence and politics had failed. The story became legend, growing in the telling until it was hard to separate fact from fiction. However, the fundamental tragedy persists. Thousands of children, engulfed in a surge of religious fervour, endured the consequences of adult shortcomings in medieval faith. You're probably ready for something a little less tragic than the Children's Crusade, but I'm afraid we're diving into another dark chapter of medieval madness. This time, it's not about possessed nuns or dancing plagues, but about a mysterious illness that could kill you in a day and had an entire kingdom living in terror. The year is 1485, and you're in England just after the Battle of Bosworth Field. Henry Tudor has just defeated Richard III and become Henry VII, starting the Tudor dynasty. It should be a time of celebration and new beginnings, but instead, a mysterious illness appears that will haunt England for the next 70 years. They call it the sweating sickness, or English sweat, and it's unlike anything the medieval world has seen before. The symptoms are terrifying in their speed and intensity. You wake up feeling fine, maybe noticing a slight headache or a bit of fatigue. Within hours, you're drenched in sweat, burning with fever, and experiencing a sense of impending doom that's so intense it feels like the hand of death itself is reaching for you. The sweating sickness doesn't discriminate. It affects both the rich and the poor, the young and the old, the healthy and the infirm. In fact, it seems to prefer the wealthy and well-fed, which is the opposite of most medieval diseases. The poor, who usually bore the brunt of epidemics, often escaped this one entirely. It's as if the disease has a twisted sense of social justice. What makes the sweating sickness particularly terrifying is its speed. Most medieval diseases give you time to prepare, to say goodbye, and to put your affairs in order. The plague might take weeks to kill you, giving you plenty of time to contemplate your sins and make peace with God. Is the sweating sickness a threat? You could be dead within 24 hours of feeling the first symptoms. The treatment protocols that develop around the disease are as bizarre as the illness itself. Physicians insist that patients must stay awake for 24 hours after symptoms begin. If you fall asleep, you'll die. Families take shifts to keep their loved ones awake by slapping them, talking to them, and doing anything else to prevent them from drifting off. They also prohibit you from eating or drinking anything for the first 24 hours. This procedure is supposed to help your body sweat out the illness. Imagine being feverish, terrified, and exhausted, and being told you can't have so much as a sip of water. It's like being tortured in the name of medical treatment. The sweating sickness creates a culture of paranoia and fear. People become afraid to travel, afraid to gather in groups, and afraid to leave their homes. The disease seems to strike without warning or pattern, making it impossible to predict or prevent. It's like living under the threat of a random lightning strike, except the lightning is invisible and can kill you in your sleep. King Henry VII himself becomes obsessed with the disease, constantly fleeing from one residence to another whenever cases are reported nearby. His court becomes a travelling circus of fear, packed up and moved at the first sign of sweating sickness in the area. The King of England, the most powerful man in the country, is reduced to running from an enemy he can't see or understand. The disease comes in waves, appearing suddenly, killing hundreds or thousands of people, then disappearing just as mysteriously. It strikes in 1485, 1508, 1517, 1528, and finally in 1551, before vanishing forever. Each outbreak brings fresh terror, as people wonder if the next outbreak will be the one that kills them. What's particularly maddening about the sweating sickness is that it remains a mystery to this day. Modern medical historians have proposed various theories. It might have been a form of hantavirus, or perhaps a type of influenza, or even a form of anthrax. But we'll never know for certain what caused this strange illness that appeared from nowhere and disappeared just as mysteriously. The psychological impact of the sweating sickness was enormous. It created a generation of people who lived in constant fear of sudden death, who saw every headache as a potential death sentence, and who couldn't trust their own bodies to keep them alive from one day to the next. It was a slow-moving wave of mass hysteria, a collective anxiety that engulfed an entire kingdom for decades. Now that we've covered most of the ways medieval people could lose their minds collectively, there's one more type of madness we need to discuss. The kind that happens when reality becomes too much to bear and people retreat into fantasy. This story isn't about dancing or possession or mysterious illnesses, but about the delicate line between sanity and dreams. Let's travel to the Spanish region of La Mancha in the late medieval period, when the age of chivalry is dying but refuses to admit it. You're in a landscape of windmills and dusty plains, where the old ways are crumbling under the weight of changing times. The knights errant, who once roamed the countryside to right wrongs and rescue damsels, are becoming obsolete as they are replaced by merchants, bureaucrats, and the grinding machinery of modern life. Into this world steps a man whose real name we never learn, but whom we know as Don Quixote. He's not particularly young, not particularly strong, and certainly not particularly sane by conventional standards. But he's read too many books about chivalry and romance, and his mind has become so saturated with these stories that he can no longer distinguish between fiction and reality. Don Quixote sees the world not as it is, but as he believes it should be. Windmills become giants to be fought, inns become castles to be defended, and peasant girls become princesses to be rescued. His madness is complete and systematic. He's created an entire alternate reality where the rules of chivalric romance still apply. What makes Don Quixote's story relevant to our discussion of medieval madness is how it reflects a broader cultural phenomenon. The late medieval period was full of people who couldn't quite accept that the world was changing, who clung to outdated ideals and impossible dreams. Don Quixote's individual madness mirrors the collective madness of a society in transition. The windmills that Don Quixote famously attacks aren't just windmills, they're symbols of the new world that's replacing the old. They represent technology, efficiency, and the mechanization of life. When he charges at them with his lance, he's not just fighting imaginary giants, he's fighting the entire modern world. But here's what's beautiful about Don Quixote's madness. It's not entirely without merit. Yes, he's delusional, but his delusions are based on noble ideals. He wants to protect the innocent, defend the weak, and right wrongs. His methods are crazy, but his motivations are admirable. He resembles a shattered compass that persistently guides towards the true north, despite its inability to aid in navigation. The people Don Quixote encounters on his adventures respond to his madness in various ways. While some attempt to heal him, others seek to take advantage of him, and still others find solace in his unattainable ideals. His faithful companion, Sancho Panza, represents the voice of common sense, constantly trying to bring his master back to reality while being gradually infected by his dreams. What's particularly intriguing is how Don Quixote's madness affects those around him. People start playing along with his delusions, sometimes out of kindness, sometimes out of cruelty, and sometimes out of a secret longing for the magical world he inhabits. His madness becomes contagious, not in the way of the dancing plague or the possessed nuns, but in the way that dreams can be transmissible. The windmills of La Mancha become a metaphor for the impossible battles we all fight against the forces of change and reality. Don Quixote's madness is both tragic and heroic. Tragic because it's based on delusions, heroic because it refuses to surrender to a world that has lost its capacity for wonder. In the end, Don Quixote's story is about the fine line between madness and vision, between delusion and hope. He's mad, certainly, but he's also the only one who still believes in the possibility of magic in a world that's becoming increasingly mechanical and mundane. His windmills stand as monuments to a particular kind of medieval madness, the madness of refusing to accept that the age of miracles is over, of insisting that there's still room in the world for impossible dreams and impractical ideals. You've come with me on this journey through medieval madness, from dancing plagues to possessed nuns to delusional knights, and you might be wondering what it all means. What can these strange episodes of collective insanity tell us about the people who lived through them, and perhaps about ourselves? The first thing to understand is that medieval madness wasn't really about madness at all. It was about stress, pressure, and the human mind's remarkable ability to find creative solutions to impossible problems. All of these episodes, from the most tragic to the most absurd, were reactions to truly unbearable situations. Think about the dancing plague of Strasbourg. This incident wasn't happening in a vacuum. It was occurring during a time of terrible hardship. The city was dealing with famine, disease, and social upheaval. People were dying of starvation, the economy was collapsing, and there seemed to be no hope for improvement. In this context, the dancing plague becomes not a mysterious supernatural event, but a perfectly understandable psychological response to unbearable stress. When your world is falling apart and you have no control over any of it, sometimes your mind finds ways to take back control, even if those ways seem completely irrational. The dancers couldn't stop the famine or cure the plague, but they could dance. They could turn their helplessness into action, even if that action was ultimately self-destructive. The possessed nuns of Ludun were dealing with their form of impossible pressure. They were expected to be perfect, to suppress all human desires and emotions, and to live lives of absolute purity in a world that was anything but pure. Their possession gave them permission to express all the anger, sexuality, and rebellion that their religious vows forbade them to acknowledge. They found a loophole. As nuns, they couldn't be angry, lustful, or defiant, but as possessed people, they could. The demons served as convenient scapegoats for human emotions that lacked any other outlet. The children of the Children's Crusade were reacting to a distinct form of pressure, the strain of existing in a world that appeared to have lost its direction. The adult crusades had failed, the church was mired in corruption, and the promised kingdom of heaven seemed farther away than ever. The Children's Crusade was an attempt to return to a pure, simple faith that could succeed, where adult complexity had failed. Even Don Quixote's madness makes sense when you understand it as a response to a world that had lost its sense of meaning and purpose. He couldn't accept that the age of heroes was over. that the world had become mundane and mechanical. His madness was a form of protest, a refusal to accept that magic and wonder had no place in the modern world. What's fascinating about all these episodes is how they spread. Medieval madness was contagious, but not in the way we typically think of contagion. It spread through suggestion, through the power of shared belief, and through the human tendency to mirror the behaviour of those around us. When you saw your neighbour dancing uncontrollably, part of your mind began to wonder what it would feel like to let go of control so completely. This incident tells us something important about medieval society. It was a world where the boundaries between individual and community were much more fluid than they are today. People lived in close proximity, shared common beliefs and fears, and were highly attuned to the emotional states of those around them. In such a world, psychological distress could spread rapidly. But perhaps the most important thing these stories tell us is that the human mind is remarkably resilient and creative. It rebels against the unchangeable, finds ways to cope, and expresses the inexpressible in impossible situations. Sometimes these coping mechanisms look like madness to outsiders, but they serve important psychological functions for the people experiencing them. The dancing play gave people a way to express their despair and helplessness. The possessed nuns found a way to rebel against impossible expectations. The children's crusade provided hope in a hopeless world. Don Quixote's delusions allowed him to maintain his ideals in a world that had abandoned them. In the end, medieval madness wasn't really about losing one's mind. It was about finding alternative ways to use one's brain when conventional approaches failed. It was about the human spirit's steadfastness in the face of seemingly insurmountable circumstances. These episodes remind us that the line between sanity and madness is thinner than we like to think, and that sometimes what looks like madness from the outside is actually a perfectly reasonable response to unreasonable circumstances. They also remind us that we're all connected in ways we don't always understand, and the distress of one person can become the distress of many. So the next time you're facing impossible circumstances, remember the dancers of Strasbourg, the nuns of Ludun, the children crusaders, and the Knight of La Mancha. Remember that the human mind is endlessly creative in finding ways to cope, to express, and to hope. And remember that sometimes the most rational response to an irrational world is to embrace a little madness of your own. After all, in a world full of windmills that pretend to be giants, maybe the crazed ones are the only ones who see clearly. Paris in the 1920s was alive, champagne corks popping, jazz clubs buzzing, and fashionable Art Deco lights twinkling. To astute visitors, Paris offered endless possibilities. Travellers flocked to the Seine at night, British tourists with their pastel-coloured suits, American expatriates, and European industrialists with fat wallets. It was perfect for a resourceful con man with a convincing story to sell. For Victor Le Renard Le Maire, the city vibrated with cigarette smoke and colourful posters. He was not always Le Renard or in Paris. Born in a small village on the Austrian border, he was captivated by the world beyond the mountains. While other boys herded sheep, Victor watched travellers in their streamlined car. He saw that the most persuasive could sell peasants anything, from worthless medicines to bewildering life insurance. Young Victor discovered that a good tale was worth more than gold. That's when locals dubbed him Le Renard, the fox, after he exchanged worthless trinkets for a prized hunting rifle. In a village of rumours, that tale spread quickly. As a boy, he learned to shape people's perceptions to see what he wanted. By adulthood, his skill was sharp. He mastered languages, studied psychology, and honed his sophisticated demeanour. He'd earned a tidy fortune from his swindles across Europe, letter forgery, impersonating nobility at social events, and selling near-new antiques. Each time he was being investigated by the authorities, he'd vanish, reappearing in Vienna, Milan, or Berlin, a step ahead. Victor arrived in Paris following the Great War with a suitcase and a shy smile. He had settled in within a month after reading an article about the cost of keeping the Eiffel Tower standing. It was built for the World's Fair in 1889. It was costly to maintain, and some people did not appreciate its appearance. There were strong protests against its demolition, despite the fact that it was popular among visitors. Victor learned of this news. He spent days in Champs-Élysées cafes hearing conversations on city projects. He learned that bureaucratic decisions were bogged down by red tape and that the city lacked money. He considered if he persuaded someone that the government of Paris was planning to dismantle the Eiffel Tower to sell it as scrap, he could become rich. It was a wild scheme, failure would turn him into a laughingstock. But a success was possible. Victor considered it for a night. He figured the more ridiculous the scam, the more people might be made to believe it. Who would fake the sale of France's most iconic landmark? He thought it needed high bureaucratic flair, like forged papers and stamps. Rumour and secrecy would be at his side. If he succeeded, he'd vanish, rich and legendary. He spent the next few days poring over the engineering wonder, absorbing facts such as its metal mass, elevator upkeep, and the way the tower accommodated activities ranging from tourism to radio reception. With these details, he was able to address prospective buyers with authority. He took a lavish suite at the Hôtel de Crillon, pretending to be a high-ranking official. To add authenticity to his deception, he engaged an engraver for stationery of his imaginary Ministry of Post and Telegraph, since the Eiffel Tower was also a radio centre. The last touch put him in official mode. Paris, for all its beauty, also had its share of opportunistic entrepreneurs. There were whispers that a government minister was looking discreetly for a private investor in a secret project. The city did not want to face the public outcry of cancelling the tower, so this transaction had to be kept quiet. Everything was ready by the time Victor was prepared. It was such a warm spring afternoon that Victor was at a sidewalk cafe facing the Madeleine, scanning a list of buyers, ambitious, greedy-eyed men in the metal industry. His informant had told him they would stop at nothing to gain inside information on a city contract, no matter how sleazy. Breathing deeply of the scent of warm croissants and enjoying the hush as upscale Parisians walked past, Victor was filled with confidence. He could practically feel his win. He was more than a criminal in his own eyes. He was a performer with a bigger act than ordinary morals. He finished his coffee, concealed his notes, and rose to his feet. The greatest scam of his life was ready to start. Victor began by sending elegantly handwritten invitations on forged ministry stationery to half a dozen influential scrap metal merchants. He requested their presence at the prestigious Hôtel de Crillon for a most confidential discussion of national importance. The letter was a masterpiece of official-sounding rhetoric, sprinkled with phrases such as "in strictest confidence" and "under direct ministerial oversight." Anyone who read it would have believed it came straight from the desk of a high-ranking bureaucrat. He scheduled a single day of interviews, meeting each merchant individually. He wanted them to feel hand-picked and privileged, reinforcing the notion that the city wanted to keep this matter tightly under wraps. From the start, curiosity and greed twinkled in their eyes. When at last the conversation steered to the possibility of dismantling the Eiffel Tower, he watched their expressions dance between disbelief, astonishment, and excitement. Victor's calmly stated reasoning was that the maintenance fees had become prohibitive, and certain parties in government felt the tower no longer served its original purpose. To all of them, he leaked the same inside track. The city would soon finalise a discreet agreement for the tower's metal, but public backlash was a real concern. The city planned to avoid any uproar by finalising the deal quickly, so confidentiality was paramount. By the time the meeting ended, each merchant was fully enthralled. Victor had left them with the impression that they were among the few chosen to bid on the opportunity. Their own imaginations did much of the work from there, conjuring up fantasies of staggering profit. However, Victor soon identified a prime mark: André Dubois, a mid-level scrap metal businessman whose ambition often overshadowed his common sense. Dubois was known to be insecure about his place among the big players in the industry. If he could land a deal that secured him exclusive rights to the Eiffel Tower's metal, he believed he'd rise overnight into an elite echelon. Victor noticed how Dubois always asked breathlessly about the possibility of special consideration, a subtle hint that he might pay extra for preferential treatment. That was precisely the attitude Victor needed. After a few days of tantalising phone calls and cryptic notes, Victor invited Dubois to tour the Eiffel Tower with him in person. For added realism, Victor booked a chauffeur-driven car to pick up Dubois. Both men sat in the back seat, forging an atmosphere of clandestine camaraderie. As they approached the landmark, Victor gestured toward it as if it were an aging beast about to be put down. "It's quite costly to keep it painted and structurally sound," he remarked, with a faint sadness in his voice, as though he truly lamented the tower's impending fate. Dubois nodded solemnly, but his eyes gleamed with hunger. Ascending the tower's first deck, they observed the city sprawling in every direction, evidence, as Victor noted, that progress required sacrifice. He recited maintenance figures he'd gleaned from newspaper archives and from subtle bribes given to minor city clerks. This data-laden performance impressed Dubois. Victor then produced a sheaf of official-looking papers, a forged contract awarding the successful bidder exclusive salvage rights. Dubois skimmed them, mouth agape, as if he held a golden ticket to instant wealth. Finally, on the cusp of sealing the deal, Victor paused dramatically, then leaned closer. "I must admit," he said quietly, "we're under tremendous pressure to finalise this swiftly. But some officials are, shall we say, open to persuasion." With one eyebrow raised in subtle suggestion, Victor let that phrase linger in the air. Dubois took the bait. He understood that a bribe would secure him the contract, an illegal but... Weeks later, Victor found himself in Vienna, living luxuriously at a grand hotel. He enjoyed idle afternoons at the imperial cafes, reading about the flurry of rumours swirling in Paris. A few tabloids speculated that a conman had fleeced a businessman out of a fortune. Official statements from City Hall denied any plans to dismantle the Eiffel Tower. Yet the press never got hold of Dubois's name, and no one had identified Victor. The story, swirling with half-truths, soon faded from public discourse. For Victor, that was a green light. His scheme had left no significant ripples, no public scandal, no humiliating trial. It was as though the entire episode had slipped into an urban legend. While sipping a particularly fine espresso one morning, he found himself flipping through a Parisian newspaper. In the business section, there was a fresh wave of articles on the tower's upkeep expenses. Costs were climbing yet again. The debates that raged a few years prior were resurfacing, with critics continuing to ask if the monument had outlived its usefulness. Reading that, Victor felt a surge of déjà vu, accompanied by a mischievous grin. If the city itself remained unconvinced of the tower's permanent place in its skyline, then the seed of plausibility was still there. The more he mulled it over, the more irresistible the idea became. Selling the Eiffel Tower once was bold. Selling it twice, that would be legendary. Of course, every repeat performance carries an elevated risk. Con artistry thrives on the unexpected. Victor was no stranger to the concept that lightning rarely strikes the same place twice. And yet, as he weighed his options, he recognised one key advantage. The first victim, Dubois, never went public. The scheme was still cloaked in rumour. Furthermore, the ephemeral nature of public memory in a bustling city like Paris worked in his favour. People had moved on to the next scandal. Victor decided that with a few adjustments, the plan could work again. He returned to Paris incognito, adopting the persona of a minor diplomat from a small Eastern European country. He took a suite at a different upscale hotel near the Opéra Garnier, careful not to retrace his steps exactly. He updated his forged documents, upgrading his fictitious role to an intergovernmental liaison dealing with municipal real estate transitions. This time, his approach would be more polished, more exclusive. He planned to target even wealthier players, men with deeper pockets and even greater appetites for risk. The second attempt began with the same formula. Elegantly worded letters on official-looking stationery, discreet appointments scheduled in lavish hotel lounges, and hushed talk of a sensitive government project. Yet the potential buyers this time were fewer, and Victor was more selective. At one meeting in a private parlour, he addressed 3 men together, an unusual choice for him. The trio included a well-known industrialist rumoured to have close ties to the city's political figures, a second man who managed a large shipping enterprise, and a third, a foreign investor looking to break into European markets. Victor carefully balanced the discussion, letting just enough details slip to convince them that the city's patience with the Eiffel Tower was running thin. But if the first sale had gone astonishingly smooth, the second was fraught with unexpected snags. One of the potential buyers was far more astute than Victor anticipated. This man, Claude Fournier, had a reputation for sniffing out underhanded deals. At the meeting, Fournier didn't flinch when Victor presented the rationale for dismantling the tower. Instead, he politely asked for references and official documentation. There was a certain sharpness in his eyes that made Victor uneasy. Still, Victor handed over his forged credentials without hesitation, offering carefully rehearsed explanations. Fournier accepted them with a practiced smile that revealed nothing. A day later, however, Victor discovered that Fournier had asked around about him, discreetly inquiring among local bureaucrats to confirm the authenticity of the liaison role. None of them, of course, recognised the name. A city clerk, already suspicious about a foreigner asking pointed questions, apparently alerted a friend in the police. Victor learned of this through his network of informants, petty forgers, streetwise doormen, and an occasional mistress or two. The rumour suggested that the police had begun quietly investigating a man posing as a city official peddling a contract tied to the Eiffel Tower. For the first time in his career, Victor felt the heat close in. The con was in motion, but the authorities were no longer ignorant. With a mixture of dread and exhilaration, he realised he had no choice but to accelerate the plan. He zeroed in on the second potential mark, an overly ambitious shipping magnate named Marcus Weissman, who had a penchant for shady dealings. Over dinner at a private club, Victor dangled the tower's contract before him as if it were a rare gem. Weissman, too enticed by the prospect of beating out his competitors, took the bait. Still, the tension was palpable. Even as Weissman scribbled out a cheque big enough to make Victor's heart flutter, there was a persistent, nagging awareness that time was short. He needed to vanish before Fournier's inquiries led the police to his door, so he chose to skip the bribe angle that had worked so well with Dubois. Instead, he accepted a lump sum payment that covered everything, the purchase of the tower's scrap plus a discreet administrative fee. Weissman assumed that the simpler the transaction, the less likely it would be detected. Late that night, under the cover of darkness, Victor slipped out of his hotel. He carried a small valise stuffed with his ill-gotten gains, heading straight to the Gare de Lyon. By dawn, Victor fled to Monte Carlo, a glittering haven of high rollers and exile aristocrats. Initially, he relished the sweet satisfaction of having bested not just one, but two gullible buyers. He told himself he had achieved what no other conman in history had dared. Alone in a lavish suite overlooking the Mediterranean, he replayed the final moments in Paris, the anxious hurry to collect Weissman's cheque, the furtive glances at the station, and the first sunrise that found him safely out of reach. Now, with the sea breeze caressing his face, he figured it was only a matter of time before rumours of the second sale caught up to him. For a few months, he maintained a low profile. He frequented the Monte Carlo casino under a false identity, staying clear of any large wagers that might draw attention. He used coded telegrams to stay in touch with his forgers and informants back in Paris. From them, he learned that Fournier had indeed pressed the police for an investigation. Weissman, facing public humiliation and potential legal woes, tried to keep the matter as quiet as possible, hoping to recover his money through any means short of a public scandal. Still, the police smelled something big. They had never heard of such an audacious swindle, and that alone piqued their interest enough to keep them digging. Eventually, investigators uncovered the faint tracks Victor left behind, receipts at the hotel, witnesses who recalled a confident, well-dressed man with a foreign accent. They pieced together the timeline of his meetings, even found traces of his forged stationery. Before long, they had a name, though it remained unclear if Victor Lemaire was real or an alias. With pressure mounting, the authorities circulated descriptions to major European cities, urging border agents and local police to keep an eye out. One photograph, taken secretly by a curious bystander at the Eiffel Tower, showed a side profile that might have been him. Rumours spread that a flamboyant con artist, rumoured to have sold the Eiffel Tower not once but twice, was at large. Despite the noose tightening, Victor couldn't resist the lure of one last escapade. He reasoned that living on the run forever would be unbearable. Why not gamble big while he still had some measure of control? So, one evening at the casino, dressed in a crisp dinner jacket, swirling a glass of fine cognac, he sat at a roulette table. In a dramatic flourish, he placed a small fortune on a single bet. It was uncharacteristic of him to risk real money on chance. He usually preferred to rig the odds through manipulation. But something inside him craved the adrenaline rush. The wheel spun, heart pounding. He watched the tiny ball bounce from slot to slot. When it finally settled, it landed on red, a loss for Victor's black bet. Though it was only a fraction of his earnings, the defeat seemed like an omen. For a moment, he stared at the chipped green felt of the table. The croupier's polite nod indicating the end of the bet. In that instant, a seed of doubt sprouted in Victor's mind. Was his luck running out? He excused himself, stepping away from the table, ignoring the curious glances of other patrons who recognised him, by one of his many aliases, presumably. That night, as he strolled the moonlit promenade along the coast, he tried to shake off the feeling that everything was about to catch up with him. He told himself he was a master of illusions, he could reinvent himself anywhere, America, South America, or a quiet corner of Asia. Yet the persistent thought nagged at him. How long can any fox outrun the hounds? He had always believed in the artistry of his craft, but sooner or later, every performance comes to a close. Sure enough, his downfall arrived abruptly. While stepping out of a Monte Carlo cafe one morning, he was discreetly approached by a man who introduced himself as a private detective from Paris, hired by none other than Claude Fournier. The detective's tone was polite, but his eyes brimmed with that unwavering sense of purpose. He claimed to have evidence linking Victor to the Tower Con, along with sworn statements from hotel staff. The detective offered Victor a choice: return to Paris, meet with Fournier's lawyers, and negotiate a quiet settlement, or face arrest and extradition. Outwardly, Victor kept his composure. He flashed a wry smile, feigning indifference. But his heart pounded. Even if he eluded this detective, he sensed the net was cast too wide for him to remain free for much longer. Sometimes, surrendering on your own terms was the last con you could pull. In a move that stunned the detective, Victor proposed his own arrangement. He would meet Fournier in neutral territory, in Switzerland, to hash out a deal. The detective, intrigued and possibly influenced by some under-the-table persuasion, agreed to broker the meeting. Victor reasoned that by controlling the location, he might still orchestrate an escape. But as fate would have it, the Swiss authorities were also alerted. When Victor arrived, plainclothes officers appeared from the shadows, swiftly taking him into custody. His arrest was a quiet affair, overshadowed by bigger global events. Still, word spread among the underworld. The man who sold the Eiffel Tower twice had finally met his match. There was no dramatic public trial in France. Instead, in backroom negotiations to avoid an international scandal, a deal was reached. Some said Fournier and Weissman recouped a fraction of their losses, and the French government, stung by embarrassment, preferred to hush up the matter. Victor was quietly sentenced for fraud under an assumed name, but the legend endured in hushed whispers for decades. Rarely did anyone speak of his fate. Some claimed he escaped from prison using forged documents, vanishing into the night. Others insisted he served his time, only to emerge a changed man. Either way, in the smoky corners of certain Parisian cafes, old-timers still tell the tale with a gleam in their eyes. The man who dared to sell the Eiffel Tower, not once, but twice. It remains a testament to the power of audacity, the allure of ambition, and the strange truth that the bigger the lie, the more people want to believe it. And so the story endures, a monument to the enduring thrill of a great impossible scam. The November wind of 1476 carried more than just the promise of winter across the Wallachian forests. It carried whispers of betrayal, of shifting alliances in a land perpetually caught between empires. Vlad Dracula, the 45-year-old prince known to history as the Impaler, rode at the head of a modest contingent of troops. His third reign as voivode of Wallachia had lasted barely 2 months, a shadow of his former glory, when his name alone had sent Ottoman scouts fleeing back across the Danube. The man who now traversed the forested mountains bore little resemblance to the conqueror celebrated in Muscovite chronicles. Years in Hungarian captivity had weathered him, the lines around his eyes deepening with each political manoeuvre required to reclaim his ancestral throne. Although Vlad remained formidable with blade and bow, his dark hair now had streaks of silver at the temples, and the wound in his left thigh, a memento from a skirmish near Giurgiu, had never properly healed, resulting in a slight limp that he worked diligently to conceal. "My lord," called Radu, his most trusted captain, and one of the few men who'd remained loyal through his Hungarian exile. "Ottoman scouts report movement in the valley ahead." Vlad's thin lips pressed into a grim line. Mehmed's forces could not have advanced this far north so quickly. This implied that the army of Basarab Laiota, his cousin, usurper, and most recent betrayer, was probably responsible. "How many?" Vlad asked, his voice steady despite the implications. "Several thousand. The Ottomans have provided him substantial reinforcements." Privately, Vlad recognized the bitter symmetry. He had once used Ottoman support to gain his throne before turning against them in spectacular fashion. Now another individual played the same game, with Vlad himself being used as the sacrifice. For 2 decades, Vlad had navigated the treacherous politics between Hungary, the Ottoman Empire, and his own boyars, the aristocratic landowners who viewed their prince as merely first among equals, to be replaced whenever convenient. His notorious impalement of 20,000 prisoners outside Targovishta had established his fearsome reputation, but even terror had its limitations as a governing strategy. That evening, Vlad withdrew to his tent while his men made camp in a sheltered depression surrounded by ancient beech trees. The persistent discomfort in his abdomen had worsened, a dull ache that had plagued him since midsummer. The court physician in Brashov had prescribed herbal remedies, valerian root and wormwood, but the pain persisted, occasionally flaring into something more concerning. Vlad had enough wounds to know when something was wrong, but with enemies closing in, he couldn't afford to be weak. He unfolded a map across his campaign table, the parchment illuminated by a single oil lamp. The mountains offered potential routes of escape toward Transylvania, where Matthias Corvinus of Hungary might again offer a reluctant sanctuary, but retreat meant abandoning Wallachia, again, and surrendering all he had fought to reclaim. "Enter," he called at the sound of approaching footsteps. His secretary Ion Gaspar ducked through the tent flap, his scholarly frame incongruous among warriors. "My prince, a message has arrived from Bucharest." He extended a sealed parchment bearing the insignia of Demetrius Sturdza, one of the few boyars who had declared for Vlad's restoration. Breaking the seal, Vlad scanned the contents, his expression darkening. "Sturdza writes that the Ottoman commander has issued a proclamation throughout the southern provinces. They offer 10,000 axi for my head." Gaspar's face paled. "The sum is substantial." "Indeed," Vlad smiled thinly. "I should be flattered. During my previous reign, the bounty was merely half that amount." As night deepened, Vlad found himself unable to sleep, his mind calculating permutations of strategy, while the pain in his gut spread tendrils of fire through his midsection. Outside, the December snow began to fall, blanketing the camp in silence. His thoughts turned to his young wife in Brashov and the son he had rarely seen. Would the boy remember him if he fell in the coming days? Or would he know his father only through the exaggerated tales of cruelty that had spread throughout Christendom? History rarely captured the complexities of men who made difficult choices in impossible circumstances. Already, German pamphlets depicted him as a madman, drinking blood amid forests of impaled victims, convenient propaganda to unite Christians against the Ottoman threat. The irony was not lost on him. His extreme measures against the Turks had protected the same European powers that now vilified him. As dawn approached, Vlad made his decision. They would not retreat to Transylvania. They would push forward toward Bucharest, gathering what loyalists remained. They would make a final attempt to reclaim what was rightfully theirs by birthright. If he were to die, and increasingly he suspected he would not survive this winter, it would be on Wallachian soil, fighting for his principality. His secretary Ion Gaspar ducked through the tent flap, his scholarly frame incongruous among warriors. "My prince, a message has arrived from Bucharest." He extended a sealed parchment bearing the insignia of Demetrius Sturdza, one of the few boyars who had declared for Vlad's restoration. Breaking the seal, Vlad scanned the contents, his expression darkening. "Sturdza writes that the Ottoman commander has issued a proclamation throughout the southern provinces. They offer 10,000 axi for my head." Gaspar's face paled. "The sum is substantial." "Indeed," Vlad smiled thinly. "I should be flattered. During my previous reign, the bounty was merely half that amount." As night deepened, Vlad found himself unable to sleep, his mind calculating permutations of strategy, while the pain in his gut spread tendrils of fire through his midsection. Outside, the December snow began to fall, blanketing the camp in silence. His thoughts turned to his young wife in Brashov and the son he had rarely seen. Would the boy remember him if he fell in the coming days? Or would he know his father only through the exaggerated tales of cruelty that had spread throughout Christendom? History rarely captured the complexities of men who made difficult choices in impossible circumstances. Already, German pamphlets depicted him as a madman, drinking blood amid forests of impaled victims, convenient propaganda to unite Christians against the Ottoman threat. The irony was not lost on him. His extreme measures against the Turks had protected the same European powers that now vilified him. As dawn approached, Vlad made his decision. They would not retreat to Transylvania. They would push forward toward Bucharest, gathering what loyalists remained. They would make a final attempt to reclaim what was rightfully theirs by birthright. If he were to die, and increasingly he suspected he would not survive this winter, it would be on Wallachian soil, fighting for his principality. Despite Gashpar's protest that he was barely standing, Vlad insisted on mounting his horse when dawn broke. A prince of Wallachia does not travel in a litter like some Ottoman concubine, he asserted, despite the exertion of getting into the saddle leaving him drenched in perspiration. They diverted from their planned route, taking a treacherous goat path that wound through a series of limestone ravines. By midday, even Vlad recognised he could go no farther. They made camp in a defensible position overlooking a narrow valley, posting triple sentries despite their dwindling numbers. As twilight approached, Nikolai returned from a scouting expedition, his young face grave. "My prince, Basarab's forces have split into 3 columns. They search the forest systematically. The nearest group is perhaps 2 hours behind us." Vlad nodded, resignation settling over him like the winter snow accumulating on the branches above. He had cheated death many times, survived assassination attempts, battlefield wounds, years of imprisonment. But now, with his body failing and betrayal lurking among his final loyal men, he recognised the approaching end. That night, as the others slept, Vlad penned letters, one to his wife instructing her to flee with their son to the Saxon stronghold of Sibiu, another to King Matthias of Hungary requesting protection for his family in exchange for intelligence on Ottoman military arrangements. The pain in his abdomen had become a constant companion, a burning coalescence of agony that radiated outward with each heartbeat. As he sealed the letters with wax, Vlad wondered whose version of his story would survive. The vengeance-obsessed tyrant, the brutal but effective bulwark against Ottoman expansion, or simply another fallen prince in the bloody tapestry of Balkan politics? Could it be all three, or none at all? He had learned that whoever remained to tell the story would write history. By December 20th, Vlad could no longer hide his deteriorating condition. The fever came in waves, leaving him alternately burning and shivering. More concerning was the progressive swelling and discoloration spreading across his abdomen, a purplish hue that Dragomir, with his battlefield medical experience, recognised as a harbinger of serious internal damage. "You've been poisoned, my prince," the old warrior stated bluntly as he examined Vlad in the privacy of his tent. "The pattern suggests arsenic, administered in small doses over months. It explains the gradual weakening, the pain, and the digestive disturbances you've hidden from us." Vlad's expression remained impassive, though his mind raced through possibilities. "Not months. The symptoms likely started after my return to Wallachia in October. The symptoms began shortly after my restoration feast. Who prepared your food during that time? Everyone and no one. I was surrounded by dozens of supposedly loyal boyars, all eager to demonstrate their renewed allegiance." Vlad laughed bitterly, triggering a coughing fit that left flecks of blood on his handkerchief. "How fitting that my enemies finally discovered subtlety. Why face the impaler in battle when patience and poison work just as effectively?" That evening, as sleet pelted their makeshift camp, Vlad called his remaining confidants to his tent. Despite his weakened state, he sat upright, refusing to address them from a position of illness. The pain his actions caused remained hidden behind his characteristically impassive expression. "Tomorrow we reach a crossroads," he informed them. "Basarab's forces continue to close from the south and east. The western route toward Transylvania remains open, but snowfall has made the mountain passes treacherous." "My prince," Mihnair interjected, "we have received word that the garrison at Poenari remains loyal. If we can reach the fortress, we could withstand the siege until reinforcements arrive from your Hungarian allies." Vlad's gaze sharpened. "What reinforcements? Matthias Corvinus has made no promises. More likely he watches from Buda, waiting to see which corps to support after the battlefield is cleared." "Then perhaps it is time to consider terms with Basarab," suggested Gashpar cautiously. "Your life might be spared in exchange for formal renunciation of your claim." The silence that followed was broken only by the crackle of the brazier heating the tent. All present knew Vlad's history, how his father and elder brother had been murdered despite promises of safe conduct, how betrayal had been the constant companion of his family for generations. "My claim is my birthright," Vlad finally responded, his voice dangerously soft. "I would sooner feed my entrails to the crows than surrender it to a puppet dancing on Ottoman strings." He paused, studying each face. "But neither will I lead you all to certain death for my ambition. Each of you has demonstrated loyalty beyond what any prince deserves. At dawn, those who wish to seek terms with Basarab may depart with my blessing. I will continue to Poyanari." Although no one mentioned leaving, Vlad observed a brief flicker in Nicolay's youthful eyes, not out of cowardice, but from the natural human desire to survive beyond the approaching days. Vlad did not begrudge him this instinct. Unlike the boyars, who had repeatedly betrayed him throughout his reigns, these men had proven their worth. Later, alone except for Radu standing guard outside, Vlad examined the progression of the poison's work in the polished metal mirror he carried. The sclera of his eyes had yellowed, and the veins visible beneath his increasingly translucent skin carried a darker hue than normal. An experienced physician, one with knowledge beyond the limitations of contemporary Wallachian medicine, must intervene, or his prognosis will be clear. He had perhaps 2 weeks, possibly less if the physical exertion of evading Basarab's forces accelerated the poison's spread. He might not have enough time to reclaim his throne, but he might have enough to ensure his legacy was carried on through his young son. More immediately concerning was the progressive weakness that would soon render him unable to ride or fight, a vulnerability he could not afford with enemies drawing closer by the hour. That night, he drafted coded instructions and sewed them into the lining of Nicolay's cloak, directions to a cache of gold and documents hidden during his previous reign, resources that would prove valuable to his heirs if properly secured. The young man's nervous energy made him the most likely to slip through enemy lines successfully if their situation deteriorated further. By morning, fresh snowfall had covered their tracks, providing temporary concealment as they moved northwest toward the Argesh River Valley. Vlad rode at the centre of their formation, rather than in the lead, a concession to his condition that required no verbalization. During the day's journey, he nearly lost consciousness twice, and was saved from falling only by Dragomir's vigilance as he rode beside him. They set up camp in a limestone cave overlooking the river, where the natural formation not only provided shelter, but also limited the possible approaches. As Minea and Nikolai hunted for fresh meat to supplement their dwindling provisions, Vlad spread maps across a flat stone, strategizing alternative routes should their primary path to Poyanari be compromised. "The poison progresses quickly," Dragomir observed quietly, joining him at the makeshift table. "You need rest, my prince, not more planning." "Rest awaits in the grave," Vlad replied without looking up. "Until then, we move forward." "Forward to what end?" "Even if we reach Poyanari, my condition is not your concern," Vlad interrupted sharply. Then relenting slightly, "I have survived Hungarian dungeons, Ottoman pursuers, and countless assassination attempts. This current difficulty is merely another obstacle." But both men recognized the hollow optimism in his words. The poison now coursing through his veins was an enemy that could not be impaled, beheaded, or outmaneuvered. It advanced with the inexorable patience of death itself, a worthy opponent for a man who had made violence an art form in defense of his troubled principality. On December the 23rd, with Basarab's forces closing from multiple directions, Vlad and his dwindling company sought shelter in an unexpected sanctuary. Deep in the forested foothills of the Fagarash Mountains stood a hunting lodge that had belonged to Vlad's family for generations, a simple structure of stone and timber, unremarkable except for what lay beneath it. "Few remember this place exists," Vlad explained as Radu forced the weathered door open. "My grandfather built it not for hunting game, but for hunting men." Inside, beneath rotting floorboards that Minea and Dragomir pried away, stone steps descended into darkness. The narrow staircase opened into a subterranean chamber carved directly into the bedrock, a room perhaps 30 feet square, with smaller cells branching off the central space. Ancient manacles hung from the walls, and channels carved into the stone floor converged at a central drain. The faint, lingering smell of old death permeated the air despite the decades since its last use. "The House of Bone," Dragomir murmured, with recognition. "I heard tales from the old veterans who served your grandfather. They claimed he extracted confessions from Hungarian spies here during the campaigns of the 1420s. "More than confessions," Vlad replied, lowering himself carefully onto a stone bench, each movement now causing waves of pain to radiate from his poisoned core. "Information, alliance structures, military dispositions. My grandfather understood that properly applied pain yields knowledge, and understanding is the true currency of power in our position." While Nikolai and Gaspar secured the perimeter of the hunting lodge, Minea inventoried their remaining supplies. The situation was grim. food for perhaps 3 more days at half rations, minimal medical supplies, and ammunition for only a brief defence should they be discovered. That evening, as a heavy snowfall provided temporary concealment from pursuers, Vlad's condition deteriorated sharply. The fever that had been intermittent now burned constantly, and the pain in his abdomen had become so severe that even breathing shallowly caused spasms of agony. Increasingly frequent bouts of vomiting brought up dark blood, and his urine carried an alarming reddish tint. The poison attacks the liver and kidneys, Dragomir explained to the others while Vlad slept fitfully in an adjacent chamber. Without proper treatment, medicines available perhaps in Constantinople or Venice, but not here in the wilderness, the progress is irreversible. How long? Asked Radu, his weathered face betraying rare emotion. Days, not weeks, the old warrior replied, and his suffering will increase as systems fail. Then we must reach help, insisted Gashpar. Perhaps if we sent Nikolai to Brashov, Basarab's men control all approaches to the Saxon cities, Michner interrupted. And even if a messenger could pass, what physician would risk coming? To treat the prince would be tantamount to treason against the new regime. In the stone chamber where Vlad rested, the flickering oil lamp cast monstrous shadows across walls that had witnessed generations of suffering. During a moment of lucidity, he beckoned Radu closer. "I need parchment and ink," he whispered, his once commanding voice now ragged. When the materials were brought, Vlad's trembling hand produced a map and accompanying instructions, the location of his personal treasury, hidden during his second reign and known only to him. Not the official treasury of Wallachia, which had been depleted by successive wars and regime changes, but his private accumulation of gold, jewels, and portable wealth. "This will secure my son's future," he explained to Radu. "Ensure it reaches him when he's of age. Until then, the Saxons of Sibiu will protect him and my wife if properly compensated." That night, as the others strategized their next movements above, Vlad remained alone in the ancient torture chamber, surrounded by the implements his ancestors had used to maintain their tenuous grip on power. The symmetry was not lost on him. The man known throughout Europe as history's great torturer was now suffering his own prolonged and agonizing end. In his delirium, the shadows took shape, the faces of those he had impaled, beheaded, and dismembered during his campaigns. Not just Ottoman soldiers and officials, but Wallachian boyars who had betrayed him, Saxon merchants who had defied his economic policies, and peasants who had collaborated with his enemies. The brutal calculus of maintaining independence in a region contested by empires had required unprecedented terror, and Vlad had applied it methodically, without passion or cruelty, but with the precise logic of a mathematician. "I protected Wallachia," he told the shadows. "Everything I did served that purpose." The accusatory silence from the gathered spirits offered no absolution. Dawn brought new complications. Nikolai, returning from scouting the perimeter, reported movement in the valley below, not Basarab's main force, but a smaller contingent tracking their path through the fresh snow. 30 men, perhaps 40, the young fighter reported. Moving cautiously, they found traces of our passage despite the snowfall. Radu's expression darkened. They should not have found this trail. It's known to few outside the prince's inner circle. "The traitor among us has sent signals," Vlad stated from the stairway entrance, where he stood leaning heavily against the stone wall. Despite his deteriorating physical condition, his mind remained razor-sharp. "Like 3 fires on the eastern slope, arranged in a triangle." McNair looked confused. "My prince, that would reveal our position." "Precisely." Vlad's fevered eyes gleamed with the strategic intellect that had kept him alive through decades of intrigue. "But not to whom they expect." Hours later, as twilight approached, the distinctive thunder of Hungarian cavalry echoed through the forested valley. King Matthias had not abandoned his former prisoner entirely. A contingent of his border troops, perhaps 50 strong, had been patrolling the Transylvanian frontier. The 3 fires, arranged in the pattern Vlad had specified, represented an old signal between him and the Hungarian monarch from their years of uneasy alliance. The resulting skirmish between Basarab's tracking party and the Hungarian cavalry provided brief respite, and more importantly, confusion about Vlad's true location and condition. By nightfall, when the Hungarians had driven off the Wallachian pursuers, their commander approached the hunting lodge alone, following Radu's guidance through concealed paths. "Prince Vlad," the Hungarian captain said, bowing stiffly upon entering the subterranean chamber where Vlad rested. King Matthias sends his regards and offers sanctuary across the border in Transylvania. How generous, Vlad replied, with characteristic dryness. And what does the king request in exchange for this sudden remembrance of our alliance? The Hungarian shifted uncomfortably. In the current circumstances, my lord believes your expertise regarding Ottoman military dispositions would prove valuable. A bitter laugh escaped Vlad's cracked lips. Of course, not sanctuary for an ally, but intelligence from a dying man. He gestured toward a stone bench. Sit, Captain. I will provide what Matthias seeks, though I doubt I shall live to collect whatever payment he might offer. Christmas Eve dawned over the hunting lodge, the pristine snowfall masking the violence that had occurred in the valley below. The Hungarian cavalry contingent had established a defensive perimeter around the structure, their presence temporarily deterring Basarab's scouts from approaching. Inside, an impromptu war council had assembled in the main chamber above the subterranean cells. Captain Tibor Bathory of the Hungarian border forces sat opposite Vlad, who had insisted on being carried upstairs rather than conducting business from what he darkly referred to as my deathbed below. Despite the prince's deteriorating condition, his jaundiced complexion and the visible tremors of the ear that occasionally seized his limbs, his mind remained focused on the strategic situation. Basarab will not risk confrontation with Hungarian forces, Vlad stated, his voice weaker but still carrying the authoritative tone that had commanded armies. Not without explicit Ottoman backing, which would take weeks to arrange in winter. My orders are to escort you to Fagarash Castle, Bathory explained. King Matthias has prepared secure quarters there. His personal physician awaits your arrival. The unspoken reality hung heavily in the room, that even with the immediate medical attention, Vlad's poisoning had progressed too far for recovery. This rescue was merely Matthias Corvinus ensuring that Vlad's considerable knowledge of Ottoman military structures and Wallachian politics wouldn't be lost with his passing. And my men? Vlad inquired, gesturing to his 5 remaining loyalists. They will receive royal protection as well, Bathory confirmed, though King Matthias specifically requested that Secretary Gaspar bring all correspondence and documents in his possession. Vlad's gaze shifted briefly to Gaspar, noting the secretary's momentary discomfort. The Hungarian interest in his administrative papers suggested concerns beyond mere military intelligence, perhaps questions about Vlad's diplomatic outreach to Venice or his correspondence with rebellious elements in Ottoman Bulgaria. We depart at first light tomorrow, Bathory continued. The mountain pass remains navigable, but another snowstorm approaches from the west. After the Hungarian captain withdrew to consult his lieutenants, Vlad motioned for his inner circle to gather closer, his voice dropping to ensure privacy. I will not reach Fagarash alive, he stated matter-of-factly. The journey alone would finish what the poison has begun, and Matthias knows this. His concern is not my survival, but controlling the narrative of my death and whatever secrets I might reveal in my final hours. Then we refuse Hungarian escort, Michner suggested, his hand instinctively moving to his sword hilt. Make our own way to Poyanari as planned. Vlad shook his head slowly. The strategic situation has changed. Basarab's forces have likely blocked all approaches to Poyanari by now, and my condition, he gestured dismissively toward his swollen abdomen. I cannot ride. I can barely walk. I could potentially pose a threat to your survival. A heavy silence settled over the group. For men who had defined their existence through loyalty to their prince, the prospect of abandoning him, even at his instruction, was nearly unthinkable. There is another option, Vlad continued after a moment, one that serves multiple purposes. His fevered eyes seemed to burn with renewed clarity. Captain Bathory stated we depart at dawn. Radu, Michner and Nikolai will accompany my litter with the Hungarians. Dragomir and Gaspar will disappear during the night, taking alternate routes to deliver messages and secure certain items of importance. He produced several sealed documents from within his doublet, documents he had been preparing during moments of lucidity over the past days. Dragomir will deliver this package to my wife in Brashov, along with instructions for reaching Saxon protection in Sibiu. Gaspar will take this second packet to the monastery at Snagov, where certain loyalists await direction. What remained unspoken was Vlad's suspicion that at least one among them had betrayed him, likely the same person who had facilitated his poisoning months earlier. By separating his remaining followers, he increased the chances that at least some of his final commands would be executed faithfully. As night deepened and the Hungarians maintained their watchful perimeter around the lodge, Vlad requested privacy in the subterranean chamber where he had spent the previous night. Only Radu remained nearby, standing guard at the top of the stone staircase. In the flickering lamplight, Vlad produced a small leather pouch from among his possessions. Inside lay a gold signet ring bearing the dragon emblem of the Order of the Dragon, the organisation his father had belonged to and from which the family name Draculea derived. Alongside it rested a small Orthodox crucifix of Byzantine craftsmanship and a folded piece of parchment containing a prayer written in his mother's hand decades earlier. These personal effects, not the elaborate royal regalia that had been lost during his various exiles, but the modest items that connected him to his lineage, were all that remained of Vlad's personal legacy. He wrapped them carefully, adding a letter to his young son, and sealed the package with wax, impressed by his thumb rather than his official seal. When Radu descended the stairs later to check on his prince, he found Vlad kneeling in prayer before an improvised altar, the crucifix placed upon the same stone table where his grandfather had extracted confessions through methodical torture. The juxtaposition captured the contradiction that had defined the Draculeshti dynasty for generations. Devout Orthodox Christians who had employed shocking violence in defence of their faith and principality. "You should rest, my prince," Radu suggested quietly. "Tomorrow's journey will tax your strength." "Rest," Vlad repeated contemplatively. "There will be time enough for that soon." He struggled to his feet, accepting Radu's assistance without the pride that would have forbidden such help in earlier days. "Tell me honestly, old friend, how will history remember me?" Radu considered the question carefully. "As a defender of Christendom against the Ottoman advance. As a prince who held the line when others would have surrendered. And the impalements, the forest of stakes outside Targoviste that made the Sultan's army turn back." "Necessary," Radu replied simply. "Those who haven't faced the decisions you faced cannot judge the methods you employed." Vlad nodded slowly. "Yet judge they will. Already the German printers spread their pamphlets depicting me as a monster who dines among forests of impaled victims. The Saxons, whose cities I protected from Ottoman raids, write of me as a bloodthirsty tyrant." A bitter smile crossed his pale features. Perhaps it is better to be remembered as a monster than forgotten entirely. As Christmas Eve gave way to Christmas morning, the Hungarian escort prepared for departure. Vlad was carefully placed in a litter that would be carried between two horses, an arrangement he accepted with grim resignation, understanding his body no longer permitted the dignity of riding upright. Before they departed, Dragomir and Gaspar disappeared as planned, ostensibly to scout the forward path, but in reality beginning their separate journeys to deliver Vlad's final communications. Nobody could have predicted that only one of these messages would reach its intended recipient, and that the other messenger harboured treachery that would shape the final chapter of Vlad's story. The journey toward the Transylvanian border proceeded slowly through deepening snow. By midday on Christmas, Vlad's condition had deteriorated sharply. The poison had progressed to his extremities, causing periodic muscle spasms that left him gasping for breath. Captain Bathory ordered a temporary halt in a sheltered ravine, allowing his men to establish a windbreak around Vlad's litter. "We should reach the border post by nightfall," the Hungarian officer informed Radu and Minna. "From there, we can obtain a proper wagon for transport to Fagarash." What remained unspoken was the increasing likelihood that they would be transporting a corpse rather than a living prince. Vlad had been unconscious for the past hour, his breathing shallow and irregular. Nikolai had been sent ahead to ensure the border garrison prepared appropriate accommodations, while the remaining Wallachians maintained a protective circle around their dying leader. As twilight approached, bringing with it plummeting temperatures, Vlad unexpectedly regained consciousness. His yellow eyes seemed to burn with unnatural clarity as he beckoned Radu closer. "Water," he rasped. After taking a small sip from the offered water skin, Vlad gripped Radu's wrist with surprising strength. "Do you have the package for my son secured?" "Yes, my prince, hidden as you instructed." "And Dragomir? Has there been word?" "None yet, but he knows the forest paths better than any man. He will reach Brashov safely." Vlad's expression tightened. "He will not reach Brashov. He travels in the opposite direction." Radu's confusion was evident. "But your instructions—" "We're a test," Vlad interrupted, his voice barely above a whisper. One I needed to confirm before death claims me. With tremendous effort, he raised himself slightly on one elbow, scanning the nearby figures, until he located Mihnea consulting maps with the Hungarian captain several yards away. "My cousin has betrayed me," Vlad whispered. "It was Mihnea who arranged for the poison. She has been sending intelligence to Basarab throughout our retreat." Radu's hand moved instinctively to his weapon. "How can you be certain?" "The documents I gave to Dragomir and Gashbar contained different information. Location of treasuries, military dispositions, names of loyal agents. The packet for Dragomir contained accurate information about my wife's location. The packet for Gashbar contained false information, including the claim that Mihnea was my chosen successor." "And you believe Gashbar is loyal while Dragomir..." "Dragomir served my father before me. His loyalty was never in question," Vlad explained. Each word clearly causing him pain. "I sent him north because I knew Mihnea would expect me to send messages south. I suspected Gashbar maintained correspondence with Mihnea, so I gave him false information." Standing dawned on Radu's weathered face. The shepherd mentioned by Sturza's messenger. Gashbar was passing information through him. Indeed, and now Gashbar travels to rendezvous with Ottoman agents, carrying what he believes are vital state secrets. The ghost of Vlad's old calculating smile crossed his features. Instead, he delivers carefully crafted misinformation that will send Basarab's forces searching in the wrong direction for weeks. "And Mihnea," Vlad's gaze hardened, "watches me die by inches, believing himself the architect of my downfall, never suspecting I identified him months ago." He paused, struggling for breath. "But I would not leave this earth without him knowing that his treachery was as transparent to me as the winter air." "What would you have me do, my prince?" Radu asked, the loyalty of decades evident in his voice. "Nothing, old friend. The Hungarians will protect him as part of their agreement with Basarab, another betrayal by Matthias that I anticipated." Vlad's voice weakened further. "Let Mihnea live with the knowledge that he did not deceive me, that even dying I remained one step ahead of his schemes." As night descended fully over the Carpathians, a small cavalcade reached the Hungarian border fortress. Vlad was transferred to a proper bed in the commander's quarters, though all present recognized that death approached swiftly. The poison had reached his extremities, turning his fingertips black, while the yellowing of his skin had deepened to an alarming bronze hue. Throughout the night, as Hungarian guards maintained vigil outside his chamber, Radu watched as Vlad drifted between consciousness and delirium. In his fevered state, the prince recited Byzantine military formations, debated theology with long-dead bishops, and issued commands to armies that had dissolved years earlier. Shortly before dawn on December 26, Vlad experienced a final moment of clarity. His eyes opened, focusing on Radu with unexpected sharpness. "My story ends here," he stated with surprising strength, "but Walachia's continues. We must protect my son until he can reclaim what is rightfully his." "I swear it," Radu promised. Vlad nodded slightly, satisfaction evident despite his pain. "History writes itself with blood, Radu. Mine has contributed its share to those pages." He paused, his breathing becoming more irregular. "I regret nothing. Every impalement, every execution, every brutal act preserved Walachia's independence one day longer against forces that would devour us." As the first light of dawn illuminated the eastern sky, Vlad Dracula, three-time Prince of Wallachia, closed his eyes for the final time. The man known throughout Christendom as the Impaler died not on a battlefield or by an assassin's blade, but from poison administered by a trusted kinsman, the most traditional death for a Balkan ruler. Captain Bathory entered the chamber an hour later, paying proper respects to the deceased prince before turning to practical matters. "King Matthias has ordered that Prince Vlad receive proper Christian burial at the monastery in Snagov," he informed Radu. "We depart as soon as arrangements can be made." Neither man mentioned that Matthias's sudden concern for Vlad's proper interment likely stemmed from political calculations rather than respect. A verifiable grave would prevent pretenders from claiming to be the resurrected Dracula in future years, a common occurrence with charismatic leaders whose deaths occurred under ambiguous circumstances. As Hungarian soldiers constructed a transportation bier, Radu noticed Mina watching from a distance, his expression unreadable. The cousin who had betrayed his prince now found himself in an uncertain position, neither fully trusted by the Hungarians nor able to return to Basarab's court without risking exposure of his double game. That evening, as the small procession prepared to depart for Snagov, Radu approached Mihnia in the fortress stables. "He knew," Radu stated simply. "He identified you as the traitor months ago." The colour drained from Mihnia's face. "Impossible. I was careful. I didn't exercise enough caution." His final words concerned you specifically. The story was not entirely true, but Radu considered the embellishment justified. He died knowing exactly who had poisoned him and why. As Minna struggled to respond, Radu continued, "The Hungarians may protect you for now, but eventually they'll recognise your true nature. Men who betray family rarely prove loyal to strangers." Without waiting for a response, he turned and walked away, leaving Vlad's treacherous cousin alone with the consequences of his actions. The funeral procession travelled slowly through the winter landscape, carrying Vlad's body from the Hungarian border fortress to Snagov Monastery. Captain Bathory had assigned 20 of his best men as escort, ostensibly as a mark of respect, but primarily to ensure that the former prince was truly laid to rest rather than spirited away by loyalists who might use him as a rallying symbol. Radu and Nikolai rode directly behind the wagon, bearing Vlad's body, which had been prepared according to Orthodox tradition by monks who accompanied the procession. In death, with the tension released from his features, the fearsome ruler appeared surprisingly peaceful, an illusion that contrasted sharply with the violent reality of his life and reign. Mihnia had remained behind at the border fortress, his status now ambiguous. Without Vlad's direct accusation, there was insufficient evidence to charge him with regicide, yet his obvious complicity in Basarab's schemes made him untrustworthy to both Hungarian and Wallachian interests. Like many failed conspirators throughout history, he had created a precarious position for himself, useful to various powers temporarily but ultimately expendable to all. On January 3rd, 1477, as a heavy snowfall blanketed the countryside in purifying white, Vlad Draculea was laid to rest in the monastery church at Snagov. The ceremony combined the elaborate rituals of Orthodox tradition with the subdued atmosphere necessitated by political reality. No boyars from Basarab's court attended, though several sent representatives to verify the death of their former prince. Following tradition, the officiating priest delivered a eulogy that emphasized Vlad's defense of Christianity against Ottoman expansion while diplomatically avoiding mention of his more controversial methods. In the flickering candlelight of the monastery church, the contradiction that had defined Vlad's existence seemed temporarily resolved, with Byzantine icons gazing down from gilded walls, the warrior prince finally at peace. After the formal ceremony concluded, and the Hungarian escort withdrew to establish camp nearby, Radu remained alone in the church, maintaining vigil beside his prince's body. As night deepened and monks completed their evening prayers in adjacent chambers, a hooded figure slipped quietly through the side entrance. "I wasn't certain you would come," Radu commented, without looking up. Dragomir pushed back his hood, snow melting from his grizzled beard in the church's relative warmth. "I would not miss paying final respects, regardless of risk. Did you deliver the package as instructed?" The old warrior nodded. The princess and her son are safely established in Sibiu, under Saxon protection. The documents and gold will ensure their security for years to come. He paused, studying the peaceful face of his deceased master. So it was poison after all. "It was administered gradually over months," Radu confirmed, "likely beginning during the Restoration Feast in October. And the perpetrator? Mihnia, with Gashpar's assistance. The prince identified them both before the end." Dragomir's weathered face hardened. "Then justice must—" "The prince expressly forbade vengeance," Radu interrupted. His final concern was for his son's future, not retribution against his betrayers. The two veterans of countless campaigns stood in contemplative silence, their shared history with the dead man before them, spanning decades of Wallachia's turbulent existence. Eventually, Dragomir spoke again. What happens now? To Wallachia? To his legacy? Basarab will rule until the Ottomans find him no longer useful. Hungary will maintain the pretense of opposing Ottoman influence while practically accommodating it. The cycle continues. Radu's voice carried the weariness of a man who had witnessed too many political transitions, too many betrayals. "And us?" Dragomir asked. Nikolai will return to his family's lands near the western border. I've instructed him to maintain communication with certain loyal elements, but to avoid obvious political engagement. As for you and me, Radu paused, our obligations now extend to the young prince. He will need protection and guidance when he eventually seeks to reclaim his father's throne. Outside the monastery walls, the January wind carried swirling snow across Lake Snagov, the frozen surface reflecting moonlight like polished silver. Within hours, official messengers would depart for Constantinople, Budapest and Venice, carrying formal notification of Vlad Draculea's death. Diplomats and spies throughout Europe would adjust their calculations accordingly, while ordinary citizens in villages from the Danube to the Rhine would tell increasingly elaborate stories about the bloodthirsty Wallachian prince. What none could have anticipated was how those stories would evolve over subsequent centuries, how the historical figure of Vlad the Impaler would gradually transform through German folk tales, Victorian literature, and eventually cinema, into the supernatural character of Count Dracula. The actual man, complex, brutal but effective, ultimately poisoned by his cousin, would fade behind the fictional vampire created by Bram Stoker 4 centuries later. Yet for those who had known him, who had fought alongside him in defence of Wallachian independence, Vlad remained neither monster nor myth, but a ruler shaped by the harsh realities of 15th century Balkan politics. His methods had been extreme, though his vengeance terrifying, but his fundamental objective, preserving his principality's autonomy between expanding empires, had been achieved repeatedly against overwhelming odds. In the years following Vlad's death, as Ottoman influence expanded throughout the region, many Wallachians would look back on his reign with complex nostalgia. The terror he had employed became, in cultural memory, a symbol of strength rather than cruelty, evidence that a small principality could temporarily halt the advance of empires through sheer force of will. The historical record would later become muddled regarding Vlad's final resting place. Some chronicles assert that the Sultan, who had once been his hostage, sent his head to Constantinople as proof of his death. Others maintained that loyalists secretly removed his body from Snagov to a more secure location to prevent desecration by enemies. Archaeological investigations in the 20th century would yield inconclusive results, adding further mystery to the ending of a life already shrouded in legend. What remained certain was that Vlad Draculea died as he had lived, surrounded by betrayal yet maintaining strategic clarity until his final breath. The poison that claimed his life represented the culmination of personal and political vendettas accumulated through 3 turbulent reigns. Yet even in death, through careful planning and the loyalty of men like Radu and Dragomir, he had established contingencies to protect his bloodline and legacy. On the morning following the funeral, as Hungarian escorts prepared to depart, Abbot Nectrier of Snugov approached Radu with a sealed manuscript. The prince entrusted this item to our monastery during his second reign, the elderly cleric explained, with instructions that it be delivered to his successor when the time came. Radu accepted the document, recognizing Vlad's distinctive seal. What does it contain? I do not know its contents, the abbot replied, but he called it his testament, not of material possessions, but of knowledge accumulated through years of rule. Later, examining the manuscript in private, Radu discovered a comprehensive analysis of Wallachian politics, Ottoman military strategies, and Hungarian diplomatic duplicity, effectively a guidebook for governance written by a prince who had navigated these treacherous waters for decades. The final page contained a personal message to Vlad's son, written in his hand. Power maintains itself through fear when love is unavailable. I chose fear because our circumstances permitted no alternative. Perhaps your time will offer different possibilities. Rule as conditions require, not as sentiment prefers. The dragon's shadow protected Wallachia, when the dragon's claws could not. As spring gradually reclaimed the Carpathian landscape in 1477, the political situation stabilised into a new equilibrium. Basarab Lajota cemented his control over Wallachia with Ottoman support, while Hungarian influence concentrated on Transylvania. The border regions returned to their traditional state of uneasy coexistence, punctuated by occasional raids and diplomatic adjustments. The story of Vlad the Impaler, his extraordinary methods of maintaining power, his resistance against Ottoman expansion, and his ultimately unsuccessful struggle against internal betrayal, became gradually incorporated into the broader narrative of Eastern European resistance against imperial domination. His cultural afterlife eventually overshadowed his significant but temporary historical impact, serving as the inspiration for fictional vampirism. Yet for those who truly understood Balkan politics of the 15th century, Vlad represented something more complex than either hero or villain. He embodied the desperate measures required of small states caught between expanding empires. His poisoning by a trusted kinsman merely confirmed the dangerous reality he had navigated throughout his life, where family connections provided no immunity from betrayal. In the quiet monastery church at Snegov, where candles burned perpetually for his soul according to Orthodox tradition, Vlad Dracula found a peace that had eluded him in life. Whether his physical remains actually rested beneath the stone floor became less important than the legacy of determined resistance he had established, a template for national identity that would resonate through Romanian consciousness for centuries to come. The mystery surrounding his final days and death, like many aspects of his controversial life, would still stimulate debate among historians, writers, and ordinary citizens fascinated by the man behind the mythology. The poisoning that led to his death was merely the final betrayal in a life characterized by treachery, which he overcame through strategic brilliance and calculated terror. Perhaps most fitting was that Vlad died not from a Turkish scimitar or Hungarian execution, but from poison administered by his blood relation. A death that embodied the Byzantine complexity of Balkan politics he had navigated throughout his remarkable life. In this, as in many aspects, the historical reality of Vlad the Impaler proved more nuanced and ultimately more intriguing than the supernatural fiction that would later bear his family name.